Futures back in negative territory here, heading southbound as we speak, even as we get U.S. initial jobless claims just coming through from last week. A little lower than expected, 190 versus 195,000 expected. U.S. productivity on a month-over-month as well, 1.7 versus 2.5. So a little better than expected, or downside than expected there, 2.5 again versus 1.7 it comes through. But initial jobless claims still pointing towards strength in the overall employment market, and jobs market still not what the Fed wants to be seeing here. So we are seeing a little bit of a downside movement for futures overall, negative 0.8. For the NASDAQ right now, about 0.5% for the S&P, back in the red. Tesla shares back in the red as well in a big way. Downside after Elon disappoints with Master Plan 3. Not a lot in Master Plan 3 outside of some manufacturing cost cutting. They talked a lot about that plant in Mexico, the investment they're going to put into making batteries down in Mexico once that is completed. But no new model, no indication of the Model Y update either coming through really in that event last night. So we'll talk Tesla here coming up. Polestar out with earnings as well. They reaffirmed their production targets and goals for the remainder of the year. Decent report for PSNY. CRM, a monster, obviously. We'll get into that. Macy's as well, upside off of earnings. Should be a good one. It's Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Futures still heading southbound here, back towards day lows. In fact, almost a full percent here coming into play for the NASDAQ currently. You saw that was SI there. Sharif here, as always. SI just absolutely crushed here in the pre-market, down to $7 almost at this point. Going concerns. That's never a phrase you want to hear from a company at any point, but yeah, Silvergate wondering if they're going to be able to continue at this point. So a number of things we can talk about here. That jobless number again showing strength in the underlying employment market, which the Fed keeps pointing to as a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's sticky. We've been saying it for a few weeks now. So we got that non-farms payroll coming tomorrow. Let's see how that comes in, and the Fed having a big decision to make at the end of the month. Brenda.
Yeah, we'll have that for you live tomorrow morning. Going to be probably the biggest event of the week, really. Again, non-farm for February coming through tomorrow at 8:30. Neil is off today, taking care of his little one who is under the weather. So Arun is in the building. Always great to have Arun with us on a day where we could get more downside action. Going to be interesting here, guys, off that jobless number.
Arun is back. He's in the building. Yeah, that's an interesting number there. The strength is what's concerning because, if there's too much strength in the unemployment market, then, maybe we need to keep on raising the rates. And you're going to wait to see where we go here. But the NASDAQ down 1%. It's great to have my guy over here. Arun, looking to trade some futures, looking to trade some action. I just told him, I said, if you have never heard of Silvergate, call up that stock, and he did, and I don't think too impressed. So Silvergate today down a nice 47%. So that's a going concern, to say the least, as Brendan just mentioned there. We're going to wait to see. It got off back up to $23. Don't know why that happened, but it did. 13 up to $23 and still rocking now, back down to 7 and change. We're going to look at that. A great quarter for Macy's. And then, as expected, last night I was on with the guys from True Trading Group, and I was talking about Tesla. And what we sort of determined was pretty obvious. And if you go down here, even just to a daily chart on Tesla, we talked about this yesterday on our show, and it was just that Tesla, for the first time in a while, the last time we kind of bunched up was back here in November, December, and it bunched up basically at the same level that we did right here. So it was due for a move. I mean, you went down 60%, up 60%, stopped, waited for something to happen. Elon Musk does not deliver the goods last night. So Tesla now all the way back down to the downside. I mean, we were talking more about the Model 2 than he was. So I feel like that is going to be a continued downside move. But You know, I think it goes down 10% today. We're going to see if it can hold these levels, though, here at 186. Seems to be holding. So, you know, let's let Tesla form out some bases. We've traded this name a little wild the last couple days, including going long yesterday and eventually getting, this is not yesterday, this is yesterday, then eventually getting this 200 break short. So I think if we're very specific and we wait for certain levels to develop, we'll be able to get into this one. 195 is a key level there. I mean, we're just going to have to wait. I don't want to sit here and call levels on Tesla. Let's let it trade down 8% here today. Doesn't surprise anybody, I would think. But hey, you know, the air's come out of the tires on these ones right here.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of options, right? With the market moving as it is, it's providing volatility. Now you've got Tesla moving as well. You've got CRM to the upside, big move to the upside. So even if you wanted to go short in the market, let's just say, you have an option to go long as well in a stock that is doing its own thing. So there's many options to work with. And for now, keep an eye. It just came across my screen there. It's early, obviously, but keep an eye on Snowflake. Snowflake's also falling off here, and Snowflake is about to hit an even level to the downside. So 140. Oh no, they cracked it overnight. Not overnight. Just now, actually. So just keep an eye on this. This is a decent move. An extension move that if this holds up after the open, this could be another stock to look at as well. We got a ton of options. So let's go back to Brendan there and let's see what he's got for us.
Hey. Yeah, we'll touch on Snowflake here. I was just mentioning this Tesla story is just pretty impressive. I mean, people were wanting, you know, rocks thrown at windows, and I mean, the more exciting story I think yesterday was that Elon was talking about creating another AI venture at some point to challenge this OpenAI thing. But I mean, give me your thoughts here. What was your take from that event?
I think it was anticlimactic if you were looking for details, but I think they really showed you and proved that they can continue with their long-term vision. Look what they said. It took us 12 years to build the first million cars and about 18 months to build the second million. The third million only took 11 months and then less than 7 months to build the fourth million. Why are they telling you all this? Because they want to scale to 20 million cars by 2030. So they're showing you, they're saying, hey, the proof is in the pudding, we can do it.
Yeah, we'll see if the stock can do anything today other than go down. Arun mentioned Snowflake. It's worth noting, guys, here's a long list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 negative moves from analysts on Snowflake coming off earnings today as well. Not good for Snowflake. Macy's, on the other hand, bucking the trend that we've seen from retailers so far to the upside. Better than expected holiday quarter for Macy's.
Yeah, retail. I mean, we have some bad apples in the retail space. I mean, we talked about Kohl's not doing too well there, the KSS, and then now full forecast above Wall Street estimates, margins higher, profit per share beat 367 versus 411 for the other way around. Analysts had 384, so it's a nice little move there to the upside. Hopefully, they can continue to beat on that. And then Macy's sees a 2023 sales between 23.7 to 24.2 compared to estimates of 24.29. So their forward-looking sales is a little bit lower than expected, but they said they expect to beat on EPS moving forward. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that we have a strong retail, segment here today. I mean, retail's been hit over the last little while. Macy's has not been performing well, especially on a daily chart. I'm surprised at this bump up today. I don't like the quarter that much. I mean, I'll have to do some more reading into it, but nothing that I saw was super outstanding. It's such a low margin game with retailers, especially in the United States. Everyone's always looking for that deal, and I mean, not just the United States, everywhere, and especially nowadays when you're seeing interest rates back to highs. What, the 10-year is 4%. Like, there's so much outside. I think the 30-year ticked to 4% today as well. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the consumer, and I just think Macy's, great number, but then I think it comes back down to reality there a little bit. So I'm kind of waiting for Pops to short this thing. It's only 7% short floats right now. So if you look, you just kind of got back into where we were before, 2250, 2260, but it's been getting hit here in the pre-market. So for me, I don't know. I wasn't super impressed with the quarter, but up 7% is nice. So I think if you're looking on a daily chart, we know that it's bouncing right there off the 50 period. And then for right now, You're below 22 bucks. You're below VWAP. I kind of think that if we can get back into this mid 22 range, we short it against some of these highs. So let's just wait to see what the market wants to do with Macy's. Remember, I talk about this all the time, Arun, and I know that you're very similar to this, and I know it because of how you talk about the futures. You know, regardless of what the news comes out on a specific stock or the futures in this example that I'm going to use with you, it's the level game. You know, and it's like you got to play the trend. One day, good news, Fed comes out and says something. Sure, it might spike the futures 100 points. It might drop them 100 points. But if it drops into your lap, into an area that you think is a support level, you buy those things, you know? And especially, and I don't want to talk about trends in the futures and how to play them and things like that. That's going to be Arun's thing. But I don't think retail's a very positive spot to be in right now. We've seen Amazon got hit. We saw Target and Walmart both sort of down off of their recent reports. So for me, I don't think Macy's is a canary in a coal mine. I think it's same as usual, and I want to short these names. So, you know, for me, Macy's continues to be a short, but that's pretty accurate, I think, right? For the way you kind of trade futures off levels?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say with Macy's is that if you were to pull up the daily chart on it, it is at the bottom end of its range. So even if you want to short it, you can't do it right now. It's going to have to be one of those things you got to wait for a little bit here. If it does, so if Macy's were to drop in, this is what the daily chart looks like.
Yeah.
If you go to a smaller chart, you can see this a little bit better. So, mostly sideways, and then we break up and come back down. If you catch a bid near the low 21s, I mean, you've got to respect the idea of a long near the bottom end of the range and force them to break the range to be wrong, right? So I think that's the play for today. The shorts are on the table if it goes all the way back up to where it was last night, or overnight at least, into the mid-20s, like you said. As long as we can get it into the 22.5 and higher, then there's a possibility that the risk makes sense up there for the shorts. In terms of longs, you got to bring it back down a little bit more, another 40, 50 cents, and then catch a bid. That makes sense on the long. So for now, at these prices, at 21.68, there's nothing you really can do. It's either going to go down a decent amount by 50 cents or so, or it goes up by a couple bucks or $1 to $2.
Guys, are we frozen?
To the upside.
Okay. No, I just want to say I see some people talking about the stream freezing there. So if the stream has frozen, just refresh it. I think we're probably okay right now. So Bears versus Bulls saying we're good. But we did freeze there for a second, Fahad and company. All right, back to you, Brendo.
I want to mention Apple here, guys. Downside a little bit this morning, I mean, with the overall market, about a full percent. Yeah, I mean, it's about the same right now for Apple, trying to bounce off 144, 143.5. This story kind of interesting this morning from the Wall Street Journal. So Apple has blocked so this is a third-party software developer's email app. So it's actually not Apple's email app that they have a problem with. But so this third-party software developer's email app has ChatGPT integration, and Apple's worried about some inappropriate content here.
Yeah, and the threshold is high here, Breno, because it relates to something to do with children. So always quick to intervene on that. I'm not a big fan of interventionism, but in this case, it looks appropriate. The app is called Bluemail, and it's made by a developer called Blix. So we'll see what comes of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's more, we bring this up simply more because I saw a lot of people talking about it. Oh, it's Apple blocking ChatGPT, and it's not at all. It's just a third-party app developer that they're trying to protect consumers from.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, comes new technology, comes new responsibilities and things like that. There are going to be some malicious softwares out there, and you know, that unfortunately that's just going to be par for the course, right? I don't think this affects Microsoft by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think it affects Apple. I don't, you know, this is just what it is, right? I mean, Microsoft, I just talked about being in a trend position here with the Rune. You know, you're down from 275 down to 245 right now, just continues to bleed out, right? I hate to say this, but I talked about it, that this whole move up was on a $10 billion investment in ChatGPT. This is what this move was. Their quarter came and wasn't that great. We know it. Everyone saw their Q. Wasn't fantastic. They mentioned ChatGPT. Everybody started writing stuff with ChatGPT. It's the next greatest thing. Mark Benioff. We're going to get to Salesforce. They're implementing AI into everything. AI itself is going up or now down. And, you know, everybody, BuzzFeed started it. I remember we came in here and they're like, oh, we're getting AI to write our articles for us. Boom, to the north side, right? So everything got going. Now Microsoft's coming back down to life a little bit here. The rates are still out of control for the tech names. And quite frankly, it's a little bit embarrassing that a lot of us didn't get out of some of these names on the upside. So we'll wait to see. Microsoft today, though, is stronger than the market. I still like tech names, but honestly, man, I mean, we talked about the futures, and a shout out to Dan Emmons again from 11,960, I think, 11,906 yesterday on the NASDAQ, down here to 11,830 was another level, and you broke through that again. And we talked about the NASDAQ being down to 12,000. We talked about that at the beginning of the week, that we were going to see this number. So the fact that it's down here does not surprise me. That's back-to-back days now where you're going to be down significantly. I think it might be 3 days in a row now that you're around this 1% mark all day. I think tech has had its day here a little bit, and now it's time to pay the piper for some of these moves upside. So, I'm not overly bullish. Good, checks our guy, it's still a bear. And so, I don't know, Apple, we can check out Apple, but for me, Microsoft still remains a short. Let's just wait to see what the market does here. If you can get anything, as long as we're above 250, below 250, I think it's a short. 247 right there, 247.50. Apple, its friend in ChatGPT land, I guess, right here on that story, still down with the market. And as long as Apple's below 150, we're shorting that name as well. So there are some key levels. I got to get the sticky note up. I'm going to do that in a second. But for right now, I want to remain short everything. Apple is hovering around this 50 period, which is 142 on our system. So I'd say you got to get ready for this. We could break lower. We've had some nice highs here, and now it's time to pay downside a little bit. So everybody that was bullish, you had your run, and now I think it's time, if it hasn't been all week, for the bears to come out and roar. Do bears roar?
Yeah.
Is that a roar?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like lions roar. Bears growl. What is the right terminology for a bear?
We'll just say roar.
Roar. Okay,
sure.
This is kind of a
Yeah.
almost says roar. Hey, now it's Raheem in the house.
All right,
yeah, what do you got?
Going back to the market itself, we're thinking negative because the market's down right now, but it's not decisive. Like, we broke down. Yesterday, I had marked off 39.45. We bounced off of it. I slid that level down to 39.40 for today. I come in today, and we're underneath it, but we're catching a decent amount of action underneath 39.40. So we're kind of stuck here. We're not willing to get up to 50. We're also not willing to go through 30. So at this point, I would just wait this one out. I mean, I don't want to commit too much to either side because I don't have enough. This could catch a bid here in the low 30s, or we could go into the 40s and catch an offer. So until we get more clarity, I don't think I'm going to build any equity positions, definitely not a futures position right now, because this market does have time. There's a lot between now. It's another 45 minutes or so between now and the open. So things can change as we get closer to the open, but for now, nothing happening. And going back to one of the comments there about NVIDIA from one of our members who's been here for a while, NVIDIA has been trending. I mean, the market's been trending too, right, to the downside for the most part. But keep in mind, 220 is right there. 220 is also an area where on the day that we popped off here from the 205 point, 220 was a location where we kind of hesitated a little bit. Between 220 and 224, we're here now, but I'm going to say 220. So the fact that we're down to that little zone, there could be a buy into this trend, but the problem is if you're going long against the trend, you got to be careful because it can get dangerous very quickly. So what I would wait for in this situation, we have the location, now you need the setup, and the setup isn't in place just yet for a long if you're thinking long. If you're thinking short, probably price it higher than versus where it is now, because going for a short against the buy zone is probably not the best idea. So for now, again, just like the market, I would kind of wait on this one. It goes higher, you have a chance for a short. It goes lower, and it sets up, there's a long on the table there for you as well. But for NVIDIA, I mean, you got to respect the trend for the current time at least.
All right, I just want to talk before as we get guests set up here. You know, Tesla right now is trying to get going a little bit. I mean, we do have a decent bottom. It looks like at 186 that was formed on okay volume. I mean, we dropped down at 8 o'clock. There's always some dark prints and some trades executed at 8 o'clock. So you do see a big candle right there at 8 a.m. But then if you sort of zoom back out here, well, I guess that's not going to, the zoom's not going to help because then we get that volume from yesterday. But the volume picked up a little bit down here in the pre-market, and it all happened sort of at these bottoms, and then you whooshed up a little bit. But the thing is that, hold on, I want to get it so you can see. There you go. That's a little bit better. So you know, this move up is not on as much volume as this move was to the downside. So let's just see if we get back down here. Let's see if we can hold this 186. I don't think I'm going to go long in the pre-market because I don't want to get that bias of being long and like just having to commit to it. But it's a little light on the volume here on this move back to the upside, but was really strong on the way down. There's only one green candle in here that matches the volume of this red. So I just feel like, you know, there is some sell pressure in here around 187, 187.50. We're also bouncing off VWAP here at 188. And you can use some of these levels now, including VWAP in the 50 period, because Tesla's done 6 million shares. So it's a pretty legitimate pre-market right now. And just looking at it, I kind of like this trade. Let's see if it can hold, let's see if it can hold that 185 there. That's going to be a level to look at off the open. I don't think we'll be here at the open. You know, to speed that we're going to be in this $2 range, probably not. But let's see, Tesla is showing a little bit of strength, bouncing off there with some nice downside volume coming into that name. So I kind of like that play. We're going to wait to see. We do have the 50 period right here at 183. So that's probably bounce level worthy as well. I don't know if you guys, we already have that poll in right now. And I don't know what you think, Arun, but I said yes. I think Tesla will be down 10% today. It's only down 7 right now. If you break that 185, then I do think that that we go lower. Nat Gas, I see today. You know, one name that's been a crazy name that I was like, you know what? At some point, maybe Nat Gas has to get going a little bit. And if you took anything on this BOIL ETF, I mean, you want to talk about something boiling up right now. This name right here, it got absolutely destroyed. But this is a daily chart. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight up days. And right now, taking down that $7, we had to zoom in to get this kind of a look because, Arun, if you zoom back out, I don't know if you've been watching Nat Gas, but this is sort of what's been going on. This is $130 up here. This is $7 down there. So yeah, big time movement in this ETF as it continues to be a little while. But all right. You want to talk about Nat Gas?
Let me say something about Nat Gas before we go over to the desk. When I was on last with Neil, somebody sent a super chat regarding Nat Gas, and they said they were in a position and wondering how to manage it. And I was just like, well, if it's trending hard, let it trend until the trend is broken. I'm pulling up the daily on the Nat Gas. I mean, at this point, if you were making money from all the way from $4 to $5 and you took it all the way down to 2, it's pretty clear at this point the trend is broken. So this is kind of one of those easy trades where you trend it all the way until the trend is broken. Now clearly they bounce off of 2. They're back above that 260, 270. At this point, it's time to walk away, I would think. Take your wins, because now it gets messy. It can go through 3, come back down to 2, whatever. You can set up a brand new trade with this. But definitely, in terms of Nat Gas, we might have to keep an eye on this one for potential trades to the upside now. For the last little bit, it's been leaking. Let's see if we can get some trades going on the upside as well. I'm looking specifically at the Nat Gas futures contract, not necessarily an ETF. So if you guys are in that, you guys can follow along as well. But like Sean was showing, BOIL and all the other ETFs, UNG, they do follow Nat Gas as well. And we'll go to Brandon at the desk.
Now it's place to begin.
All right, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group's back. As mentioned, for discussion, we'll continue the talk. Actually, the guys were mentioning both natural gas and energy markets in general. It's been a crazy year and a half. I guess you got to go back to the end of last summer to find the top of natural gas. We've come off 80+% since then, back to I mean, levels where a lot of people obviously looking to get involved.
Yeah. And with the oil market, you've seen what the oil market has done. You know, during COVID, you couldn't give away an oil company.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, and since then, these companies have come back. They've reduced debt. They've done share buybacks because the price of oil has gone where it's gone. And Alberta actually just yesterday, which is a province here in Canada, announced their budget. And because of what is happening with the price of oil, they have a massive budget surplus going on. So you're going to see a lot of spending initiatives being taken on by governments as well as companies that can reflect off of the price of oil. Now, to your point on Nat Gas, does Nat Gas follow the same thing that's happened in oil? If you want to take a thesis around what's happening in the war in the Ukraine, if you want to take a thesis on other countries that are going to need access to gas, and whether that's a country in Europe, whether that's countries like Canada and US that can supply to other countries in the world, and all of that is all predicated with China also coming back. So what do those markets all mean? The price of oil has obviously been impacted by China coming back on, as well as other countries ramping up initiatives. So will Nat Gas follow that trend is to be seen.
All right, our job is then to find opportunities as to how we can maybe get some exposure to this and take advantage of what is to potentially come. You wanted to mention Baytex just to start things off. Dual listed, but well, this is the Canadian listing here, guys. BTE, great looking chart, obviously. I mean, one that has benefited from a bounce back since the beginning of the year. Some M&A activity, though, for Baytex this week.
Yeah, so they just announced a acquisition of a company in Texas. So they're going to do $13.31 cash and 7.49 shares of Baytex per share of Ranger. So off of most M&A deals, as you'll normally see, Baytex moves down, Ranger moves up. Where will this eventual price settle is to be seen again. But if you want to take a look at some of those opportunities, and we can talk about that in a second, just on that region, you will start to see a lot more activity happening in that sort of South Texas Permian Basin region because of its access to other markets and being able to use storage capacity that's down there. So you might start to see a bit of an uptake in acquisitions in that region. So if you guys want to do your homework, there are a number of companies that are located there. You may want to poke around and see which ones may be candidates.
And as we were saying, taking advantage of some of the incentives
Yes.
in relation to that space. BTE, both sides of the border, guys. So if you're looking in the U.S. as well, there's a few others we can jump into. Tourmaline, talk about that one. TOU.
Yeah, so Tourmaline will follow, like I said, when we look at some of the larger cap names, Tourmaline's going to follow where the price of oil has typically gone. So, it's trading around $60 right now. It went as low as 45 in the last 52 weeks, and up at about $84 as what's its 52-week high. And again, we're looking at this, if you look at this relative to the last 3 years, very interesting to look at. If you look at what they've done, they just announced their results yesterday.
Yeah.
So you're going to see 500,000 BOE per day. That's up 14%, and they have cash flow of just about $5 billion. So that's a nice little healthy number, up 67% from 2021.
I mean, what bear market? When you look at some of these charts, it's amazing. Sharif, you had a note on that as well.
Yeah, so interesting. I've been following Boyle, I've been following UNG, some of the stocks we talk about on the midday show. And these commodities are always so politically connected.
Yeah.
Is there something specific you're looking for, to kind of say, okay, well, here comes the trend change? Because I remember the German chancellor visited Trudeau and he was trying to get an energy deal. And there's some political conflicts a little bit there,
Yeah, I think that definitely happens. And actually, we were just talking off camera about the new IRA initiatives announced by Biden. And on the back of that, companies are now looking to take advantage of some of those initiatives to clean up, obviously, the energy infrastructure market. Enbridge, which is a large Canadian company here, trading around $51, healthy dividend. They just announced 3.3 billion Canadian they're going to spend in the U.S. on the back of these Biden initiatives. So a lot of it is politically driven because of where governments are willing to put incentives for companies that are willing to spend their own capital. So you'll see things around, like we just talked about, carbon capture. You'll see things around storage and nat gas, and storage of that for sure.
There's a lot of little ones that can kind of fall in this category as well. Petrus was one of those. I also wanted to mention this. Talk about Petrus here first, and then we'll jump into some mining names, because, hey, there's a giant mining conference going on this week in Toronto.
Petrus is a small little one if you want to take a look at it. Like, again, it's trading at about $1.80, just off its 52-week lows of $1.40, went all the way up to $3.30. It's continued to put out its results. They are up 150% since, on the production side, 150% since Q3 of 22. So in the last 5 quarters, they've really increased their production and continued to use the capital that they've appreciated on the fact of the higher oil prices, put that back into the company.
7, or what was it? I guess 20, 30 cents going back to the beginning of 2022. We're at $2.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, there's the other one, the Valero that we just talked about as well.
Unreal.
Yeah, down at 40 cents, goes up to 2.10, up to $3 actually, so trading around 2.10 because of the fact they've got acquisitions in Thailand that are producing $30 million of free cash flow.
All right, PDAC is in town.
It is.
Talk to us about what is that all about, and what do people need to know?
The miners descend from all over the world. They come here, and Toronto becomes the epicenter of all things mining. So anyone that wants to visit Toronto this weekend, don't, because
all the hotels are booked.
All the hotels are booked, and they are charging exorbitant rates, which is a free market society thing to do.
Yeah.
So all the bars, all the restaurants, everything is full of mining people. So if you are out in Toronto this weekend, chances of you running into a gold miner is pretty high. So
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be all around and about. So if you want to sound really smart, just start talking about gold and acquisitions and throw out the fact that you have a property somewhere in Ontario that you're looking to sell.
Maybe there's a few even watching.
Yeah, but it was interesting actually. Goldman put out a note saying the car companies should be careful when they're making acquisitions, looking at the critical battery metals and things like that. So a lot of companies like Tesla are announcing initiatives to look into that. So we'll see how this next couple of days plays out. Typically, mining companies, if you want to take a look at some of the smaller ones, start to announce things right around this week,
right,
because of the fact they want to catch the wave while you've got 50,000 people in town talking mining. So there are a lot of things around gold, copper, shortages on supply that are going to start to be an interesting issue as companies look at acquisitions, and then on the lithium and battery metal side.
Sounds like a recap is needed maybe the next time we have you here.
For sure.
Sounds good. Rahim Alani is Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. If you're out and around the city this weekend, guys, watch out for all the mining-related people in town this weekend.
That's right, guys. That's where we're from.
Yeah, you got to Toronto. Yeah, you're right here. If you was wondering,
these mugs surprised me. These were brand new mugs. I didn't know we had them in the kitchen. Pretty cool.
Those are absolutely brand new mugs. I've never seen that mug before.
Yep.
All right, shout out. You got the Rogers or Sky Dome, I like to call it, on there.
We're gonna keep it the
Tower.
Sky Dome. That's what I know. For anyone who knows baseball, I'm sure Neil talks about it enough. Now it's called the Rogers Center, but Sky Dome is the original.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stick with that.
I like the Sky Dome too. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls. I agree, man. Best moderator on YouTube, and thanks for Rahim Alani from OCI Group there, coming through, talking all about nat gas there, talking about some metals, and there is more than just technology names here in the market. So I like to focus on that. It is nice to have a different guest coming through, giving you some new ideas. One thing that Michael Noss and Rahim has talked about in the past as well is gold, right? And if you look at Barrick Gold right here, it's been getting hit on the daily as far as I know, but maybe we're bouncing off a nice little level here. Come on, charts, let's go. I'm talking gold here now, not meta. Nice little move to the downside right now. We've been there's been a lot of people talking about gold for a while, bouncing off $16. I looked at this last week and was like, you know what, I don't have any gold in my portfolio, probably worth buying. So we're buying some here off 16. This has been a nice little level right there for Barrick Gold. I think you got to have some diversification, especially now with, we talked about the 10-year, the 30-year being at 4%, the 6-month being at 6 month being at 5%, I think. I'll have to check that out. And I just think that you got to get some money out of cash and maybe into a little bit of gold as well here to spread out some diversification. So nice move down on this one. I like Barrick Gold down here at about $15. But yeah, you were talking nat gas before. Rahim talked about a little bit there, BTE, and a few names that are in play there. There's more mining other than crypto mining in this world. So that's what I should have asked them. Was PDAC, are they focused on Bitcoin mining at all, or just? I know. Yeah, no, that's complete opposite. I think they're actually mining real things and metals and whatnot. So thanks for Rahim for bringing that out. And yeah, if you ever want to check it out, PDAC, great opportunity. I don't know if Brendan's heading out there or not, but I know Rahim will be there, and we'll get some updates on that for next week or 2 weeks. We see him every 2 weeks.
Show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. TTV, promo code, will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Let's get into everything else we need to know here as far as what is to come this morning. We don't even have to bring in Arun remotely now. I love when he's in the building. Talk to us about the futures here, Arun. What are we looking at today?
All right, let's go right to my charts. This is the 15. I'll put up the 15. Let's go with the 30. I want some more value. Okay, or for more action here. Okay, so this is kind of what we've been dealing with. And this is what I like to do when I look at charts, right? I'm just like, okay, where can I put some levels down? Now, as of yesterday morning, I came in, I put in 45, which happened to be pretty much where the market turned. So great. Upside, we had 90. That was the high, and then we have 15 above that, which sits about here. So given that the market bounced right off of 45, I like to be accurate, but not that accurate. I don't want to be, that's a little too close for me. So I'm going to move that one down to 40. So now we have 40 and 90 coming into the day. What do we do overnight? We break 90. Okay, so now I know I have a bottom end break. Where can I put my stop? In the event I start a short, where can I put my stop? I'm thinking 55, which is right above here. That lets me play from the previous support levels, or where we more bounced between 45 to 50. That should act as resistance now on the way back up. Let's see if we can work with that. Now it bounced there once and then came right back down. Issue is we're catching a bid below 30. So now I have to throw some respect towards 25 as well to the downside. Actually, no, not 25, 20 to the downside. So now we're stuck between 20 and 55. So what do you do in a situation where the market's stuck? You got to wait for something either to make sense. You have to wait for something to make sense in terms of risk. It either goes up high enough so you can set up a short, or it goes down low enough so you can set up a long. So all I'm essentially going to do is going to be waiting for shorts up there, waiting for longs down there, let it play in the middle. I'm not going to mess around. This is where you lose a lot of money by trying to play inside the middle. Let's see if we can get near the top, set up a short, or let's get near the bottom, set up a long. Below 30 or above 40 is pretty much where we're going to play. Inside of 30, not so much. If we get close enough and I see that we're starting to really struggle around 40 and there's a decent offer there that we can actually spin around and go for the short, I may not wait all the way up into the 40s, but I may step down a little bit. But again, you've got to make that judgment call as the market's trading, depending on how much volume is coming in, where the resistance levels are, and if they're moving. Because keep in mind, I can draw this, but this will start moving as the market opens because now new participants are coming in and starting to establish where they want to play. Just because you see it on the chart this well established like this does not mean that this zone here, this sell zone, may not move down to this after half an hour or something like that. And that way you do have to adjust as the market adjusts as well. For now, we're going to start with these levels. 55 up top, 20 down below, playing shorts north of 40 if they set up, playing long south of 30 if they set up, and we're not going to play anything inside the middle, and that's pretty much it. I'm here today, so if I do take a trade, I'll let you guys know, and we can go from there. But for the time being, I'm just waiting for this market to kind of establish what it wants to do. At the same time, I'm keeping an eye on CRM as well. CRM 195, it keeps flirting with it, but refuses to actually hold up above it. This may go right into the open, and this may be a quick move, either north of 195 or an aggressive sell-off here as they double top.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning. Make sure you grab that every single day. Use the QR code, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free every day before we come on at 8:30. That lands in your inbox. Let's jump into everything else you need to know. Watch list, guys, brought to you by, or the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alert system used by everyone you see on the show, and most people in this room, in fact. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link at the bottom there. For 20% off, Trader TV 20. Get you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss. 7.8% currently downside for, Tesla disappoints with this investor event. I think it was kind of a make or break as far as the cheaper model or any additional products to come were concerned. As I said, people were wanting a big event, a big, flashing lights and windows being shattered as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, a lot of the talk that we had yesterday was about Tesla expanding its market share into the cheaper segment. So by not making that announcement, by not giving any sort of confirmation to that, that puts it all up in the air.
All right, we got to go back to, I guess, the end of last year to really beginning of this year as well to find some significant levels here, guys. Where's the trade on Tesla today?
Mic was off.
No idea whose mic was off there, but someone's mic was off. Okay, so what we were talking about was, that was probably Prad's fault. Yeah, let's just blame Prad for that one again. So whose mic was off? Sharif's mic was off. So come on, Sharif. Looks good in a pink shirt, though. All right, so we're talking a little bit about Tesla there. A little disappointing yesterday. I was looking for that new model. I think we all were looking for a little something more than what came through. There was some talk about the Cybertruck coming in Q3. That's nice. They've revamped sort of the interior of it. I was just talking with Randy about it a little bit here for Tesla. But it's like what goes up must come down. Tesla, we just talked about it. Barcoding for a bit right here over the last couple of days, waiting for this event. Event comes, and I'm guessing nothing to go long on, and that's really the whole problem. And I put that in my sticky note there that you're going to break below this 185, and I think that puts us down to that 10% mark. But here it comes back in right now. Look, I still think Tesla is a winner in this environment. I mean, batteries, they have the margin, they have the batteries, they have the products, they're diversifying, like I said, with the truck. I feel like there's gonna be another model coming through still. And let's just wait to see, like, if it can hold this 185, great, but it's gonna be under pressure today. There's a lot of bears in Tesla, just as many bulls as there are bears. There's probably more bulls than bears, but this does not give a reason for anybody to like say, yeah, let's go in there and buy Tesla. I just think it needs to come down a little bit, test something like this 170 area. We are starting to break lower here. It just bounced off VWAP. We talked about like trying to use some levels here today to play off of. Well, there's VWAP right there at 190. Here it is again at 188. And here's the fall back into 185 again. I think we take that. We probably start to move a little bit lower. I want to fade pops, and it looks like right now we can use 188. So for everybody that was like, everyone's going to get burned on Tesla back down to 70, I don't think there was any real negative. If the coffee's okay, I'll take it. Yesterday was, I don't know. Let's try one. Thanks, Randy. I just don't think there was too much in there. I mean, I read through our notes as well, and we don't have much on the sticky note about, too many positive things here. Plans to cut assembly costs, that's great news. New plant in Mexico, we sort of already knew about that. But again, it's that no mention of that more affordable car. And I think that Tesla gets hit today, and we probably go down more than 10%.
Okay, so my take on Tesla is quite different, actually. So I'm not going to go into the news of it. That's for people that want to make decisions based on the news. I'm going to go straight to the charts, right? And for me, what the charts tell me is that there's a support zone down here. Support zone south of 190 into 180. If we lost 180, yeah, I'd be a little worried about Tesla being on the, going for shorts on Tesla. That would make more sense to me. Given that we're sitting at 185, though, going down to 180, that should be a big zone that we can catch up on the long here. Now, this is pretty much how you have to play this is, at least the way I'm going to play this is, there's a zone, Tesla's coming in hot on the sell side, so you back off. If it ever actually stabilizes inside of that zone, you have the long. Would I want to go for the short against it? Probably not. That's a dangerous way to play. But at the same time, if it's going to move this aggressively, and we've seen Tesla do a turn on a dime situation before, it's done that. So we know that it's possible. So let's see how Tesla wants to react when it gets to south of 185. Right now it's 186.5. Momentum after the open probably will carry it. If the momentum carries it hard enough that we break 180, that's a problem, and then you really got to consider the idea of the shorts. But for now, I'm going to keep an eye on the zone. Let's see how Tesla reacts there. If we set up on the buy, it's going to be a long for me against the 180 and see if we can't get it back into the 190s. And this is all based on what the daily is showing here. This is consolidation at the right spot for an expansion. Let's see if we get that expansion north of 120 or 220.
All right, just quickly, guys, Coinbase under pressure here. A little bit of volume coming in downside. It's already down 5%, but we're going to get to Silvergate. But Coinbase is coming out saying they have stopped initiating payments to or from Silvergate. So another move to the downside, 5.5% for Coin. CRM, on the other hand, heading the opposite direction in a big way today. Huge report for them right across the board. Everything was good. Buyback increase. They said all the right things. Cost cutting. I was just reading they've added 5 new board members in the past 16 months. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's 5 activist investors involved in this stock right now.
I can tell you who they are right now.
And this is a Dow name. This is crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think they've dealt with the last little period well, from the double CEO to Mark Benioff being on his own. They've got Third Point, Elliott Management, Starboard, and Value Act Capital now getting in that mix. But it was all about efficiency on this report, Brendo. The 7,000 layoffs that accounted for 10% of their workforce, the disbanding of the mergers and acquisitions board that they had there, and the expansion of the share buyback program. So looks like, they're doing all the right things.
Almost like they were told what needed to be said during this report, guys. Nevertheless, I mean, this is a huge move for Salesforce.
I mean, I think it's up and away, right, for this name. I mean, now you're breaking out low, you're breaking out higher. I love the fact that activists are in here. Whether or not they start dumping their shares, we'll be able to see that on the tape if this really makes a move to the downside here. But wow, 165 up to, I mean, you're not expecting a 17% move in CRM unless it's downside. So, I mean, great move. We broke out through these levels. I mean, I I already know what Arun's going to say, so let's just try to say something maybe a little bit different. But you know, you're right back into this August level of 195, and that's right where we're at right now, and we keep bouncing off of that. So I'm along. I mean, I'm along on this. I mean, you know, not to steal something from Arun, but regardless of what all these numbers are. You know, Salesforce, Mark Benioff is back in the building. He's one of my favorite CEOs. Was always there, but not now. Now it's solely there. Don't have to worry about a dual CEO. They're talking all about AI. They're talking about their Slack purchase that they made years ago. 712 and 714 versus 584 on the EPS. I mean, it's a huge beat, man. Plus, they're talking about cutting jobs 10%. Like, this is just like booming. Like, it's just like everything that, like Brendan said, everything that you want to hear is in this report today. So it's a big move for Salesforce. I think it continues here. And I wrote down on the sticky note, like, just basically buy dips. I put down 190 where we consolidated a little bit, but I don't think we're going to get down there. So what you have to do is put Salesforce on your radar, keep it up as on a level 2 there, and let's just try to trade it on any dips. I'd like to take a break almost even as soon as the market opens. You're above VWAP, you're above the 50 period right now on Salesforce. And yeah, I'm a little nervous. Thank you, Randy, my friend, there for everything and for fixing the bear. But I like CRM upside today, and I think it's just a matter of taking breakouts probably, and I think we'll look back and say we missed this breakout. But on earnings, I want to wait for a dip. Someone will sell. Somebody will come in and sell these shares. We did have a moment, this kind of reminds me of a Meta moment, where Meta just blew out and then just kept on going the rest of the day. I could see this at $2 today, man. I mean, we could get to 200, and then I think I'll look back and say, why didn't we buy something like right here, right now? I don't know, man. Do we start to buy 194s? It's just the market's down 1%, and this huge tech name. I mean, they're CRM, right? I mean, this is what they do. It's software, it's everything. It's hard for me to go long, but Arun, I think the long is the right play.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I want to wait for is this 195. Given how much they're struggling with it, the fact that they're not backing down is a good sign. But the way it's setting up, it seems like the timing of a break is going to happen right off the open, which is a very tough time to catch a trade. So we are going to catch along. What I'm thinking is 916 now, 925, we should have NASDAQ imbalances. That should kind of give the market a jolt there if it is to the upside, and CRM does react to it, even though it's not in the NASDAQ. If it does react to it and it gets above 195, I might take a shot at the long there. The thing that in situations like this where the chart looks so obvious, the only thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that it ends up being a false break reversal, and those are aggressive to the downside. So if we get that 195, everyone's looking for that expansion. What happens if you hit the sell button south of 194? It opens the door all the way back to 190. That's the problem. So I'm going to say 190 is marked off there, but that 195 long is on the table. I wouldn't go short here, but I do want to keep an eye on this to see how it breaks it. Are we going to get a solid move? Are we going to have to do it off the open? If we're going to have to do it off the open, it's a little too dangerous for me. Even if it goes to $200, I'm okay missing that $5 move. That's fine. The risk on this trade gets astronomically higher if the long break happens at 930. So for now, 195, keep an eye on this one. See if we get that move before the market opens, preferably around 925 when the NASDAQ imbalances come out. If you don't get it, at least for me, if I don't get it, then I probably will wait on this one until about 5-10 minutes after we get opened up and then settle in a little bit before going for the long, if it's still available.
All right, let's go on to Macy's here. A few from the retail sector coming through this morning. Best Buy, another one. But Macy's surprising, it seems like everyone, with better than expected results. Holiday quarter comes through nicely. You found a good note on their margins sticking in. Yeah. No cost cutting coming through for Macy's like others have.
No. They're holding the line on promotions. They didn't cost cut like some of the other retailers had to do who had a glutton of inventory that they had to move. They're also, but it's kind of gloomy outlook, which is to be expected, Brendo. 1 to 3% decline expected for the 2023 year, Brendo.
All right, forward monthly sales numbers just coming through here, a little better than expected, guys. So a little uptick here. For F, trying to get back up to 1250, which was sticking point yesterday for Ford as well.
And I really wish we were able to hold shorts overnight and stuff, man. We had that Coinbase yesterday at 65 or something. It's just getting crushed here down today. We had Alibaba short yesterday, 92. I mean, all these names. I've been thinking short for a very long time, so I'm going to have a hard time buying Macy's here today. They guided 367 to 411 when their estimate was 384. That's kind of in line. And they also guided lower sales, and they talked about having to maybe look at their promotions to make sure they protect their margins. You want to get rid of promotions, then you're going to see customers walking out of the store. But Macy's is also a real estate play as well. I like Macy's. I don't think that they're anything too exciting right now. If you're looking on a daily chart, you're kind of just in the middle right here. I'm not super excited. Me and Arun had already talked about this name. I think if we can get up to $23.50, $24 today on a move, I mean, I don't think we get there. You're only up 6% right now. So up to 23 maybe if we can get there, and then look at 23.50. I don't know. I want to fade any pops in this name, but at the same time there is a bottom here as well of 20 to 20.50. So I don't know. Macy's, although it's on my sticky note here, or no, it's not on here. I wrote it on a little one here about the 23.50, but honestly, I'm not super excited about it. It's only 1.23 million shares, and the reason why I have this up is it's a New York name, and it's not even on here. And it reported. So there's such a lack of interest. At least CRM is on here with only 100,000 shares, but it's a $200 name. This is $16 and nuts, $21, and it's not on here. I'm not super excited about this. I feel like there's better trades to come than Macy's, but on a nice move upside, if we do somehow fall into this 2050 area, which isn't that far away at this point, man, you could drop $1 even off open, then I think it's worth buying into yesterday's move. So, I'm not super excited about Macy's here today. I know a lot of you probably are, but not when Silvergate's doing what it's doing. Coinbase is having some moves. We're really like CRM. I really like, are we going to talk about Meta? No, we're not. I haven't even looked at NEO. That's on the board as well. Meta here, I like Meta with a short as well, coming up to 173. I'm actually waiting at 174 for a short on Meta, right into that bottom right there of 174 from yesterday morning. So I don't know. I'm not too interested in Macy's. What say you?
I mean, pretty much, we talked about this earlier. It's in a buy zone. It's stuck somewhere where I don't want to trade. It's 2170 and change. Not necessarily. The buy zone sits much lower. So if we can come down to the 21 mark, then I'll start to nibble a little bit if it sets up, right? 21 against the lows south of 20. Yeah, that's a possibility. That makes sense towards that 22.5 into 23. If it doesn't want to go anywhere else, let's just say it sticks around 22 to 21, that's a dead zone for me. I'm not trading Macy's at all inside there. So if we can get above that into the 22 halves and we start getting closer to the top end level here, at least the first one, the second one's going to be much further apart, but the first one sits at about 23. So if we can get into that 22 half into 23, sure, I'll take a look at a short. Given where we are right now, though, we need to come down at least 50 to 60 cents to start looking at potential longs, and that's just because we're sitting near the base south of 20. So it's not a high priority name. I can put some alerts out. We'll see if we can't. The range is, from top to bottom, is about $3 if I want to play it. So I think I'm going to prioritize other names first, specifically if we can get some futures action, either north of 40 or south of 30. But for now, I think Macy's is there, but not a high priority name to be looked at.
All right, more potential fallout, FTX fallout in the form of SI coming through this morning. Big move to the downside. On this sentence, essentially, this was all you need to know. They're delaying their annual report, and they said they're evaluating their ability to continue operating as a going concern after reporting unreal $1 billion loss in 3 months.
Yeah, they've had a run on the bank, so to speak, or a run on the crypto bank, whatever you want to call it, as well as the forced sales of their securities to meet client withdrawals after the FTX saga in November. Brendo, they raised additional debt in January and February by issuing debt securities. So I wonder, what the viability of those securities are for the debt holders.
Yeah, it was only, I feel like a couple of weeks ago, we were still talking about those forced sales coming through for SI as well. Just unreal. Worth noting here, guys, Ford back to this high from yesterday as well. Delayed reaction on that number that came out there for Ford, but nice move anyways. Where is SI headed today?
82% short float. That's what we just saw right there from SI Partner, or not SI Partners, S3 Partners estimates over 80% short on this. I think it's going up. I mean, honestly, I tried to buy $7 earlier this morning, and unfortunately I was at 7.05. It only went down to 7.16 there, just looking to buy it off that bottom. I think it's squeezable here, back up to the upside. I mean, it's a complete disaster. Are they going to go bankrupt? Yes, they probably are. Coinbase already pausing withdrawals or accepting, I don't know, whatever that note was there. I just think the more we go here, the worse it is for crypto, the worse it is for all the players involved. I wish I could have still been short Coinbase from yesterday. Coinbase continues to be a dumpster fire. And I was telling everybody, like when Coinbase was up at like what, $80 or $90 last week, right here, that was a huge selling opportunity. I'm not even in this name, but I don't like the space. I don't. And I'm going to continue to be negative on it. But as far as SI is concerned, again, you know, we can always go back. You can blow up any charts you want. We're below its past lows again. I know Neil's holding a little bit of this. I hope he didn't buy any more. I was talking about that. I don't think he did. But this has been an absolute dumpster fire from like $300 all the way to the downside. It kind of reminds me of some of the crypto names that people trade, like Solana or Luna or any of those other names. Well, not Luna. Luna's gone to zero. But some of these other names that just keep getting destroyed. This was a very, very fun name to trade, and it might be that today again. 6 million shares. Let's watch it. I still think we make a move down to 7. I paid for shorts. They're not very expensive, so we're able to borrow them no problem. I still think this goes back up to the upside here, and let's just look for a blowout of $8, man. I think we go long on 8, and we see where we go from there, man. Maybe we can catch 50 cents, something like that. I don't want to go long. Arun and I have to be flat at the end of every single day, so this is by no means a commentary on you know, holding this for a long term. It's Throwback Thursday, Arun, and I don't know, this is me 20 years ago. So my layout, as you can see, pretty much the exact same, and I'm in right there. I don't know if you can't really see it, but I'm in 4 positions or 5 positions. Thanks to Greg for pointing that out. This is my order log. It's littered with orders. So although things change, like lack of hair and everything like that, probably put on a couple, you know, other than that, man, look, you see this calculator? You see that calculator right there, Arun? Look at this calculator. Okay, so here we go. Look, you see what this is? What is that called? Is that called a sticky note?
It's called a Post-it note.
It's a Post-it note, right. So there you go, man. So not, you know, things have changed, but they haven't. You know, wiser, older, maybe not wiser, but it's Throwback Thursday. And how long have you been trading? Me, it's about 22 years.
06.
So 06. So you do the math.
Do the math, yeah.
That is. Let's go with 17.
Yeah.
All right. Any thoughts on SI besides?
One thing I do want to say before we're kind of running short on time here with SI. I know you mentioned 82% short float. The thing with short floats is they're great to keep in mind, but they only make a difference if you can get the stock to a panic point, right? If the stock gets to a panic point, then the short float makes a difference because shorts means what? Stops. A lot of people are short. They're going to put stops somewhere. What's the panic point on a move like this on SI? I'm thinking, okay, if we get above 10, it's a problem because that can accelerate very, very quickly, especially if you have a major short float like that. As it's trending down, though, I mean, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't want to short pops here into that 8.5 to $9. See if we can't fade that through the top, and if it gets north of 10. That's an issue, and then you walk away from it and hopefully maybe even flip to a long and then see if you can ride that accelerated move to the upside. So just keep in mind, I think for now, SI is trending down and we are making a move, but we do have a couple bucks to the upside before we actually get to that panic point, which could turn this into a long.
Why or something? The ticker. Anyways, we're talking about YouTube. Let's talk about NIO. We got onto NIO, or we got onto YouTube because we were talking about NIO here. Downside again today. Earnings yesterday were not good. There was probably 7, 8, or 9 analyst moves to the downside today. JP Morgan with a downgrade on this. I mean, this is teetering at, you want to go back there if you could? Thanks. This level right here is, I mean, come and gone already. We're getting to a point where there's not much left here for NIO.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of bottom side just looking at that chart. Kind of a weird little stat here, guys. I'll throw this at you. Revenue up 60% on the year, but gross profit down 63% of the year, largely due to what Brendo brought to my attention. A lot of spending on R&D, Brendo, up 117% on the year is spending on R&D.
Yeah, so you can drive through to get your battery swapped, but not good so far, guys, for NIO.
And actually, I said I hadn't looked at this, and it was not a lie. I had not looked at this, and yeah, it is a dumpster fire. Nice sell on NIO here on the, we only have a minute to go, so let's just talk about this real quick. I'm shorting NIO. We're broke below here on the daily. I want to short this thing back to $9. Short all day on NIO, and I don't even know that much about it. It is a nice little downside move here. I'm going to short it, just play off some levels. It is barcoding a little bit, down 3.5%. Bad earnings yesterday, JPM downgrade. Let's go. Tesla in trouble today. NIO shouldn't be far behind it, so I still want to be short NIO, but we're about to get ready to get open now as we go. So any early trades right now? You and anything on the futures?
Airbnb, you can see it on the screen, guys.
What's up? Oh, yep, I'm hitting the countdown. Where is it? There it is right now. And there it is. The countdown is now on. Thank you for that. What's your name? Fahad. Thank you for that one more time here as we get ready to go with only 5 seconds to go. There it is. What's up? That's the charity there? Can't realize. There it is. Thank you so much. Celebrate every day. 2 and 1. Hit it. Let's go. Sorry, I was looking at that. That's very nice. Thanks for putting that up, Fahad and Prad. Okay, NIO not open yet, but let's go over to Tesla real quick. It's funny. I said today, like, oh man, I don't know what to trade. And then Prad looks at me and is like, yeah, come on, bro. You're going to be in like 3 or 4 positions by the time it's 9:35. We're not in anything yet, but we are waiting around for something. Tesla right now, 186, 187, and not doing too much. Checks notes, okay. We're not waiting for 185 for Tesla. CRM, there is the dip, Arun. So we are getting a little bit of a dip now in CRM. I was waiting for 190, but here it is, 193. I think we can go long. Have we opened yet on CRM, though? I don't think we have. We have not opened yet, so no New York print yet on CRM, so I'm not going to get in quite yet. Let's let this bad boy open up.
Yeah, that's the issue with CRM sitting at that 195 is the possibility that it goes in both directions. Like we can either get that expansion right off the open and it accelerates right to 200, or it does something like this, which double tops, which then opens the short. Now, this is more interesting, and I like this trade a lot more because the downside on a move like a stock like this that's gone up so much, I think a 190 break is going to be on the table here, and that's what I got to pay attention to at this point. If I was considering the 193 halves, but I was like, I can't do it into the open. There's no way. The risk is way too high. But now, if we can get going south of 190, shorts are on the table, definitely. You see my Airbnb position. I'm working against a resistance level. I thought I had enough. They seem to be catching a bid right now. 122-ish is where I'm going to walk away from this. But for now, we are short in front of it. It's about $2 in risk on Airbnb on the short side.
Okay, so I am into this name right here, and it is Salesforce. So we're going to try it here. I'm like you there. I want to look at 190 coming through. It looks like it's going to come through right now on this play. So we're going to look at this one more time. I want to try to buy a little bit more. We're just long at 190, 150 right now as this market has opened back up. We're going to try to trade this through 190, though. What is the bottom? I mean, we've barcoded now. I mean, 190 is close enough. I think if it breaks 190, sorry, what I meant by trade through it is that if it breaks 190, we'll probably going to get out of that. Man, my chart's trying to go here. What is this level? Yeah, so that is literally 190 right on the head, right on the nose. I mean, I just don't know if we can go down. We'll probably wait for 189 or so. I just don't know what we can hold on all this for CRM. Meta, we just got into a position. This could be a disaster. I don't know. Let's wait to see Meta short now at 174. This is the call that we wanted as well. So let's watch out for Meta here on the short, 174. Trying to get a little juicy here. CRM also back up to the upside. So far, so good on this one. Let's take 50 cents, and we have enough shares to do this, and then we'll hold to see what happens if we break through 190.
Yeah, and damn Tesla making a move. You're going to do this a little bit lower? You're going to come down a little bit more? I was waiting to see what would happen at 185, and they did it right off of 186, and there goes the bounce, right? So we're, like I said, we're in the right zone to find the long. It's just a matter of can you get the long in the right risk profile. So unfortunately not. For now, it is bouncing up. So now I got to keep in mind that we're coming into resistance. Do I have a chance for a short here? So now there's a potential for a short against 190, trying to take it back down to 185. You got a little fancy with it, but for now, this bounce could be shortable depending on when it loses steam. But right now, it's catching a bid right off that buy zone there and bouncing nicely towards that 190.
Let's go, Prad Stradamus again. Here it is, man. It's another big one for us on Meta. We were like, hey, what are we going to trade? Let's trade some Meta. Huge short there at 174.50, man. We're really cashing in on this one. We are now, well, we're only 70 cents in the money on it, but we did take a nice little trade there back in. Let's see if we can fall down for Meta. I mean, the market bounced up here. We're above the 50 period, so a little caution cautionary. But again, first thing in the morning, hey man, let's just continue to rock and roll. Why does it feel like a Morgan here? Does it feel like it's really super quiet to you in here? Again, I hope the guys behind us are making some money.
Trading.
Are they focused? Is that what they are? Okay, good. All right, so nice little move to the downside again. There it is. Let's ring it again, man. Let's get some action going right now for everybody. So there it is, nice move. Now, we did just get a better price on CRM, but better price be damned. We don't want to be in this name if it's going to look like it wants to take out 190. We're going to give this a little bit lower, but there it is. A couple more outs here on CRM. Let's see if this one wants to work. The problem is, guys, it's not a problem. It's just like we're short on Meta, which is really ringing in, and there goes CRM back up to the upside now. So let's see, man. We have a good price now. We've taken a few shots, a few things out here. So now let's let CRM ride. But look at Meta. It is cash money. And Brad, one-time daily goal. He called it. That's what that is. It's 9.35 right now. 2 for 2. Long CRM in the money, $1. Short Meta, 50 cents in the money. Thanks, Brad Serdamas, for that confidence.
If you're hitting your goal this early, you need to up your goal.
That's what people say.
I mean, like, if you're hitting the goal 100% of the time, odds are it's not hard
it's not
enough.
100% of the time,
It's
my
not
friend.
hard enough for you, if that's the case.
So I have different goals. I kind of have like goals that I'm trying to do in the first couple minutes.
Okay.
And then if the trade sets up, then we can go.
But then it's not a daily goal if you're hitting it in 5 minutes.
No, it's not a daily goal. That's right. It's more like
it's like my first 5-minute goal or
opening
something.
goal.
There you go.
What I'm trying to tell people is that you can make a few trades.
Yeah.
And then if you put on the right amount of shares, then you can basically be done your day pretty early if you trade appropriately. You know that, trading the futures, man. It's one good trade, and that's what we're waiting for. But thanks again, Arun. It's great to have you here, man, and you've definitely instilled some confidence in our viewers as well.
All right. Man, Airbnb, are we finally making a move, Airbnb? It's going to take some time. Unlike Sean, my trades take a little bit longer. And Airbnb is flirting with this 120. Now it's backing off. Now we're 35 cents in the money. Great. But the bigger play, this is not what I'm playing for. I'm not playing for 35 cents or 40 cents. I'm playing for much bigger because why? Well, 120 break on the daily. This was a previous support zone. We got underneath. We bounced. We failed. Now we have a long way down. If Airbnb decides to accelerate, we do have a ton of space to the upside. That's why I was willing to short it on the way back up, right into the open, because I figured there was going to be some resistance I can work with. Now we're starting to get, starting to move, but setups like this aren't going to run right away, and they're going to take their time with it. You might get lucky, but most of the time they are going to take their time with it. And one trade I wish I had seen, but I am setting it up now in the event it does come back, is FSLR for solar. If we can actually come back down towards 197. Why? If you look at the daily, sideways for a little bit. That's not it. That's not the daily. That's not the chart I want. It's the 30, I think. Yes, the 30. Expansion. This is what you do. You run up, you go sideways, you can expand, and now I'm looking for a secondary move that's somewhat as close to this first move to see if we can't get back towards that 200 to the upside. So there's one there, and then you might have seen me just get into I. It popped up on my radar. It was one of those names. It was obviously running hard yesterday, National Vision. And then I figured the way it was moving, if I can get the right price, the risk on this is so tight that I don't need to worry too much about it. If 23 is right here, I'm playing 22.70. If we get just above 23 in a decent fashion, I can walk away from that. It's going to be like a 30, 40 cent risk. Why can't we expand a little bit further to the downside? We obviously fell from 37 all the way down to 22. Why can't we go a little bit more towards 20? So to put up 30 cents or 35 cents to see if I can get that couple dollars, sure, I'll take a shot at that. For now, we are in 2 shorts right now. I'm still waiting on this market to kind of give me indications of whether I want to be short or long.
All right, let's go to Brendan. We'll come back.
And guys, past couple of days, just impressive for CDIO. We mentioned it late in the day yesterday a number of times, just taking out this pre-market high again.
Meta just down to 1. Yeah, we'll look at that. That was a crazy one from yesterday. So there goes CRM. So daily goal met and taken away there. But okay, here we go. So now you're starting to fall back down a little bit. We do have a target of that 189 break. We'll see if we can get another. Maybe we'll pop buy a little something more right now on. We just missed it. Did we get longer? No, we didn't. We just tried to layer the bid a little bit there. Hopefully it can fall back in and fill us right now on CRM and give us that little jolt back up to the upside. But we just got a piece out at 190 right where we were. So here it goes. We're going to break 189 right now and drop this one off to the downside. But what is really printing right now is, and we just talked about this a little bit again, Meta. We just took a couple fills down here at 173. We're short at 174.30 there for Meta. So that's going to be a good trade, hopefully, for the rest of the day, especially if this NASDAQ does continue to make red moves here. But I feel like we're not doing anything yet. I mean, we haven't really accelerated to the downside nor the upside. We're just right here. That's why I look at the 50-period moving average on a 1-minute chart just to see like where we are in relation to, you know, where we've been. And right now it's kind of like not much. So we're just hanging out right here. Let's see what we can do on this. There goes CRM. There's the drop back down in for that name, breaking through. And again, it's not as big of a hit as it could have been. We got out. This reminds me of that Tesla trade from yesterday. Let's regroup on this name and see where we go. What just fell down though, Arun? SI just came in, and I know it's probably not a name you're looking at, but we just took a 7 long. Let's see if that one continues to work. And we're $1.70 now in the money on Meta. So again, let's see if we can get a piece out on the downside as we're just bouncing around right now this 50-period moving average.
Yeah, this market's coming back. It's not helping my shorts though. Like Airbnb is barely moving, and then I is actually going after 23, which means that this risk is, you know, I'm probably gonna have to take a hit on this one. That's perfectly fine. But now we got to figure out how to structure a trade on CRM. Damn, through 190, we were worried about the potential double top. That's why we were waiting, see if we can get it around the NASDAQ imbalance. Turns out they wanted to sell it off. Okay, great. This is these types of setups where you're looking for an expansion and it gives you the complete opposite are some of the much better setups. Instead of getting the actual expansion, the failed break. Because think of how many people were trying to go long north of 195.
Yep.
Because we were looking at it, I just didn't see enough to take it. But 195, looking for that expansion, and then it does this off the open. So the initial panic is here. Let's see how it holds up when it gets back into, and if it gets back into, it may not get back to it, if it gets back into this area right here, around the 192, 191.5 into 192. If it bounces up and it starts to fade out a little bit, I think that's the next short on the table there on CRM. Do I want to take 190? That's a little expensive, but I would like to see what it does north of 191 for the short. Brennan.
A big flush out here again today on Rivian, guys. 2 recent lows, in fact, before we get this bounce. Nice bounce underway right now on heavy volume back to 1550 for Rivian.
Okay, that's a good name to look at. We did take our SI. We took a little piece out there at 25 for SI. So, I mean, just long at 03 there, out at, 20s. The high we got to on that tick was about 23, 24, 25. We'll wait to see what's going on. We only got out of a third right there for SI. But why we hit that was we do have a new position alert right now, and it's Microsoft. That is loud. Right now. Maybe it's because it is quiet in here, but there we go. Nice move right now. Back up for Microsoft. Let's take a piece out in the 60s if we can. Microsoft right now working. I mean, market down, Microsoft up. I like it. I like that kind of a relationship. So let's wait to see now if this market can hold the 50 period. I think we're going to have a good one here for Softy. Where are we trying to get out if it breaks? Just a little bit below this 247. I mean, again, we're trying to be in trades for a little quicker here off the open and try to scalp back and forth a few wins here and there. And then we'll wait to see if there is a big move coming on the futures or if any of these stocks get to key levels that we really do like. So right now, here comes Microsoft. So it is pulling back down. So it is a good thing that we did take a little bit out there right now. People yelling about Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go over to that real quick. Right now, 155, 156. Okay, I don't know why we're talking about that. Maybe that was, we shouldn't be. Meta right here. Good outs for us on Meta, man. We got some outs. Now we're pretty light on this trade. We have about 10%, a little bit more than 10%. Let's call 15% left on Meta, but a couple outs at 173 and my best out right there at the 200 period of 172.77. CRM still bouncing around. It looks like we got out at 189. That might have been the bottom right there. CRM looking to take, is taking 190 right now.
Yeah, and please keep bouncing, CRM. I want to see what you've got north of 191 because I would like to come back in on the short side if you bounce and you kind of fade out a little bit. I think this is the right type of setup you want for a move like this. So we're going to wait on this one, see if we can't get the bounce and taper off and then go for the short if that does do that. Futures market, like I said, we're not going to play anywhere below until we get underneath 30 or above 40 in some meaningful way. I'm not involved. This is a mess. This is just choppy action. This is the stuff that you want to avoid so you don't lose money trying to trade this stuff. So I'm going to wait on the futures. We'll see. There's a bunch of time. It's only 9:43. Market closes at 4. We got a ton of time to figure out a trade on what we're going to do for the rest of the day. I am still looking at Tesla. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't want to go into that 185 area. It also doesn't want to take 190, north of 190. I might take a shot. If it fails here around 189-ish. I might take a shot on the short side as well. There's a lot of conditions attached to all these trades, and they're not coming into play right now. And I think the big one that I called it out. I never took it because I'm just like, 140 on snow, 133, right? There you go. That would have been a great trade. But again, in my head, I'm always thinking risk. And sometimes when you think of the risk of the trade, you're going to miss out on trades like this. And for me, 140 break against what, 145 to the upside? That's where the proper stop is. That's a high risk situation. Obviously, would have gotten paid, but that's after the fact. I'm going to have to live with the fact that this one ran and I didn't catch it. But I do have 2 trades on, right? We still have we still have Airbnb. They're still messing around their levels. They're 23s and 120s, so we're gonna have to wait on this one. I'm still going through the screen here, or at least my screener, to see what else has popped off. I noticed that Netflix is down 0.5% and down $1, but it popped first. And I think that tells you the fact that it actually popped and failed might actually help the move to the downside if it actually ends up going towards that 310 to the one more time. So let's keep an eye on that 310. Let's remove this zone a little bit. That pop and fail, let's see if it continues on a 310 break on Netflix. Brennan.
More earnings, guys. Kroger, KR, another one having a nice day. Profit forecast, keyword. Crushing estimates, according to Refinitiv anyways. Nice look here, 6.5%. Day highs there, just took out 46 on KR.
All right, so just a quick little update here. We do have a couple new positions. Well, they're the same positions, but they're averaged in. Right now, that's funny. Okay, there it is. I was going to say, we just got some 95s there on SI. So, yeah, we're ringing it up on SI again. We're long at 81. We just took the long against the low of the day there. So here's SI on a 3-minute chart. It just came into 675 right there. We bought it, and we just got out of 30% there at 95. I don't know if this is going to break higher today, but we're going to just go long until it breaks through that bottom of 675, and that's what we're long in right now. And then you want to talk about ringing some registers right there. We just got out at 172.30, right back into where we were on the pre-market for Meta. I mean, I can't believe those shorts came in, but they did there. And we have the double short and then boom it to the downside. And it was a pretty good position for us. Why did we want the 174? We talked about this earlier, right? On a trade that we liked with Meta, was just coming into yesterday's close where, we saw Meta get real weak into the close. We saw a lot of stocks, and then we were thinking about a negative day today anyways in the NASDAQ. So yeah, nice move to the downside. The newest position for me though that really isn't doing much is this, and that is Microsoft. I'm going to put something out in the 20s here, but it's kind of just bouncing around. And if we get lower than 80s, we're going to get out because that's been the bottom here for Softy. The market's booming now, not booming, but I mean, booming. The market's going back up to the upside, and it's making a move. And Microsoft, that I thought was strong, is not moving at all. So I mean, it looks like we're going to be wrong on what we called on this strength here for Microsoft. It doesn't look like it wants to do that, play to the upside. So we are going to have to, okay, SI, I see you. Let's get some out of SI right now and ring that register right now. Let's go, man. That's a good play. Nice long there on SI. It's going to be actually net. Meta's my number one stock, but there goes SI again, up to 10. Yeah, man, we're excited about that one. A good little dip by here on SI so far off that daily bottom. Microsoft just broke, by the way, back down to the downside.
Yeah, so is Tesla. Tesla's making a move too.
We need to find something here.
Yeah, but I'm looking at FSLR, First Solar. We talked about the potential break. Maybe not. Maybe we might have a move just like CRM did, where it's topping out, potential shorts on the table here. Let's see how it handles this 196. If it doesn't do well here, and if it actually does not catch a bid as I would think it would, we might actually have to go for the short. That might be the cheaper play here. So potential shorts here on FSLR. Originally thinking long, now we're thinking short because of how it's reacting above the, I guess, the consolidation top there, or the sideways top around 197. So think about the potential there. And I'm back to my 2 positions that I've got. I mean, I is doing what it's doing, right? It doesn't want to bounce south of 20, where my entry price is. And if it gets back above that high point, I think we're going to walk on that one. And Airbnb is just taking his sweet time. Come back to me in a couple hours. If I still got it, it's probably in the money. But it's going to take some time. 122 is a stop on this. We're playing in front of 120. It's a daily move. Let's see if we get that move. But it might, like I said, if it takes time, it takes time. I'm still going through it. Let's see if we can't find some more trades. Oh, NVIDIA. Somebody in the chat was talking about NVIDIA earlier. And there you go. Respect the trend, hits the bid, and they caught a bid. Now, would I feel more comfortable about the long idea? Yeah, definitely. But now the issue is that you don't want to pay up here. You actually want it down. down below. So essentially where NVIDIA was, you had to be willing to go against the trend line in a buy zone to go for the long. Not a high quality setup. We're going to find a better one at some point, but now NVIDIA might set something up for another day or even later on today.
Oh man, serenity now, because Microsoft, we just got back in, but it just blew up. Like we got out, so that bottom there, we're gonna have to look at this VWAP a little more seriously, man. We got out on the break of that bottom right there, but then it only went down like 4 or 5 more pennies. So that sucks because, I mean, again, we didn't have a huge position. We actually put on the same shares again, so this could be double your trouble if it goes back down. So sometimes you don't wanna be, you know, averaging at the same price, or we talked about this the other day, you don't wanna be like stuck in a positional bias. Like I only want long Microsoft, but I'm gonna wait for that VWAP to break. So if that goes down, then we'll get out of this trade, but I'm gonna average back in on this downside for Microsoft, and just watch out. That level is 65, I think it is there. Okay, so the lowest we got was 65. So that level is 60. So yeah, like a 60, 65 break, we could find ourselves out of softy. So let's just take some more profit. I mean, there it is right now. It's coming right back in for us. So nice trade on Microsoft. Just wish we didn't have that out, and then we'd be cashing out and didn't have that L. But there it goes. We can blow up to the upside again. So that out was about 30 cents. So we're trying to get that money back right now, but let's go over to Brendan.
Another one using the going concerns term this week. Novavax, guys, trying to bounce back to the upside after destruction yesterday. Ended up not really doing much throughout the session, but trying to get higher here for NVAX.
Oh yeah, I see that nice little bounce there. Let's see. This is actually, before I even take a look at this, when did NVAX get to $7? Did they split? Or did I miss something?
They had a going. So they've been saying that basically they're close to bankruptcy.
Damn,
nothing's working out for them.
Changed.
And yeah, how times have changed. The high of that stock, I think, was 280 or something.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like for me, because I don't trade equities all the time, I don't follow all these names. So for me, when I traded Novavax, it was in the hundreds at the very least. And now I come back to it, it's like $7. I'm like, what?
Long 680.
But yeah, it's okay. NVAX coming up to 750, I think, is going to have to be the position that you have to look at here. I'm going to quickly see if we have some offer. Okay, so I don't have to pay for shorts. So the potential shorts are still on the table here. Let's see if NVAX slows down right here, north of 20. And if it does slow down, this will move to the upside. I'm just going to fade it, right? Fade it. If it slows down, take a short, put it at 750 on the stop, and see if we can't take it back down towards that 650 point. I think it's a fairly clear trade. It's just a matter of how strong is this move to the upside on NVAX.
All right, yeah, NVAX, crazy name there. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Arun, for analyzing some of that. What is up with SI? I like it a lot. Right there, long 680 up to 740 and still pumping SI right now. I mean, those are pretty easy calls right there. Yeah, let's go Gregory Brankles and the like there in the background. I like that. Let's keep going, man. This has been a big day here so far. There goes Microsoft. Let's see if we can get a bid on that one as well. But I'm really liking SI. I'm liking Meta's by far my #1 stock. But again, we lost. What we made on Meta is more than what we've lost on CRM, but we did have a losing trade over here on CRM today, breaking that 189 into the downside. Are you in this name yet? No,
CRM,
you're waiting. Yeah, what were you waiting for? 195 or something you mentioned?
So north of 191.
Okay, so still,
I don't know if I'm going to get that now.
Yeah, a lot bigger moves than that. Okay, Microsoft right back up to 50. I mean, let's go spin the money on that one. Hopefully you didn't get dropped out like I did on this name, but it's a nice move back up to the upside. We just rebought it back off of a stupid out. And this is the thing, like you look at too many things and you get a little carried away. Wow, SI. I'm getting out again, man. If we can get out, oh, we just missed 59. Hopefully we can get a 59 out. There it is on SI, and that's a good trade for me, man. Pushing this name a little bit forward now on SI. So yeah, let's go, man. Ring the register on that name if you're in it. I like SI here, but for how long? Who knows? We only have 20% left on that bad boy right there, and a good couple outs there on Microsoft upside at 50. So, you know, just kind of towing the line today, man. It hasn't been a huge day, like we said there. That CRM, if that would have kept going, different story, but hey, that's why we sit here and we trade and we have multiple ideas at different times of the day, right? So that CRM did drop down. I'm still interested in it, but it's not moving. Oh, what about Tesla, man? We started the day like all about Tesla. It's just making nice moves to the upside. I hope that's what the guys behind us have too. We're not in it. Are you in this one? No, you're just in Airbnb and I. Okay, so right now Tesla breaking through 190. That was a key level, man, and there it goes, 190 on Tesla.
Yeah, this now I got to figure out what the next
shorted
trade is.
Apple there.
North of 190, there's a potential for a long on Tesla. Mind you, my two shorts are not working out right. Well, I mean, like I said, it's going to take some time, but Airbnb definitely taking a run here. 122 is a stop on this. It's already north of 121, so they might want to go break that daily trend, or not the trend, the daily chart. I'm looking to make a decision on here on Airbnb. But Tesla, let's go back to Tesla here. Okay, we didn't get the long that we wanted. Okay, we're north of 190. Do I want to play 190 longs? Not necessarily, because we have a whole bunch of a massive issue here from 192 going up to 195. So now next up is potential shorts on the table here if we get above 192 and start to kind of taper off a little bit. So I'm still looking for the longs down here if we ever get there, south of 185, or shorts potentially north of 192 if it goes up and starts to taper off or starts to lose the volume that we're thinking of. That is going to be up there in terms of resistance. Futures market is in the right spot to make a turn as well, but for now, they've got strength to the upside. Looks like we're going to have to work with the strength and see if there's any names that are weak that are not responding well. So if I know the futures market's in a sell zone and you've got equities that are not running strong with the futures and they don't have their own news, then odds are they're playing relative weakness. So we can see if we can't find those names and then take a short if they do set up on that side as well.
All right. Yeah, good talk there, man. I think that, you know, what you could do right now is just kind of look for some opportunities. We do have a new position in right now. It's Apple. This has been a nice move to the downside. We talked about shorting that yesterday. It looks like it's coming in today for us nicely here on Apple. Short 75s, man, down here to 45, 45. You know, we're averaging this out right now. So if we can get some out here on Apple, we'll do exactly that. I thought I was bidding. I mean, again, like, where's my Microsoft bid down here? If this takes that low, we are going to get out. I thought we were bidding 60s, but let's just take another bid here on Microsoft as that's come in quite nicely as well right now. So that's going to be a level that we want to buy off of. We talked about that VWAP, but I thought I was here to buy it anyways. And I don't know, some of my orders just got canceled there. Oh, that sucks. We should have been long 70. We'll wait to see. Oh, here it comes back in anyways. There it is. So we just got long again. So there it is. All right. Well, now we're long. So now we don't have to complain. We're long at 246.90 right now. It looks like it wants to drop it off. So if we break that VWAP right now, which we're doing, then we want to get out of that one. But look what's printing. Wow. Very impressed with this Apple trade. Not impressed with Microsoft as there it comes out again. Why do I keep fighting that trend on Microsoft? It's crazy, but there it is. Nice downside move for Apple. Nice downside move for Microsoft. Nice downside move for NIO. That's a new position that we're in as well. We talked about shorting that one, and this is going to be a cash money trade hopefully as well if we can get out. But we got to get out first and go to Brendan now.
Not a huge mover yet, but just went red to green here for NVIDIA. Raymond James coming out raising both NVIDIA and AMD to strong buys, pointing to AI demand for both, guys.
Strong demand, huh?
Have you guys
What's up? What's with that? What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
SI on the bounce?
Arun, for you, for Rhino, for Brian James, for Shane, whoever's in the chat, for anybody that's part of Sticky Note Nation. That's for you. We talked about SI. It's written all on here. Buy SI. There it is right there. 7 up to 8. This is what we're doing, man. This is why we're here. We're here every single day putting trades like this on for you. There goes SI. Boom to the upside. We talked about it. Not only did we talk about it, if you're following me on Twitter, thank you. Continue, unfollow, whatever you want. This SI, we put this out, you know, a while ago when we were in this trade, 20 minutes ago. The sticky note was out at, I don't know what time this was out at, 9, something like that, a little bit earlier than that. SI, long 7 on SI. So it's 20% in the money now on that trade. So let's wait to see, well, almost. Well, actually, we just got out at 840. So that was 20%. Let's keep on going on that one. NEO. Destruction time on this name. Thanks to Brendan for this note. I wasn't even looking at it. This was on our sticky note. This was on our watch list. We don't have it on the sticky note, but we were like, hey, man, if we could short this thing right there into some levels like yesterday's close, then we like that. We got 75s. It's a nice little downside move here for NIO, but hey, counting chickens before they hatch is never a good sign. So let's just keep getting them out as they come back down into the downside right now. Apple blowing up again, 70 cents now in the, wow, Apple. Arun, could you please just come back like every day? I mean, I love having Neil here as well, but this has been a good day for me. And funny, Pradstradamus, man, this guy goes, hey, you're going to have a lot of positions. You don't worry about that. Apple, CRM, Meta, Microsoft, NIO, and SI, we're ringing it today. It's been a good day.
Yeah, as you can see, there's two very different approaches to trading. Me, I've been writing two positions. I took one out. Now I'm writing the other one, Airbnb, and out of the money. But I'm trying to work a position or trying to work some ranges here. I'm not finding ones that fit the criteria, so I'm not as active. So fortunately for you guys are having to deal with me here with one position. Still looking for more trades, by the way. But just not finding it. I'm going through different charts here and see what names look relatively weak. We might have one name here on ENPH. Coming up into resistance, futures market bouncing at the right spot. The only issue I have with this is, are we going to end up south of 209? South of 209, we might have a chance at a short, but it's not really bouncing strong. When the market bounced, it really didn't kind of accelerate, so that's a good sign, relative weakness. But at the same time, do I want to short it right here at 210 and change? I think if we can get south of 209, then there might be something on the table there. But for now, man, these futures markets still haven't made up their mind. What are we gonna do here? We're out above 40. Somebody in the chat was looking at 43. Great price. I'm still looking at that 55 and going, where's my setup? Can I find a short somewhere north of 40 where the risk makes sense? Right now, they just keep catching a bid here. It seems like in front of 30 and now in front of 35. We might be making a slight move to the upside. And like I said, we got time, so we'll wait this one out. But in the meantime, we'll go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, just like that, 10 o'clock, 30 minutes in the book. Still some red numbers to show you here as we get going for a Thursday. 0.35 right now for the S&P. Almost said 35%. 0.35 there for the S&P, 0.2 for the Dow. Back to the upside. Some weakness coming through in small cap land today. 1% right now for the Russell 2000. NASDAQ trying to hold around that 0.5% mark for both the composite and the 100. A ton discussed. If you were with us in the pre-market this morning, we had SI, Tesla, and NIO. Yeah, coming off that earnings miss yesterday. JP Morgan jumping on the negative bandwagon for NIO today. Tesla trying to get higher, just testing these pre-market levels right now to the upside, guys. 192 coming into play for Tesla. This one we mentioned briefly as well. Snowflake, ouch, 13%. Back towards session lows here for Snow right now, guys.
Snowflake. Yeah,
What can I do?
Yeah, we saw. I mean, I was going to talk about that because of Palantir, but you talked about Snowflake a little bit earlier. So yeah, that name continues to be, some downside pressure, needless to say, on that one. All right, you did talk a little bit about NIO there. I only have. I'm going to hold SI. We only have 10% left on this trade. Let's see if the ultimate squeeze happens. We've already gotten this out as best as we could, man. We were only holding about 40%, got it out. Now we only have 10%. I mean, when it retraces, look, I'm not nowhere near a CMT or anything like that. Shout out to Michael Noss. But I draw these lines for a reason. If we can come back up to these levels, 850, we're going to get out, right? So that's what we did there. And so far, so good. Working out a little bit for us here on SI, not on CRM. Sorry, on SI. CRM, again, I think, didn't you, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but weren't you talking about 190 there? Because we just bounced off 190 again, or what?
191, north of 191.
North of 191, okay,
Yeah.
So all right. So I was just going to say, because that just bounced off 190, making me think about that 190 level. But again, I don't want to jump into too many names here, especially that, we're still negotiating some of the trades that we have right now. We're out of about 40, we're out of 60%, have 40% left of NIO. Again, this name came right back into view up and the 50 period, cleaned it all out. I'm thinking now, honestly, 875. If we get back up there, let's not turn quite the winning trade into a losing trade right now. So we're going to hold out on that and just continue to watch out for NIO breaking back above 880, and we're going to get out. Let's reload this a little bit, but then we're going to get out if it takes 880 one more time here for NIO.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Tesla. Tesla making a move.
Oh, yeah,
Damn, right
about
off
that
that 190. It was a quick bounce, and then now they're going into this zone. I didn't want to participate because of the risk profile, but now you got my attention. Here, north of 192 into that 195. If you can find a reason to short, I'm going to look for it. Right now, there's no reason. I would not stand in front of this. This is way too strong. Look at this thing. It's catching a bit. It caught some down here south of 187, but I think once we got clear that 190, they really got accelerated here, and now we're coming into resistance, but they can easily blow through this if they chose to. So I'm going to need this to slow down a little bit before catching an offer. in the event that we are going to go for a short. It's just a matter of be aware of it. Don't make any trades, just be aware of it. That's all it is. Tesla making a move into resistance at this point. Tesla, and then another name that I'm looking at here is Boeing. Boeing is, it's that 205 long that I'm trying to keep an eye on. And the way it's reacting, I've got 206 marked off, but it's really 205. If we can actually catch a bid around like a move back down, we're at 204 at 545. If we dip back down to 205, catch a bid, then there might be a long on the table. Why? Well, if you look at the bigger chart, what do you see? A move back above this bottom that we kind of broke through on that day. What day was it? The 23rd. So if we can get back above into that 205, 206, I've got 205 marked off because I think that level makes more of a difference than 206. But at the same time, 206 is the top end and the bottom end from the 23rd. If we can get above that, that would be a very clear indication that they want to take a shot towards that 210 resistance level. So Boeing on the table, it's doing a lot. It just needs to actually confirm these trades before we get going. And futures market taking another move now north of 45 to the upside. Still strength to the upside, can't go short, and that's what I want to do in this resistance level, but can't find it, so we're going to have to wait on this one as well.
Yeah, I'm very similar right now. I mean, I was just looking at Microsoft, and I mean, you know, we've lost too much on this considering where it is. I mean, we just keep getting stopped out at these levels. Like, it's like stop hunting today on Softy. I mean, we go long, and, you know, if we just held all of our longs, we'd be in the same spot. So that goes to, you know, different strategies here between Arun and myself, you know, like one sort of holding on a little bit longer, which I mean, I like all that, you know, there's nothing wrong with different styles, and just pick your poison, man. The NASDAQ right now up to 0.36. So it looks like we're trying to go green on the day, which is quite amazing that we're able to bank out on Apple like we did as Apple's coming back up. Tesla's really starting to go, it looked like there. I'm still on this until 145, this Apple trade. So let's average. I'll go back to Tesla in a minute. I wanted to look at Tesla 195 for a short. I'm not sure where it is, but we'll look at that in 1 second. Just putting some more Apple where we got short the first time. Maybe it comes in again. 144.88, or sorry, 144.80 is going to be a spot to short it up to that 145, and then we'll give it a little bit of juice through 145. But just looking at Apple here, you know, yesterday's close is about 40s. I guess the close is right here. But that's, 20s, sorry. Let's try to give it to that if we can. But Apple right now just kind of dancing right here. We still have taken some out on the downside, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm just going through this list. I'm like, what can I make a move on? Like FSLR, we were thinking earlier, but FSLR, we were thinking long, then we were thinking short, and then it went back up. And I'm like, what do? I don't want to short it. I don't want to go long at 200. That's too far away, at least not right now anyways. 200's on the table, but it needs to get there at the right time of day, right? Doing it this early can, especially with the amount of movement we've had, it could easily be a trap. Now, I would like the short south of 196, but we seem to be catching a bid there. So for now, we're gonna have to box it in. 195, 196 here, 200 here, breakout, whichever direction. Give me the read, whichever direction we go, that's the shot that I'll take. But for now, we are gonna be kind of waiting this one out here. Again, this seems to be the pattern for most of the stocks that I've got marked off, from all the way from Apple all the way down to Boeing. Well, I guess other names as well. But we definitely are. I'm on the waiting train. I'm at the platform waiting, and Sean's already gotten on and off a bunch of different trains.
I got kicked off a couple times with too much hooligan action there on the train today. But you know, I'm trying to make trades. I'm trying to, you know, put on some positions that I like. You know, trying to give you guys some ideas. But ultimately, you know, when you're looking at a stock, I mean, look at Apple, right? I mean, this is a perfect example of kind of not much happening and waiting for areas to come through. So we have that trade. Like, if I don't have that on, then none of this really happens, right? Because I'm not shorting it until it got up to that level anyways. So now that Apple's falling back down here, this is working out great for me because, you know, now here it goes. We just got another position there out at VWAP. Now Apple's trying to get back down to the low of the day. So let's just keep on that front and keep looking at it. And then another name there, I was looking at 195 for Tesla. It's just bouncing off 193 right now. I still think that could get up to 195. There's no reason why it can't. We talked about it here. I mean, and this is the thing. When everybody's, first of all, Meta right now is $1.70 in the money. But look at this poll. How do I open this poll up? There it is. See, when everyone thinks one way, maybe it's the other. We had 60%. Tesla would be down 10% today, right? So sometimes different strokes for different folks. Wrong on Tesla if you thought down 10% so far. But look at this meta trade. Look at this meta trade coming right back in again off of early shorts, man. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. And Brendan over at the Big Desk has another story.
Just watching Billy here, guys. Chinese name making a huge reversal off early weakness here following earnings that were actually a little better than expected for this one. But yeah, we gapped downside, but straight higher ever since the open here, up 4.5 now after being red pre-market for Billy.
Those names are so difficult to figure out. Like Baba as well. When we were getting that issue with all the Chinese names and they were just gapping, they were doing a lot of this, which is like, oh, we're going to gap down, and no, complete reversal right after. And I was looking at Baba earlier, and I was like, oh, you know, there might be a trade here south of the low here, around 88, a pre-market low, around 88 and change. Complete reversal. Now we went right into that next top end level, just above 90.5. Now we're coming back in. This is, I like trades, but I can't be moving around too much. I don't like flipping directions. If I flip, maybe I can flip directions maybe once and I can make sense of it. I can't be flipping directions like 3-4 times. And with Baba and Billy and all those names, you actually kind of have to be willing to do that, I think. So unfortunately for me, not in my wheelhouse there for Baba, but I am still looking at names. What do we got here? Tesla's in the right spot. First Solar might be coming back in on the short. Dare I say it? Will it hold this time? Okay, are we actually going to fail this top end break? Let's see how it handles this move. We saw buying last time. If they can't find any buying, there might be a nice short on the table. I'll wait a little bit more before making up my mind on this, but definitely keeping an eye on it. First Solar. This is the type of move you want. Something that's giving you the action that sets up both sides, right? So you either catch the bid, that means they're going to confirm the bottom, they're going to confirm the support and probably go for the expansion, or they don't catch a bid, they catch more offers. That means the false break is in, and then you go for the short. So I'm going to wait on this one. I think this is going to be a priority name for me here. I'll keep this up because First Solar doing the right things at the right spots, and then we can get going on that. And then Airbnb finally making a move, finally caught an offer.
Look at Meta.
It went all the way up. 122 and change. 122 and change was the top that I was willing to work with. Now we're catching an offer. It's starting to come back in. I guess we caught an offer just north of 121 into that 121.5. Now we're catching a nice little offer there. Let's see if we can get past this 120.5. I think that's going to be a problem as well, given how much time we spent earlier trying to get through it. If we can get through that, I think we're back on the table towards 120 and maybe a move that resembles what the daily chart looks like. That would be more helpful, I think, at that point.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, meanwhile, I guess, we just took another Apple bid right there at the low of the day, pretty much again for Apples. It just tanked into the 20s. We took that bid, man. This is what we're doing. NIO as well, man, just taking some bids out. Meta right now, $2 in the money and at day's low. So I think that now that the market is just kind of figuring itself out, let's hold on to some of these shorts. We know we got some good prices. SI, everything's working out for us right now. NIO, we already talked about it. So let's hold out on a little bit of a NIO break. Maybe that can get back into view up. What's up, Brendo?
Possibly in the gaming sector, guys. There was a headline actually from the EU on ATVI this morning that was positive, but Take-Two just popping up on this. Sony reportedly looking at taking out TTWO.
Okay, so we'll have a quick look at TTWO right now. Is that? Oh, that's a New York NASDAQ name. All right, 112. Where is something that we could go? I mean, I wonder what that premium, if we could find out what that premium maybe was on Activision when that got finally announced, because this is not really moving on that. So Take-Two, I think there was always some deal talk around this name. But yeah, I mean, taking out this 115 would be real nice. So let's watch out for that if that happens sometime today. I always think that it's at least a 20% premium, and that's why I was wondering about Activision, what that was. I think that was 60 and then up to 90 or something like that. So that was about a 50% premium, but watch out now with Take-Two finally starting to get moving there on some of that rumor news right there. Thanks, Brendo, for that one. You know, I don't really have like super targets for anything right now. That's still Take-Two. Come on, Charles, let's go, man. We do have new software. I got to update that. Oh, those of you that were asking here, back to Throwback Thursday here on this. So here this is Throwback Thursday. This is right there 20 years ago. Look at the software. You know, like So basically, it's the exact same layout. If you come over to this screen, I don't know if you have it, doesn't matter, Brad, but it is the same layout that I have on. There it is. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You can see it here on the chart there. 1, 2, 3. So, anyways, I just thought that funny. Someone just put it there in the chat about that. But yeah, it's Throwback Thursday. We'll see if we can find some more pictures similar to that moving forward for your entertainment. Pleasures, I guess, but that's funny times, man. You've been here, you said 16 years, me 22 years, and it just keeps on going, man. And then that's part of the passion and really liking the business that you're in. I was speaking with my mother yesterday on the phone, and I was just telling her, it had nothing to do with anything like this, but she told me about the TD Bank commercials. She's seen them, so on and so forth that I've been in, and I said, look.
Wait, you're in TD Bank commercials? Brad, are we able to actually no? Screw it.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Brad, send me a link to his commercial.
Anyways, the point is, come on, Brad, you have everything. The point about all that is like, you have to really like what you do. And I think if you didn't have a passion for trading, and myself included, then we just wouldn't be here anymore, right? So, there's lots of jobs anybody could take in life. And, to be able to be in a job where, you feel blessed to come in every single day and be able to sit here, make these kind of trades. And then now, the newest part of my journey, and actually I tweeted something out about motivation and being part of a journey as well. And it's like, now this is what I'm doing, and it's just like, and I know that you help out a lot of Day Trade the World offices with various aspects in the software and things like that. And this is what we do, man. We're a team here, and we'll continue to hopefully provide you guys with great content and trading ideas, and we can all learn and get better off of each other.
Yeah, that's remember, this is kind of run by Day Trade the World, right? DTTW. So it's sponsored by and run by Day Trade the World. And given that we have a bunch of offices, Sean is, I guess, taking care of Trader TV. And there's a lot of offices that are opening up that, need that kind of guidance. And this is kind of what the whole thing is about, right? How do you get those traders that need to be trained up, and these managers that are opening up new offices, how do you get them trained up? Well, you give them something like this, and falls in, it just so happens that YouTube also seems to broadcast other people. So now everyone gets to get the same content. So here we are kind of just throwing as much education as possible. At least these guys are. I just show up when someone needs time off. But in the meantime, go back to the markets. Let's see if we can't figure out a trade here. First Solar, damn it, First Solar. I do want the trade, but I'm not going to pay south of 195 for it. Okay, now I want the short, but I just can't do it at these prices. So let's keep an eye out for a bounce. Oh no, forget the eye out. I'm going to send the order and see if I can't get a fill. I'm going to try to sit as close to 196 as possible. See if you can't get a fill. Because why am I very stingy with certain prices? Sometimes I'm willing to move on prices, but in this situation, I have to be. The risk is way too high. If I'm going to put the stop north of 200, do I really want to throw up a ton of risk when I know we're probably going to hit that as support? Well, not that it's guaranteed, but it's like I have to worry about that area. So for me, if I know I have to worry about that area, I'm going to try to get the risk at a point where it makes sense for me to take the trade against that area, which roughly means close to 1-to-1. But the way I do it also is that I'm not taking profit as soon as it gets there. I'm letting it work. So I just need enough space for the stock to move where it's close to 1-to-1. I can get the trade. And then when we get there, we'll make a decision on whether we want to take some profit or not. So for now, First Solar, making a move to the downside, looking for a bounce so I can get the trade at the right prices. Same time, I'm still looking at the futures here. Maybe we get a short on the futures. I don't know. If we can get back under 40, we may have some clearance here and work with that. Tesla still carrying through these 193s. Remember, 192 and change to 195 is a resistance level. Let's see how Tesla handles this area. And Boeing started to turn back around that 205. There might be a trade on the short side, dare I say, on Boeing. Brendan.
Chinese company just popping up here, downside. ZTO Express Incorporated is a delivery company, logistics. Grizzly Research with a short report on this one, ZTO.
Yeah, so you said ZTO, I was like, shipping? And yeah, so okay, good talk there. Did we have Was Danielle Shea talking about shipping? I heard someone talk about shipping. Maybe it was somewhere else. Maybe it was another podcast or something. All right, so Neo. Oh, we did not get that, Phil. All right. I'll look over at some of those names, guys. Don't worry about that in just a couple of seconds. Did we just punch out? Yes, we did. Oh, we got a 62 there. My bad. We'll see if we can get a 60 now if it does fall back in. But for right now, that's what we're looking at right here on NIO. Downside pressures. Let's see. It's right back to the 50 period. We are waiting for the 200 and then possibly VWAP. So let's wait to see if we can get something going here on NIO. You know, we're long right now, or sorry, we're short right now. We didn't get that reload at 75. We tried to get it. We just missed it, unfortunately for us on that one, but that's okay. We'll now wait to see if it gets back up to the upside. There is some buys there. Oh, good. We just got filled at 60. You know, when you sit there, did we get, no, it must have been a 61. I was going to say, I'm trying to use gateways that I don't have to pay on this. Sorry, that I have to pay. So inverted gateways, so that if I'm sitting here with BYX or Edge A or something like that, where I don't have to wait in this lineup because it's going to have to, you know, hit. And it's 23 million shares, that's fine. But it's going to have to hit these levels before we actually get out. So we're going to just take it on BYX or Edge A for now on NIO. On a stock like Meta, I mean, let's go, man. This is a spin the money. This is my net number one stock, obviously, as we shorted this name real early. And I just wish I had a Rune Blood because, like, the amount of shares that we had up here, if this was the case, and we still had them all and we didn't just scalp it out like crazy off the open, then yeah, we would be a little in better spirits than well, we're in great spirits. But that could have been a better trade for me there on that move by Meta. And still good, happy with it. Nothing wrong with taking this profit, but still could always have made a little bit more by holding a little bit more. But we're just right back now, and I'm thinking about getting out of this name. The market is right at the 50 period. We've pulled back in, as has Meta, and honestly, we're right at these pre-market levels right now. So I'm okay to get out of this, and I think that it's probably a decent call. I just put an out if we get to 173, but here it comes right now, 172. 25 or so right there just got taken out. So let's put a bid at 172. Maybe we're able to get that if it does fall back one more time on Meta. We'll take $2 and hey, it'll be a $2.30 move if we can get it. So that's pretty good. Let's bid 172 flat here on Meta.
Well, Sean's talking about trading. I'm trying to find his commercial.
Well, it's a YouTube one. That's the problem.
I'm on YouTube. If you guys can find it, it's some sort of. What do you even know?
I don't know.
What it's about?
I have to ask if it's out yet. But.
Oh, you don't even know if it's out. Okay, never mind. Okay, maybe I'm looking too early. It'll come
out.
out.
Host.
Hey, you got yourself on a commercial. I just want to see your acting chops on that one there. Okay.
Yeah, they're not good.
Just stand there and look at the camera, right?
That's it. Just stand there and look pretty, which is why I don't understand why they chose me.
That's a good question. Tesla.
I even asked them that question.
Tesla, we can get back. Man, Tesla's doing the right things. Just Tesla. Okay, let me go through Tesla, but we'll do it after we come back from Brendan with small cap recap.
A bit of a quiet day so far, guys, as far as small caps are concerned. There are a few that are moving around. Here's a look at three right now. ONCS, one of those. Haven't been able to find much on this, still holding on to 26%, but leaking a little downside, to say the least, back to 250, big level if you zoom out a little bit. For this one went yesterday as well, so watch 250 for ONCS. CDIO, 3 days now, I was wondering. Back to yesterday's high once again, but tried to go up through 8 initially and failed. So watch this high from yesterday for CDIO and MTech back on the run. That was the latest anyways on cardio diagnostics, a Chinese patent issued to them today. MTech, MTC, back to where we ended yesterday, but big gap to the upside through $2 for that one, guys.
Yeah, see, like now I'm feeling ways again about everything because like we just got out of Apple at the low. We don't have the short anymore. We just got out of Meta. I mean, these are big trades, man. But like, look at Meta. We got out 172 and then it just continued to tank down. So yeah, definitely a missed opportunity there for me by not holding on to a little bit more there in that spot. So yeah, whatever. I mean, missed opportunity or not, they're both my number one stocks here today, Apple and Meta. So good trades there. But yeah, we are starting to break a little bit lower. You're short. How's Airbnb doing?
It's trying to come back. With the market coming back, I think I care more for all you guys to watch. Like for me, the futures are what's most important. Airbnb taking its time. We're working with the daily chart, so it might take all day if it needs to be. But futures market coming back into the 39.40. Okay, great. Let's see if you got one more bounce left, because if you don't, there might be a short. Like I said, this is a zone to do it. We just got to figure out what kind of bounce we're going to get here off of these 35s, 35, 36s. We keep catching something. I know there's resistance up here. How much buying is left on the table here? Because I do like the idea of the short. I just can't do it if we keep catching a bid. I cannot go against this buy-side action, even with the resistance level up there. So waiting to see how this market handles the bounce. If we don't get enough, then I'm going to jump on board on the short. If we do catch more buying, then hey, we're going to kind of sit on the sidelines here. Again, this might be one of those situations where you just got to wait it out. And there you go. It was sitting just at what, 37? And now it's at 42, so another 4-point bounce. How's Tesla doing? Tesla's the one I care about as well on the equity side. Tesla, we were thinking about shorts in the zone here. Let's see if we can't work short south of 190 to the downside and see if we can't work it towards the lows. You're starting to work it. I'm not going to pay 190. We just need to get below 190 to kind of activate the shorts, and then I'm going to have to put an offer in higher so I can get the right risk on the trade, and then we'll see if we can't make a move down towards that 186 low and see if we can't even break it. A failed low break actually would be a great long trade as well. So that's what I'm trying to play for here. If we can get south of that, that's on the table. And then Boeing is another name. Oh, First Solar. Okay, First Solar, I see you. You're going to make a bounce here off these 93s. I'm going to sit as close to 196 as possible. See if I can't make a move on First Solar off a bounce. I think the failed attempt north of 196, trying to go towards 200, it should be enough to play as a top-end resistance level. So see if we can't get the right risk on this trade. Another $1.50 bounce on First Solar, and I'm going to go ahead and take the short. And I'm going to put up the risk on this one too, because the way it's been moving, I think there's enough space to the downside to justify the risk. It's just a matter of getting the fill that you want at the right prices to actually take the trade.
I'm still, this Microsoft trade, like I can't believe that we're getting stopped out on this one. We identified that it was stronger than the market. Unfortunately, it just kept on flirting with these levels, and we should have, could have, would have, should have, could have held a little bit longer for some of these names there. But there goes Microsoft, and I'm debating now the short, but then it's kind of going against what I'm thinking. The market's up, not up. The stock is up. The market's above the 50 period. Maybe it's a long. We'll see if Microsoft can come back down. I was a little bit not upset, but we got out of Apple, but that was a good trade right there at 144. And we just put our bids there. They come in and they fill, right? So when that happens, like it right back into this pre-market level. So that's the short. These are all the outs, and that's the final out. So again, thinking that was pretty good trade there. It was more the meta that we were a little bit upset that we dropped out on right there. So here's the meta trade. We got out at 172. Look, happy to get out. It's fine. But it did go to 171.50. Let's have a look at that 171.50. Like, I don't know. It shouldn't have really. Is there any reason? I mean, we did bunch up there. We could have kept going down to 170. I still feel like there might be another short in meta still to come, especially if we get to that 172.50. I definitely am liking that one. Yo, what's up, Paul Franklin, man? This is what we're talking about. And a big shout out to you, Arun. Right now, your futures review is on point. So thank you so much, Arun, for that. And thanks for everybody, all the viewers out there, Arun's right here, so thank you, Arun. As Neil's at home today and should be back in the building tomorrow. So thanks, Arun, for filling out today. And if he's not, maybe you're back tomorrow. But hopefully, for your sake, you can sit at home. I know you're a little more comfortable trading there. But I want to thank you, Arun, again, from everybody in Trader TV land. And you're part of the land, too. Guest trader, but he's like a resident guest trader. So join us probably a couple times a month. It seems like you're on anyways. So yeah, good to go. You're here for a while because Arun, you're Arun. Neil's on March break.
Yeah, he's taking off March break. So March break weekend, which is not next week, but the following week, I'll be on all week. Yeah, those are the times I only ever show up, really, because here's the thing, right? The way I trade isn't necessarily geared for a trading show like this. It's much slower. It's much slower. You see me in one position. Do you really want to watch one guy in one position all day?
It's about the knowledge.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. That I can talk about. But I'm just saying, in terms of actual trading, this is just how it is for me. And I also don't trade equities a whole lot. Most of it's futures, as you can see. I'm waiting a whole lot on the futures. We thought short. Nope. Doesn't look like we're going to go short here on the futures as it bounces right back into 55. Paul Franklin, thank you so much. Spending a full point on one contract on the super chat there. Thank you for that super chat. And let's kind of go back right back to the futures because, again, there's another trade on the table if we do catch a bid. 55, right? We have 55 on the break. We were thinking short if we can get that turn. Where's the level? Right there. If we can get that turn around that 40, they catch a bid. This is what I was worried about. I was saying every time we get down here, we keep catching a bid. I don't want to deal with this. If I'm going to go for the short, we caught another bid. Now, this is real strength here in this market. If we can just get past that 55 for me, that gets me thinking long. Until that point, I don't want to deal with this mess that's here. I could easily see 50 breaks kind of going 2-3 points and then failing. There's a lot that can happen here that isn't necessarily a long just yet. The strength is there. Let's see if we can clear the resistance level and then actually get the strength going to the upside. So for now, I'm going to think long, but I'm not going to activate the long until we get north of 55. At the same time, if we keep failing or if sells come in at some point and we catch that offer and we're still in this little area in front of that 55, then I think I can take a short as well. So you got to be willing to play both sides of a trade. I know a lot of people, when you get into a trade, you're like, oh, this is the only way I'm going to go with it. Example, I know what I wanted to do on First Solar. I wanted to go for the break north of that 196, but I needed some stuff. I need some things to happen. Couldn't get it. But at the same time, if I'm not going to get what I want for the trade that I'm thinking, you've got to be aware of the fact that if it doesn't work out the way you're thinking, there might be another trade available, which is in the opposite direction. So you got to be flexible and be willing to go both directions here. And with First Solar, I'm going to be willing to play the short side here on the move back up as we come back in from that bottom. So I think there's enough here. I'll take a shot at it. I'm prepared for it. Let's see. And then NVAX, we were talking about this earlier, right? When Brendan brought this up, NVAX running up strong, great, all that stuff. It's got a resistance level. Somewhere north of 720 into 750 was the play. I put in 7 even. If we got back under 7, I'm going to go for the short. We got back under 7, I took the short. It's flat. It's going to take some time. It's not a high mover. But at the same time, NVAX is doing exactly what you want for a move to get faded in. And this is what's happening here on NVAX. So we're coming back in, 699 short, right up against that 750. See if we can't take the lows out at 650, 1-to-1 at least. And that's all I want. I'm not going to take the profit immediately, but I just want to see that we can at least get there. And I think we can at least get there. So take the shot and see if we can get the move there, and then we'll go from there at this point. And the futures market's still going strong, so we'll just wait on this one, and we'll go to Brendan with the crypto update.
Just quickly, for anyone watching, natural gas storage data just out, smaller than expected drawdown for natural gas last week. All the headlines in crypto land, or a lot of them anyways, equity focused. Here's Coinbase jumping ship, as we talked about, from Silvergate. No more withdrawals or deposits going to be accepted to or from SI, coming through from CoinDesk this morning. Overall, crypto markets kind of muted so far today as far as action is concerned. We did hold 1,600 once again for Ethereum yesterday. Got all the way back up to the top end of the range. Now we're right back down. So same story for Bitcoin, kind of chopping around here as we've seen. If you zoom out a little bit on this, gives you a little bit more perspective. This high came into play on that initial pushback through when we broke out, but unable to get above 24,000 once again for Bitcoin and stay there. So 23.3, down 1.3, 1.5 here downside for Ethereum. Mostly red right now for crypto land, guys.
All right, yeah, crypto in trouble a little bit. We're still on that SI trade, but you know, since you were there, we had another trade. So there it is again. We just shorted Apple again, right there at 144.60. So that's going to work out for us. We took a piece out at 47, and here it comes back in again. We're going to try to bid just ahead of this 200 period at 25. So if Apple can come back in, man, we're just taking another 30-cent winner. Arun talked about the different styles of trade. Like, here's another 30 cents, right? So we're just putting this in our pocket, and we just keep on doing these kind of styles of trade, scalping in and out, trying to hold something for those huge moves. And then here we go. Like, that's a money move, man, right there. Like, honestly, letting this go back up to basically the high of the day. I mean, that was just a great fill. But like shorting it off of these past resistance levels right there, I mean, that's, for me, when that works, like that's what we're talking about. Like, that's my kind of trading right there, shorting supports and resistances levels, and then just getting them back out. It's worked today like a charm on many different names. The only name that we've lost on 2 names today, Microsoft long, which is quite frankly should not have been an L, but it was, and then CRM early, which This was, we actually, we made profit on this before losing our last piece there. So it is a red ticker. I don't have any problem, talking about being up or down on a name on the day. And this one is going to be a down name for me today. It didn't work out yet. I'm like you, Arun. I want to see a clean break. We didn't even get to 190. You mentioned 191. I was still waiting for 190. Not much happening on that one. How far did Tesla get to our 195 area? Ooh, it got to 193.80 there. Nice move up for Tesla. Everybody that was sort of writing this one for dead, and I was one of them as well. Not for dead, but just that I did think that we were going to breach that pre-market low there, but that never came into play. It actually came into play and bounced straight off of it. So if you were the other way today and you were like, hey, I'm a short on Tesla, I'm a long on Tesla, that this today is the day for you, man, because there's no way, could have you lost on a long? Like, if you were waiting for 190 to break, you wicked up there a little bit to 14, so maybe you got stuck there about $1.20, but then it just ripped up to the upside. So really, that's really the only area right there. Or, again, trading something right off the open, which happened to me on Microsoft and on Salesforce, is a little difficult. That's why, even on here, man, we talked about the short on Tesla, but we talked about it, wait for levels to be built up. So I'm waiting for 195 to come in, but there's a nice move right back up to the upside. All right, we're reloaded on this name right now. It is NIO. Just came right back to our level again. So some good outs. We talked about getting them out, man. We had 10% left. We got it out. This is a straight reload. My average price is 74. So the same thing twice. Let's see if it can pull back down. We're going to get out if it takes 80 to the upside on NIO, right? So that yesterday, that close was 83. Honestly, if we take 80, let's just get out of that. It can barcode the rest of the afternoon. Let's see if it falls back down. With Tesla moving up, with the NASDAQ now at day's high and taking out some levels, you're still not in the futures, are you? No.
No, 55.
Come on, man, you're rude. It's 10:30. No, just joking. If the futures still hang around on the upside right now, there isn't much to trade. So let's just keep shorting like we did there on this is New York, on Apple, when we took out the high there and just got it out. We're still waiting for one small piece. I still like a 145, but hey, man, nothing wrong with sort of sitting on your hands today. I haven't made too many trades. I've only gotten about 90 fills, which is pretty low. And those are all fills, right? Just to hear on Apple alone is 17 fills. So when I talk about trades, it's actually just 2 trades on Apple, but multiple fills. Because look, if I only took that short and didn't get out, then it would be 30 cents in the money, still great. But, I'm reloading it and made more than 30 cents on this trade. So that's part of the logic sometimes with the reloads. But again, on a choppy market, reloading works great. It's when you start to get, hit to the downside and you don't have enough shares on board that you're like, I had the right call, but I don't have enough shares, right? And so I don't have any confidence. I don't think you have a confidence in a direction right now. So I feel like sitting here, trading the best names with the volume and names that we're comfortable with is what's good. Before I throw it back to you, I did want to say shout out to Brian James there. He talked about Fubo, not Fubu, but Fubo, nice downside move. And yes, I believe, Brian James, this is right now, I want to say all-time lows. That would make sense if that was the case on Fubo, unless it was so low when it came out in the first place. 161 is good enough for me, man. That's one of those levels. Let's check out the short interest on this name. We already did this damage on SI for short interest. We're still holding 5% of our SI trade, though. But Fubo, again, 28% short float. So, yeah, this name being down at the bottom, one good piece of news, and we're rocking on Fubo. So if you want to take the shot right here, might be worth it. That bottom of the day is 161. You now have some volume here on the bid. This is looking like it could be a long here on Fubo. So let's let it test 160 again. But hey, if you're long right now, nothing wrong with taking 6-7 cents worth of risk for a possibility to get back up here to the upside. So that's a good call by you, Brian James, on Fubo, hitting some of those lows. What's up to Burn Short? Is that Burn Shorts? What does it say? Burn Shotta. What's up, man? Everyone asking about TRKA. Okay, let's look at that one. Sorry if I've missed that. I'm looking at a few more things. A little different with Arun than with Neil. Neil probably, not that he would have had this name. I don't know, he might have been short this name. But I don't really like to trade names sub-dollar. I know you do not either, Arun. I was going to say you don't. You don't either. But, good move off the bottom. I think, is this a pharmaceutical name? TRKA, I believe it is. So something happening right here. But look at this level right into here, 65.70 cents coming into play again. We took out the 200 period. That's a great sign. Plus, we took out this level of 47.48. So I would think, even though we're only at 56, you probably have some temporary support there at the 200 period, $45, $46, but 46 cents. Great job on TRK if you guys are long today. Well spotted, Burn Shada.
All right. Prad was in my ear telling me, did you see the
fight?
vote? The vote that you guys were put up. Apparently, there's a poll there.
Is there?
And do I trade in boxers or PJs? That's what we're doing now. You guys are both wrong. Is there an option C? You guys see me trading in hoodies. Like, you know I'm trading in a hoodie. Like, that should have been the easiest choice. Pride not helping you guys out there by putting up the two lamest choices. But no, it's in a hoodie. It's where I'm most comfortable. This is what I do. And I'm sure there's a lot of questions about when I come on at 9 a.m. and I'm wearing the shirt and whatever. Guys, I come on for the camera to put on a shirt. The reason I do it, I could come on a hoodie because I'm not actually trading. I can't back up what I'm saying. So here, I'm trading it. So I'm making trades. If you need proof, I can show you the trade I'm taking, and then we can go from there. If I'm not on camera, I say something at 9 a.m., by 9:15, something could have changed. So let me look at somewhat semi-professional, throw it out there, and then you guys can somewhat believe it. And then if I came in a hoodie, you wouldn't believe it at all. So that's why I do that. Anyways, futures market coming back in. We're at 50. We bounced north of 50. Are we going to trap out? Let's see. Can we get back under 45? Now I'm thinking 40. And again, we're right back to doing what we were doing earlier. 55 is the break point to the upside. If we can get up there, this is the 5-minute chart. This is what it looks like sideways. 55 sits right about here. If we can get above here, we keep getting closer, but yet we refuse to actually take it. So if we can get actually above here, sure, I'll jump on board on the long. But until that point, we're not going to be doing that at all. And we're just going to wait for this short to set up if it does set up on the short side. And I also now I'm carrying 3 shorts here. We've got NVAX up 7 cents. Great. First Solar is well on the table. Now 24 cents, but First Solar is, you know how a First Solar is with its level 2. That's just on the spread. So I'm up to 24 cents there, and then Airbnb, we've been sitting in this since the morning, since the pre-market actually, and it's just kind of drifting to the upside. So we're going to be still waiting on those. Futures market trying to do something,
so
whatever it is,
slow.
whether it's up, it's down, whatever it is. And Sean, this goes back to what you were saying earlier, like, oh, the futures trade, you're like, take a trade. It's got to be the right trade, right? And in a market like this,
it's so slow right
exactly,
now.
it's so slow. So you just got to be smart about where you take your trades and what risk you put on it. In the meantime, let's go to Brendan.
Hey guys, a red market, but a very mixed board. Once again, 2 or 3 days in a row here, we're seeing the same type of action. Still some positive areas on this board so far today. Specifically in the software group for tech stocks, CRM jumping off the page here, still holding on to 11.8%. But remember, it was a lot higher than that when we sat down this morning. So heading in the wrong direction. Adobe still 1% to the upside. These are the semiconductors. Yeah, a lot of red today in the semiconductors, including ON Semiconductor, Raymond James, with a negative note and downgrade on ON down 6%. Micron being dragged along 3% as well, all downside. SBNY, I saw a few people mention that early on this morning, 5.6%. This one also has significant exposure to the crypto market. So Silvergate's move hurting SBNY as well to the downside. PFG in the insurance group also under pressure here off earnings. Tesla 6.2% still downside off that investor day yesterday. Everything else on this board kind of positive really overall. It's just being offset by really the financials and tech stocks today that are all to the downside. Outside of Tesla, there's Take Two on that possible Sony move, 3% for TTWO. Guys, back to you.
I like. Yeah, that TTWO, good call on that one. And when the market's slow, maybe it is talking about some of those names. Oh, you know what name was hot yesterday was Fidelity right at the end of the day. Brendan brought us this story on a mover there. So we can look at Fidelity today. So if you just want to talk about, names that can get blown out here on buyout rumors or possible takeouts or anything like that, there's Fidelity with a huge move yesterday to the upside. This was on Visa talk right there. So nice little upside move yesterday. And then look at today, right back to sort of where we were before this all happened. So yeah, take it for what it's worth there on TTWO on the NASDAQ for take two. You could see a nice little spike up there. I don't know, it's not really doing, it was take two, wasn't it, Brendo? Take two, right? Yeah. So take two here on the chart, pretty dead considering that news. So you do get a nice little spike there. Let's just see where it goes. Maybe they're not believing in this one, but take two kind of just hovering around there and not doing much. We keep saying, I was just playing around with the Rune, like take a futures trade. There's nothing, there's really not much happening. I was debating reloading Meta here around 172.50. If there are any other names, I want to thank you to Bern Shada there for bringing up that TRKA. Oh, Zila, that's right, there was some Zila stuff happening today as well. Oh, this is down to 6 cents. So again, look, there's big trade opportunities in these kind of names, right? It's just for guys like Arun and I, and Neil, it's like, I don't know. It's just an excuse, realistically, because this trades, it's still a level 2, it's still a stock. It's just I have a hard time figuring out how many shares to take and things like that and the risk exposure and all that stuff involved in these stocks. So I tend to stay away. But, you could look at this just like a chart. I mean, from 4.5 cents up to 6, 7, it looks like you want to bounce off that $7 mark again. So I would just say, like, if you just move this decimal place over a little bit, that would be an easier way for me to psychologically trade this. But it's just, I don't know. I don't have too much interest in these names, so I have to apologize to everybody. I don't like to look at them when they're sub $1, and I know you're very similar. You actually even have an even stronger bias in not paying for shorts.
Yeah.
For any of those names. So,
one of the very first things, you were going to short SI, or I was thinking about talking about shorting SI, and then the first thing I did was send an order out. They're like, you got to pay for it. I'm like, nope. There goes that idea. Bye.
I think it was, I think for 1,000 shares it was like $1 or something, but I know that's not the point. And again, it's not like it's a moral issue or anything like that. It's just you'd rather look at other names. And when you have to pay for shorts, that does create a different atmosphere in the name, right? And so that's it. Oh yeah, I wanted to say, I don't know where it, but it's always nice to have a Hydration Nation member in the building as well. So everybody, we're working on it. We're working on the water levels right here today as we go. But yeah, stay hydrated, stay in your zone. We talked about having things from Throwback Thursdays. This is a picture from my daughter about Trader TV Live. I always have that here. And the good luck troll is not trolling me anymore. But here it is right here, the Blue Jays, the 1992 World Series troll that we found. I think this was actually my wife's. I'm not sure, but we found it downstairs when we were cleaning up, and that's been in here for a while. You know how you have those, tote boxes that you put something away from university or whatever it is, and you look back. You know what else I found? A really sick Tony Montana Scarface poster. I found that and a Wu-Tang poster, and so that was pretty cool. That makes me remember those days back in the day when I was rocking that kind of stuff. So that was a lot of fun. And by the way, I saw Wu-Tang this summer. That was a great concert with my guy Nas. I really love Nas.
All right, there was a super chat that passed by earlier from Hayes Records. He said, Fahad trades at home bathed in maple syrup. Then he corrected, Arun trades at home bathed in maple syrup. I've never done it, but now you got me thinking, how much maple syrup do I need to fill up a tub? It's a possibility. You got me thinking now. Going back to the paying for shorts thing, and I think this is something that it might be helpful, actually. I have a whole rule about not paying for shorts, not because of what it costs, because of what it does to you psychologically. Because now when you pay for shorts, at least here, you have to put up the money up front. 5 cents a share, whatever, right? Even if it's a penny a share or sub penny per share, whatever it is, it ends up being something that you got to put up front. I may not ever find a trade that has the right quality setup for me to take that trade. But now that I've already paid for it, I'm going to be like, well, at least let me get my money back so I can actually take the trade. So now you're taking trades that are not high quality setups. You're just trying to force a trade just so you can at least make money that you've already spent on just getting the shares. So I just like to avoid that entire situation. I don't care what the stock is. I don't care how good it is. I'm not going to do it because it's going to make me think of trades that aren't there just to force myself to take the trade, to make some money on it. And given how many stocks you have in this market, of all the names, right, you've got S&P, you got a ton of names. You got NASDAQ, you got a ton of names. Then you have names that are already in the small caps. Not even, I'm talking about the big caps, but now you get into the mid and the smalls, and you have a ton of names there too. So given how many options you have, do you really need to force yourself to trade one name just because?
There's over 7,700 tradable names.
So like, of which probably not all are going to have the volume and the spreads that are going to make sense, but how many can you look at? You only have the mental capacity for a certain amount of things you can do in one day. Do you really want to waste it on things that are going to be a waste of time, and you're just going to be looking too hard and wasting all that capital and energy you have when it could be spent better on, let's just say for Tesla, for example, maybe a Tesla trade you could have seen earlier. Some big names that are moving. SI was something that Sean was on. We were talking about, what was the other one? Meta. And there's some other names
Macy's.
that have been moving well. And that's where the watch list comes into play and whatnot, kind of helps you refine where you want to put your focus. But yeah, that's my whole thing on spending money on shorts, just to avoid myself. Because I can spend $15 on shorts, on whatever, for whatever amount of shares, and then now I'm going to try to make that 15 bucks back, even though I may lose a ton more just taking the position. Right, so if I'm taking 1,000 shares, 1 penny is 10 bucks. If $15 is what it cost me to get those 1,000 shares, and I lose 2 pennies, I'm already losing more than what I paid to get them. And now I have to make 35 just to break even. It becomes a whole mess. I just want to avoid it. So I'm just going to take the trades that make sense. Helps me refine where I want to focus.
I don't have anything for you, so I'll just hit this Arun dropping knowledge, and hopefully that drops into some cash for everybody. And again, that's what it's all about, man. I mean, that's why we're here. We're here to talk about stuff like that. And if you did have any questions or anything about that, put it up in the chat, even a small super chat donation, $1 or something, so we could see it. So thanks for hitting up that gentleman there that talked about actually, I don't know if it was male or female, about the bathing in maple syrup. I told Neil, I'm like, bro, you keep talking about bringing in maple syrup.
Oh, is that what's happening? Is there an inside joke I didn't know about?
No. You know when he talks about maple syrup, he has his
that's
in-laws.
right. His in-laws.
His in-laws are up there. I don't know if they have a maple syrup facility there, or I just know they're north. So whether or not he visits one or not, I'm going to clarify that with him tomorrow. But I told him, he keeps talking about, I love maple syrup in coffee, and you have to have the best maple syrup. And I'm like, okay, let's go. Let's bring me the maple syrup, because I was at a maple syrup farm a couple years ago. That was a great day with the kids, man, tapping the maple syrup, going on tours. Have you ever had maple syrup taffy?
Yeah, where you put the snow in the snow. Yeah, I've had that.
Oh man, I don't know if that's safe to do anymore with the pollution, but you have the snow there, and you pour the maple. So you just put the snow. Basically, you flatten it out. You give it a little bit, centimeter or something there, and then you just drizzle the maple syrup on it. And then what you can also do is put little popsicle sticks down in there, and then you can either roll it and then you have yourself a tasty treat. Maple syrup taffy.
And this is real maple syrup, not that table syrup stuff that
I ain't talking, no offense to Aunt Jemima and everybody like that, but I ain't talking about that. And my kids, actually, one time I think we went to Denny's or something like that, and they put on some table syrup, and my guy goes, what? He didn't even really know what that was. I just said it's liquid sugar. But anyway, shout out. Hey, nothing wrong with table syrup, The problem with maple syrup, actually, and this is what sparked this. Sorry, Brendan, we'll get to you in a second. What sparked this was she bought a little thing, maybe the size of this cup. I don't know what it was. And it was $10 at Loblaws or something. It was the prices. You want to talk about the prices of eggs?
I didn't think they were that expensive.
I didn't think they're that expensive either, but maple syrup.
I mean, we don't have an egg problem in Canada. Maybe in the States. I know I was reading about that
it's
earlier.
I think it was $5.49 a dozen.
What do you guys pay, for anyone that's out there, what do you guys pay for baked goods out there? Because what is a croissant cost with
it depends on the quality of the croissant, though, right? I mean,
croissant, just baked goods in general that use eggs.
What are we paying for here? What do you mean? Why is that? Why do you want to know about a croissant?
Because I want to know how much it changes the cost of
So you're tracking the cost of croissants over the last 10 years?
People use Big Macs. Why can't I use a croissant?
Yeah, I actually, we did have a video about with the Big Mac index. You know what, Arun? Let's do something.
We should probably go to break.
We're gonna come. We'll go to break in a second. Let's come back to the Big Mac Index at 2 p.m. We're gonna do some research and look into that because I think that's a valid point. All right, it's Brendan. He's over at the big desk. It's Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, and some dollar strength coming back into play after that initial jobless claims number once again this morning at 8:30. If you missed it, was higher than expected or lower than expected, meaning still strength in the overall economy. So it was 190 versus 195, so kind of there or thereabouts. But 0.5% anyways here for the DXY. Almost got to 105 again, so right back to the top end of the range here on the daily chart. It's worth noting both the 2 and the 10-year also at new highs. So yields popping, the dollar popping, that typically leads to, lower markets right across the board, including the rest of these currencies, all in the red. 0.5% for the euro. Canadian dollar did actually chop around positive initially, but has since gone down about 0.1 though. 0.6 there for the British pound, gave up on 120 again, 119.5. Everything else red as well, including both Bitcoin and Ethereum, back to significant levels here that need to hold, guys.
You know what? It's been holding pretty good, and I'm going to take another piece out right now, maybe around the 60. Well, it's got some half prints there. Every time I try to punch 68, it's working in my favor because I'm getting all of these half prints. So if you're wondering about routing and things like that, we have Arun and I and everybody here at Day Trade the World has the opportunity to basically route to any single gateway that you choose, basically. Here, let me show you my keyboard setup just real quickly here. We could do more of this. So here's the keyboard setup for Prosper Pro. This is our platform here. It's called P Pro 8. And it's actually the same platform that I was using 22 years ago. But so you can look at all the different regions we have: EMA, North American. We're going to stick on North American. And then we have crypto. I'm just going to go to my NASDAQ. So these are all the keys that I can use here for NASDAQ, including ARCA routing. There's like a routing key, RDOT route key for BATS, EDGX, MEMX we have as well. Different ones, BYX, Edge A, we talked about that, all with different routes. And it just goes on. And the same kind of opportunities go for every exchange that we have when you have, whether or not it be London, Europe, there's many markets in Europe, but the LSE, anywhere you look, Milan, anywhere, Asian markets, all have different gateways. And we pretty much here at Day Trade the World, thanks to the hard work of our business development teams and things like that, we have access to many, if not all, of the gateways that pump through into the markets. And that's a huge advantage for traders like us because we can better control our costs, better control, where we're sending our shares. And quite frankly, it's a huge advantage to be able to read the tape. You want to be able to see which gateways are printing when and why and where. And that, for me, is part of the reason why 22 years of experience, we're able to sort of hit different gateways. And I've just recently switched from BossX over to BYX because I was seeing better fills. So that's just a little bit of something and some of the stuff that we talk about here at Day Trade the World.
Yeah, I was still going through the chat. I was like, how much are eggs? And apparently it's really ridiculous in the States, like $8 USD for a dozen. That is.
Are they free run eggs? So the thing is,
forget that. Organic.
No, but even organic, they're expensive here too.
Yeah, but there's like $12 for 2 dozen Canadian.
At Costco.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So $12 for 2 dozen Canadian dollars versus $8 US, which works out to what, like $11 Canadian for a dozen? Yeah, that's tough. And then I see one guy saying Argentina, $1 a dozen. How dare you? We should all go to Argentina.
You should just have chickens. You can have chicken coos now in Toronto, right? So
don't you need like permits and stuff for that, or no?
No, not anymore. In certain areas you might, but I just know that our area just got approved for that.
Nice.
All right, so it's 10:56 right now. Thank you so much. I'm just telling Liz something here and give you the details. All right. Before we went on that little rant, well, it wasn't a rant, but before we started talking about eggs and food price and all that kind of stuff, the market's been pretty slow this morning for sure. I mean, it's nice that It's nice that we're back up to the upside of the day here, but this remains true, right? We've been shorting NEO and getting it out right here, and that's been honestly, I don't care if you like that money thing or not, but we're doing the money dance on that name. Apple's right back to where we shorted it again, probably worth putting on. I'm just a little nervous because we're back up here. You know what? Let's put Let's put on something at 6. There it goes. We just put a 60 and it rips right through us. So we'll put it on again, but smaller. I'd really like to look at 145. The idea that I'm getting behind here is just that it's like a rinse and repeat kind of day. We continue to short those names. We continue to short NEO. We still have our SI on. I only have 10% left. I'm going to hold it in case we do get a crazy squeeze. We did have a great out there on SI. Meta, we got out of that one. That was a great out, obviously. We were kicking ourselves when we did, but that's part of the scalp nature that I have. Take outs when you're at sort of these levels and then worry about it afterwards and possibly reload something like that on Meta. And then just a quick test on Tesla here. Let's go back and have a quick look to see where Tesla is today, and it's pretty flat over the last hour. We do have a high of 193 and a low of 190, but either way, you're still bouncing off VWAP here at 190. That's probably worth looking at, but it's been a barcode nation here for a little bit. I mean, I'm going to consider this kind of doing nothing. I mean, I don't know where, unless you had 193.50 and managed to get out, you know, back at the 50 period, it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I still like Tesla to break some of those highs on momentum, but still, we came in today down 7%. You're down 5%. Yeah, kind of not much happening here on TSLA. Do you have any sort of broader ideas before we throw it back over?
Yeah, so before we go back to Brendan there, someone, Tease Trade is asking me whether I'm leaning long or short. At this point, I mean,
question.
we're in the right area for a short, but the momentum is clearly to the upside. So I'm thinking if we can get above 55, I'll jump on board on the longs. At the same time, I'm carrying 3 different equity shorts. So things can happen. This zone is the right spot for this market to say, no, we don't want to go up and we're going to spin right back around. That's why I'm not doing anything. If we get above 55, yeah, that gets me going on the long. But for now, I'm just looking for shorts, can't find them, but respecting the long in the meantime. One thing that is working out well, First Solar, we talked about this, right? The trade that was at one point a long, then a short, then a long, and now we finally got the clarity we needed. We got the short right at 196, and it was down about almost $2 in the money, now making a bounce, but you know how First Solar is with its spreads. So for now, it is respecting the move to the downside. If we don't get the sell side traction that I'm thinking that we're going to get here, this might actually turn back into a long. So I got to walk away from this at that point. So for now, it's a short, but we should not catch a bid down here again. If we do, that's a problem. We're going to walk on that, and we can reduce the risk on this to north of whatever that high is. This is about 196.50, so we'll call that the top that we're going to walk away, take a 50-cent hit. In the meantime, for right though, this could be a nice $4 or $5 winner if it does continue its sell move and catches more offers to the downside. Brendan.
All right, just quickly, guys, here's what's coming up tonight and tomorrow morning as far as earnings are concerned. We're getting to the end of the week, but still a few names on here.
What is
We
this?
just took 10 cents on Apple again. Okay, so Costco, we had
Have you ever
Daniel
had
Shed-
Potbelly sandwiches?
No. Are they here?
I don't know if they're here.
No, I never heard of that company, to be honest
The
with you.
first thing I'm always going to
Potbelly we're
gravitate
talking
towards
about.
is going to be food, because you guys know I like to eat.
And you love Costco.
Yeah, and I like Costco.
Okay, so we'll look at Costco. Marvell's in there again. Broadcom, so there's a couple names there. And C3AI, that name's been going off as well. That could be another one. High short interest. Everyone's talking to Arun about AI these days. So that's an AI company. So that should be a downside move, I would think, tomorrow, just because of where it is. And then right there, in the not in the middle, but Nordstrom, I feel like that's going to be in a little bit of trouble there. JWN hasn't had the greatest of days recently, I believe. Anyways, down to 19 bucks. Come on, it's a New York name. Let's go update right now for this. Yeah, so downside today. I don't know, my dailies. We're past 11 o'clock. Maybe that's what the charts is like. Sean, it's not your turn anymore. Give it over to those guys. But there it is right there. Look at that. There's Nordstrom's, 27 bucks, guys, getting absolutely clocked right there to the downside. So yeah, wow, bad month for Nordstrom's. And it's coming to tomorrow in a retail environment that I don't really like. We talked about Macy's. I'm going to throw it over. I just want to look at this one more time. We talked about Macy's today getting into this 23 area, and we missed it, man. We talked about shorting this at 23. It's already been up there. Now it's down to 22.40. Missed opportunity there on Macy's. But Arun, thank you so much for coming through. You're back at 2 p.m., as am I. But for right now, I want to thank everybody. Bears versus Bulls, everybody in the chat, all the super chats. Thank you so much for those today. Thank you for all the new members. Thanks Arun, Prad, Brendan, and everybody. But we're not done, man. This show is just getting started, really. We're going over to the midday, guys. It's memes and movers. Why not? With the midday guys, it's Sharif and Luca. Let's throw it.
That's a way back playback right there, Sean. Memes and movers. Okay, that's what this Throwback Thursday. Welcome to the midday show, guys. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. Let's get it started. A bit of a look. Let me kind of pump the brakes on kind of what I've been doing lately. I've been, positioning heavily and taking like big scalping positions. Today I'd like, look, let's slow it down. Let's try to trade more mechanically, and I kind of executed that so far on Polestar. So identify this as a strong name as a result of decent earnings, right? It was up several percentage points, 5-6% in the pre-market. I'm like, okay, what are the levels on this bad boy? And immediately when I opened up my chart, I saw 505. That's yesterday's close. We popped up, I think, in all the melee. After earnings, we got up to like 562, 570. I'm like, perfect. If this makes its way down to that 505, $5 area, I want all the smoke. And I want to get in at that position. So here's what happened. Let's talk about this trade. Makes its way down to that $5 area. I'm like, look, it may not come to that $5 area. Let me wet my beak a little bit here. I take a little position. It comes down right into that 510. We add, pops back up. I'm like, okay, here is the breakout. Add at the V-neck. But I'm like, okay, it's going to come back down. I'm going to defend this 505 position. It's equally as legitimate now as it was earlier. So what it retraced. This is a red to green move, by the way, guys, right? Where something is strong pre-market and then the bell rings. It makes a red move. I call this the red to green. I didn't come up with that coin. I don't remember where I heard it. But anyway, so it makes its move up. We defend where'd I get that, Phil? 508 this time. And there we go. Now we're stepping up as expected. I add again on the break of the pre-market or the after the bell high here at around 5.25, and we watch basically it retrace through VWAP here. I get some out at 40s, I get some out at 43s, and then it comes back into VWAP, so I'm going to defend VWAP. It's going to be one of those ones where I'm scalping and adding all day with an awesome cost basis at the bottom there, and basically that's the idea here. Now I'm kind of upset that I didn't add at that 528. I should have been adding, but maybe if it advances, well, not maybe, if it advances through 535, I'm going to be taking that one long for the add, and I'm sitting here at 549s waiting to take profit. So I like this one advancing. It's holding VWAP. It's about to make a new 3-minute candle to make a new high, which is what I'm looking for a continuation of the move up. So kind of a slow mover today, but I'm really tired and I don't know why. I slept very well. So I don't really have the mental capacity to go at it with these momentum stocks. So trying a different strategy today. So far, so good, working out. Let's see if we can print to the high side. Luca, I see nothing is different on your end, though. I see a lot of ins and outs on that Tesla chart.
Oh yeah, my main focus, first and foremost, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show, and staying profitable. And we are at Thursday, Throwback Thursday. Yeah, guys, I'm short Tesla. My main focus was Tesla today. I am holding a short from 192.80, and I'm trying to hold for about 88. I think we could probably get there. This is the last piece that I'm kind of waiting. Now we're actually through VWAP. Just a heads up, there was about 2,000 lots sitting at VWAP on the bid there that just got smashed instantly. So yeah, we probably flushed down now at least a point. We'll see where this one wants to go. But again, guys, look, Tesla down 7% to start the day, giving you the rally into about 193, 194, and then all the way back, giving that first VWAP bounce. Now on a day where Tesla is, and this is just my opinion, I know people have difference of opinions. I know Sean was just talking, saying maybe it gets back to the high there. So every trader is going to have a different opinion on this. But essentially, my kind of take was favor the short, even though the long was great off the morning. 193, I'd say 192 to 195 was like my overhead resistance zone, very wide, and then I tried to nail it down to like 193, give or take. That's where I really got more aggressive and more convicted. All these shorts are a little bit lighter, and then trying to like really get aggressive over here and hold for the move when it happens. So essentially taking it short here, this is where I started to win, and then riding it all the way down to the 50, covering majority at the VWAP bounce, adding it back, fighting for price, getting it again, covering, and now holding that last piece for the broader move down. It'd be nice to see a low of day. I don't think I'll hold for that. I'll try to get out just in front of that at around 188. The reason I'm choosing 188 is because this morning we sort of popped, dropped, held the pre-market lows. Then we had an extreme short squeeze from 186.50 into around 189. And essentially that 188 was like the trigger of it broke 188 and it never really looked back. So I feel like we're going to eventually, you know, if we get lower, we get lower. But I just want to use like that 188 level as like my max cover target area as opposed to low of day, just for that specific reason. That's sort of where the explosion short squeeze started to happen. Not to say that it's a super relevant level, but it's just kind of my level, so I'm going to stick to it. And yeah, see where we go. So yeah, I'm $2.70 in the money on this trade. And yeah, I gotta admit, my mental cap is drained, man. It's drained because anytime you're trading Tesla all morning, scalping around, it's gonna, you know, drain your mental capital because it is a challenge fighting for fills and obviously everything else. But you know, Arun in the building. Yo, I just want to say, channeling my inner Arun, trying to hold for the bigger picture move here. So yeah, I'm $2.60 in the money on this trade. That's like what that divided by 30 cents is essentially how much more I'm up than normal. So yeah, pretty proud of it, but I'm sure I'll find a few other trades. I did have like a Google, just kind of, no, Google wasn't even really a trade. CRM was like I tried a long. I was like, okay, let me add, and it, like, I got caught in this like flush candle down, and I was like, no, I'm done with the CRM trade. But yeah, for the time being, I think it's showing that 187. It kind of bounced twice off there, and now started drifting.
Looks good.
It's the thing is it's very, very choppy, man. It's very choppy. There was a buyer in and around maybe 188.60 over here, and it kind of looked like we were going up, but I think that buyer may have gotten filled. And now we're just kind of drifting. So I would use VWAP and 187 for the levels on that one. And yeah, no trades on NEO, but I want to just quickly comment on the fact that yesterday was, you know, the earnings trade, the short through 9. I'm holding for like 960, 950. That's what's going to happen there. And it's absolute BS, man. It's BS, and I'll tell you why. It's BS because this thing is going down. It doesn't go down. I'm forced to cover. I get off the show, and I'm like, okay, it filled the 880 buyer that I was talking about. You guys see the volume spike. I essentially covered like 78s because we didn't actually have follow through. I'm like, whatever, let me just cover this. And then we didn't even go lower. And then it's like, oh, today magically we go to that 840, you know, 840, 830-ish area. So yeah, it's funny how it just can't happen when you're in the trade waiting for it, forced to cover, and then it actually goes there eventually. So yeah, new low on NEO, which is interesting, 831. Again, not really doing the crazy amounts of volume that it did yesterday, but I think that bottomish area, this is a telltale sign. Like, it dipped into it, it ripped, then it held. So I would use 850 into 830 as demand zone for now. I don't know if it gets back there today. And again, just to reiterate, it is doing absolutely no volume. So not to say that I'll have a trade on it. But yeah, just bigger picture look here. It's at that kind of low on the daily-ish area. Dipped into 838, kind of popped back and held. Now 830 again, holding for the time being. Do we bottom out here and go back to the upside? I guess time will tell.
Yeah, I'm just making jokes here, guys. I'm looking at the CRM trade, and I was like, yeah, look at all these higher lows here. What a great uptrend, and you know, this 189.50 neckline break here with a new high, that looks good. And then you got like a buffer of 50 cents or so into VWAP. But I think, like Lucas said, man, it's just it's really choppy, and you're going to be willing to take like $1 or maybe even more of a hit. There we go. So if I'd gotten in at 189 high, we just broke 188 to the downside, or did we? I think we just held 188 right there. So yeah, super choppy, and maybe it's one of those ones where you get in on a little pullback. I mean, it's up 20% on the day, so you got to assume it's going to retrace a little bit here. I mean, never assume, but the idea is we're trying to play the probabilities game, and if we have, you know, a retracement, I want to say into 191 from 188, that's kind of like the halfway point between the bottoms and the pre-market open price. So this is a good one. I just, you know, I think I might get chopped into this one. So I'm gonna debate it. I want to see what it does at 189 and whether or not it rejects VWAP. I mean, again, it's worth mentioning VWAP 189.54, 189.50, in and around that area. So I like CRM. I like the strength. I think what was said there yesterday, you know, bodes well for the company in terms of, you know, saying all the right things. So here we go, bouncing off that 188. There we go, back into 188.50. Let's look for that 189 continuation. I mean, if you were to draw a trend line here, you obviously had a break of it because we had like a consecutively higher lows. This is not an accurate wick right here on that 1059 candle. That's not echoed on some of my other platforms, so it's probably a dark pool wick. So it did hold this trend line. Now look for former support to become resistance. You want that continuation definitely through 189. You don't want to see it topping out there and retracing back. Kind of shows a little bit of weakness. But here we go, pumping back up, 188.70s, and let's see what she does there. PSNY, I'm still in this trade. I'm holding because now we're consolidating at VWAP. So I'm looking for, a hold of this general area during the slower times, and then maybe a continuation, either randomly or, the more predictable one is to wait for that 2 o'clock hour to come in, and you have some more volume coming into this one. So as long as I don't go into the red on this one, I'm going to continue to hold in and around VWAP, and I may take some opportunities to add around this level if I see what I like. So this one, slower trade, but very profitable, was able to size up quite nicely at these bottoms over here at the 508 area. Now we're flirting the 530, so a slower trade, but this is more like I don't want to make any stereotypes here, but this is more like an Arun type trade, where he really sizes in and then holds it the rest of the day here, and that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. So I don't know. Huh? Oh no, I'm just it's a slower type trade, which is where you get in, you wait for your levels, and let the profits accrue, so to speak. You know what I mean? No, I was actually saying, I'm well, yes, in a good way you are, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to say my brain's a little fried today. I can't hang with some of these big cap momentum names. Luca, what do you got?
Yeah, guys, I'm long Amazon. Let's see where this one goes. We're basically bouncing in and around this 91 area, so I'm taking the long, and you know what? I did initially put a stop in at below 91, but I'm removing that. I'm changing my mind. I think it's just bounce, bounce, bounce. It did hold 91, I think. So 91 would be a new low on the day, but I don't want to just get stopped and then it bounces. So I'm basically long 91.06, and then I'm going to wait to see if it breaks. If it breaks, I'll consider adding to it, getting my average just below 91, and then basically reevaluating that one and going from there. Guys, I am also short the SPY off 39.50. Sorry, I'm short the market off around 39.50 here, and I'm using SPY again as the proxy. I thought it would go higher, so I wanted to average into this, but I only got one fill there. So let's see where this one goes. We're basically at the 50 period now, and I think Tesla's looking really good, getting its way to the 188 area. So again, with Tesla, everybody knows the rules. It's an area, not so much a level. So yeah, let's see if it can actually go and print 188. But again, this is a nice leg down, then giving you the kind of sideways action, now giving you the secondary leg down. So the real question is, how much further does this secondary leg down go? Yeah, time will tell. But I kind of, maybe I'll be a little bit more patient and see where it wants to go. And then if we now at this point rip back up, I think I'll have a discretionary cover. Initially, I wanted to just say, okay, if we go above 193, I'm going to stop myself out. But I just feel like now that I've kind of gotten the chop out of the way, you got the first leg down. This is potentially second leg down. Maybe we get a third leg down into the low a day. That's kind of what my gut's telling me, but also I'm sort of biased because I'm short on it. So maybe I cover this and then have a whole new view on the Tesla trade there. So yeah, gonna chill with it just a little bit longer. I think the low of this move was 65. I think we could probably get at least 50s or 40s there. So yeah, maybe instead of waiting for specifically 88s, maybe I'll go 188.50 and just step in front just another 50 cents there. So yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. The market, yeah, a little move down, but then instantly back up there. So yeah, instantly back to the upside. Not really too sure. I'm willing to add to this one just based on the fact that it's sort of wicking up over here. I don't love the longs, and I just think 39.50 on the ES was that level. Now again, guys, Arun's in the building, so whatever he said, prioritize that over what I said. But essentially, my take on the market is 39.50 was that demand zone, and then we just basically broke through it in the overnight session, bottomed out at 25. Now we're making our way back to what was the demand zone. So I think if demand zone before, now resistance zone, and it's giving these little wick off tops. Does it have the strength to rip all the way back to the upside? No. Do I think people are looking at this and saying okay, long because we're going to go back to 4K? know as well. So with all that in mind, I want the short. But again, I'm just kind of like light on the position right now. I'm waiting to see how it reacts, and I'm not really too sure where a target is. I think if I can get 10 points on this move, I'm taking my money. So that's essentially VWAP. So yeah, if this goes $1 in the money, I'll probably just be covering that trade, and then just finding another trade there. Yeah, Lone, I saw you in the chat saying my brain hurts. I was like, oh man, me too. And then Sharif's like, I feel brain fried. Yeah, man, this is a product of day trading, man. You got to prioritize that mental capital. If you do feel tired, recognize that it's going to affect your trades and you're going to trade worse. So for example, with my trades in the morning, obviously taking a lot of trades, dancing with the stress law, I just think that now I have to be very, very careful going into the next trades that I take and essentially just size down, because, if it goes against me, that's just pure, energy drain, and I'm just going to like goof up the trade there. So yeah, we'll see where things go here. Basically short the market, continuing to hold Tesla. This is what I didn't want to see, that quick, dip and then rip back up. But again, could still channel, go back down. We'll see what happens. Oh, you're saying just kidding. Well, I'm not. My brain still hurts. But yeah, we'll see. Amazon, did it break 91 there? I don't think it did. Yeah, maybe didn't break it, but we actually get a little pop. The thing is with this one, maybe I'll scalp around. It's a time thing. I want to give it a little more time in and around this level, and then I want to make my decision on that. So even if it does now go through 91, that's okay. I just actually prefer it to go through 91 to get it over with, so then I can make a decision. Are we actually going to continue and hold lower below 91 and go to 90, or are we just going to dance around this level and potentially rip back up? Obviously, this is going to be correlated to the overall market, and sort of looking at this market with the thesis that 39.50 might not hold, and then we go back down to the 40s, the 35s. If that happens, Amazon will obviously go down with it, I would assume. So yeah, I am short the Tesla name. I am long Amazon. If we go down, my Tesla will make up for my Amazon loss, but also short the market. So if Amazon does go up here, I'll probably be looking for a cover, but then the other positions will not be too good there. Yeah, you always got to make sure that your risk makes sense, especially when you're having these kind of opposite things, right? So managing a few different things, but we'll see where those ones want to go from there.
Yeah, so I took a position in CRM. I didn't really get my ideal price, which is why I got out quick. And the other notable thing here is that 189 is a real level. We keep rejecting off it. A lot of sellers are stepping in at 189. It's not exactly holding 189 to the penny. It's going 89.01, 2.3 in that area, but really finding a renewed sense of buying around that area. So I don't know if this is a good area of accumulation to break to the top. Like, look, the main trend is high. There's no question about that. But the more recent trend is that low, that dip off 196, 195, where we started off the day at, and it's been, that 187. Okay, we're finding a bit of a pop. But anyway, 189, here we go again with this level. 01 showing up, but the spread, 4 or 5 pennies. Do we get continuation here? This is what I was kind of looking for, that VWAP retracement or that 190 retracement. Again, rejecting off 189. 189 acting as a recurring level on CRM, no question about that. So that's why I'm like, okay, let me just take the 20 pennies, and I got out of there super quick for a 77 to 97 winner. Obviously, nothing really to brag about or to write home about on CRM, but just wanted to mention that in case anybody was looking at going long 189, a level added as well on PSNY at 28s on that dip. Looking for that continued VWAP hold. We have that retracement up, and so now we're range trading here at VWAP. I don't want to say this is what you want to see, but for something that it's predictable, that's all right. Which is bounce. It's a red to green move where it was green on the day. Then you have that red move at 9:30, that retracement, and then you have that hold of VWAP accumulates around VWAP, creating a bit of a range, and then breaks out in the more liquid later part of the day. So that's the whole idea on PSNY, and I'll continue to add and play those ranges. And if it makes any pops, like back into like 542, 545 area, I'll scalp out there, de-risk, take some profit a little bit, in anticipation of that accumulation around VWAP. So that's my plan there. But I also, it's a bit of a slow mover, so I don't feel like, there's that same type of risk for this kind of chart pattern that there would be on a small cap, crapper, for example, where you have that accumulation on VWAP, then you have the break of VWAP to the south side, that consolidation sideways, and then that eventual continuation south, right? That usually happens because the float's small, it's easily manipulatable, and this one is more of like a legitimate company where they presented reasonably good earnings. They showed that they had some cash on hand. They expanded their deliveries. They upped their forecast for the upcoming deliveries. So there's some like real names, not like these small cap crapper catalysts that we deal with every day. So that's the play on there. Quickly back to CRM as I want to keep looking at this trade. 189 rejecting again, but accumulating at that level. I still like this one for a long, but I think I might want confirmation that 189 gets taken. Look at that, retracing back now into 188. That out. That was a good out by me. I mean, fact of the matter is, it shouldn't have been accumulating around there in the way that it was. And I don't really have to kind of front run every trade. I can kind of go with the trend if it wants to take 189 and then retrace maybe into a mean reversion trade of like maybe 191, 191 and a half. I'll take it, but show me you're going to do it first.
Yeah, guys, the shorts are looking okay. I want to just talk quickly about a few things. So first of all, Anonymous in the chat saying, Luca, you got the top short on ES. Now next target, 38.77. I'm like looking, I go, yeah, but not today, man. If that happens today, it's not gonna happen without me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, guys.
You guys know what's in here?
Take a guess.
Well, this should pretty much let them know everything they need to know. Halloween costumes. We're men of our words, and we're gonna do this. Should we open? Should we have a look?
Let's save it for.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
We could give a sneak peek.
Yeah. Just gonna have a look real quick. A quick peek.
Open her up, guys.
Oh boy. There we go. I know, it's like no brain power, no muscular power. What do I have today? All right. Look at this. This is what I meant by you might actually have to edit the head. Luca?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So, Luca. All right, here comes the big bird one. I think I actually have where? Hold on. Yes, I can. I actually have a face. I don't know if you guys can see that, the glare right there. You can actually, I have a face covering that. This should be super interesting. Okay, so we're gonna do it. Big Bird, the Scalp Demon, the Cookie Monster. It's gonna be a Sesame Street filled theme. Thank you, Justin. This is gonna be awesome. I hope we don't sweat our rear ends into this stuff. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Jay. All right, Luca, were we talking stocks before this whole thing happened? What were we doing?
We were talking stocks. Yeah, guys, that's a little good sneak peek for you guys. We'll see tomorrow. Okay, I just want to go quickly before I get to anything else. Lone, thank you so much for the super chat, $25. Just because I love you guys, much appreciated, man. Much love across the board. Love you as well. Other super chats that came through, just to quickly address, is Nicole Harris. Good morning. Woo. Can you look at RKDA? Sharif can cue that up in a second, I think, if he wants to have a look. And the last super chat that I didn't miss from this morning, which, by the way, I want to say Mohammed Ahmed, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Please hit that like button. Stay tuned tomorrow for these costumes to come through. Going to be a lot of fun there.
Are we wearing them tomorrow?
We'll talk about it after. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But and then the last super chat was somebody, Cash, always, man, $2 super chat coming through saying happy birthday, Luca. Not today, man, not today.
Here we go.
Maybe tomorrow. We'll see, man. But thank you so much for the super chat that comes through there. And yeah, man, just what I was saying very quickly on this market. I'm holding the short, but I'm going for VWAP. That was a part of my plan. So basically, it looks like we're going down now. I think we could like dip into like this general area. I'm not going to hold for low of day, but I will find more trades around the ideology that if we continue to go lower, I'll just find more shorts. So for now, I am short Tesla. This is on screen. And basically, we ripped up, we tested VWAP, and we instantly slammed. So this, I wanted to add, but it was too fast. But basically, this kind of over-under here is making me like say like, okay, like, yeah, go for the target, because we're probably going to go to the low of that move, which is that 188.70. Then we're going to make a low, and we're either going to continue or we're going to like make a low and then give the pop back. So yeah, I'm not really in a rush to cover this right now. I'm just basically chilling, waiting to see what happens there. But yeah, on the overall market, I'm just waiting to see how 394 kind of, trend, right? I want to see that it's continuing to follow trend, specifically on the 1 minute, because I'm using 1 minute for like my scalp trade idea. And so essentially the short looked okay. It popped back. I didn't add to it. Maybe I should have, but I kind of wanted it like a little bit higher, but it's all good, man. Kind of rolling with this. And now if we get that next flush down right now, like that'll be my cover. So like I'm targeting like this general area, basically 393.80s to 393.60s, give or take. Let's see if I can get the fill over there. And Amazon was, I did add to it, so it did break that 91. I did add to it right at the lows, and then I kind of got some out at the 91 mark. This is going to be a recycle for myself, and so essentially what that means is I'm gonna long, like cover it. If we go lower, I'm gonna long, and then if we pop, I'm gonna cover it. I'm basically going for like maybe we go back up, but again, I'm not super committed to it. And I think 90 in general is just a better level per se. This is on a downtrend, right? So this is the daily of Amazon. We are drifting lower. So I feel like 90.40 is like a better area to kind of play off that 90 level for the time being. So yeah, we could easily get there, right? We could get to the 60s, the 50s, and then give the bounce. So I don't want to be too aggressive with my longs. If they go all the way against me, that's okay, because I'll be like managing my risk accordingly. And again, shorting the market, shorting Tesla, those ones are working for me well. So yeah, Amazon's only 10 cents out of the money, Tesla $4 in the money, market 64 cents in the money, probably gonna get that fill soon. And yeah, Tesla fill probably coming through as well. I would say, yeah, watch the 188.50s. If you're saying, I'm a day trader, I'm a scalper, I want to watch the tape. Well, this is where, if you are short this name, watch this low. Does it break the low and then pop back? Does programmed buying hit the book? This will give you like small little tells there. And then again, I'm going off the 188 level. It's just my general level. Not too sure if, we'll see where that one wants to go. So yeah, Tesla 188 probably comes through. If anything, I mean, at this point, yeah, maybe a low a day comes through. But yeah, this is the level to watch, I would say. This is definitely the level to watch.
All right, looking at RKDA, not sure what is up with this one, but it's making a move, that's for sure. So let's have a look at that. Shout out to Nicole Harris for that. Here's what we're going to look at. First, we're going to identify all the halt levels, because those tend to act as areas of resistance, support, subsequent. So first and foremost, the first one we have, 13.25, 13 and a quarter. That's the first halt level to the high side. And then we have a second halt level to the high side, which is around 15.88. So I'm going to put a thing around there, around 15.88 or so. Then you have a halt down, which is around 14.10. So we'll put a horizontal line around 14.10. Then you have a second halt up around the same area as the second, or you have a fourth halt up, third halt up, fourth halt, third halt up. That's in the same area as the second halt up, which is around that 16, 15 and a quarter, right? So we have a general area of support around there, and that's good. I like when two halt levels are around the same area, because that makes it, more of an important level, and that's what we're seeing right now. Looks like that, not exactly holding that 16 level. It's holding it because it kind of closed above it. It wicked below it all the way down to 15.25. So, I mean, there is a great degree of volatility in this name, but the fact of the matter is all those 1 minute candles closed above that $16 level, and we just got all the way up to 18 and a quarter. We're getting that move right back down into sub 17 now, high 1690s. Do we, test 16 again, right? 16, is it a recyclable level on RKDA? Do we get that dip down to 16 buy? You're going to have to give yourself like at least $1 here, because on the last time around it came down to 15 and a quarter. Time before that it was 15.56. So it breaks 16 but doesn't close below it. Anyway, that 16 level important. If you're looking to get long, I would say try to get long in and around that area. Try not to chase it through the highs. Technically, the high of day right now, 1894. So, let's see where the daily is on this. Let me just tell you real quick what the levels are on the daily. So it doesn't look like it's a former runner. It looks like it's just been stair-stepping down. The daily is really ugly chart on this. Let me show you guys here. I've been looking at my up screen. That's why I've been looking up. But here's the daily on this. I mean, going back, let's zoom out here. We were in the $400+ area. So it's been a real big move down since 2019, where it spiked at like 417, some odd price like that. Now, it's been one stair step down. The long-term trend is definitely to the downside. In any event, it's spiking today, and the levels that we have to work with clearly are that next level is going to be 20, and that's where we topped out last time. And that by last time, I'm trying to say is October 14th was the last time we were at $20. Above that, we're looking maybe at, I want to say 21.50, and then above that, we're looking at about 23 or 24-ish area. So some levels to come. Careful though. Let's talk about the float, because I haven't gotten into that. What's going on with this thing? Why doesn't it show me the float? Let's hold on. Let's fix this here. Okay. Well, it's not showing it to me, so I'll have to use the trade ideas. Let's pull out the trade ideas over here. RKDA. The float on this, guys, by the way, is 23.5 million. And not much of a short float either. 0.37% of the float is shorted. So not much to talk about in terms of a short squeeze here. But, you know, it's a small float. It's not big. 23, I don't want to call it micro, but 23.5 million is quite short. Again, reiterate, 16 is the level I'm looking at for a dip trade here. Not that I'm going to take one, but if you're really, you know, hell-bent on going long, try to get long at key levels. In fact, I'm going to pull this up over here. You know what? Why not? I might get the bug. RKDA, is that a NASDAQ stock? I believe it is. Yes, it is. So I'll keep this on watch here and eyeballing 16, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Amazon. I'll get to Tesla again. So I covered my shorts on the market and Tesla. I think those were good covers of where I covered at the bottom there, basically as I explained. And Amazon, I'm watching this position again. I am very light on the position, and I'm sort of I think 90 for some reason. I want to say 90.43. That's kind of like my gut instinct, and we're not really close to that right now. We can continue to go down right now. So yeah, 91 held. We finally broke. Now the shorts are good, but eventually I think we do curl back up to in and around the 91. So I want to find an area that I can really get long, closer to 90.50, and then playing off of the 90.43, the 90.35-ish area. If it doesn't give the opportunity, if this is the low and we go up, I'm not going to add to it. And then if we go all the way back up, it is what it is. I'll just I'll kind of roll with what I got. But this is a basic example of sometimes you find trades, but you're not super convicted, or you're waiting for a specific level, but you're sort of getting in ahead of that level, and you're working the position. You're trying to build. You're finding areas to scalp around. You're recycling shares, and then sometimes it doesn't actually get to your level. So the only downside with doing this is wasting your mental capital. So essentially, doing this is wasting my mental capital for when a real trade comes. But then at the same time, I kind of sit back and I say, well, you know, it would drain my mental capital significantly if it was more size. But if it's less size as I wait for the kind of real bigger trade to come through based on the level that I like, I sort of say to myself, it's okay. It's like a feeler position, right? It's let's say you're at the casino and you're playing blackjack and you're okay, let me throw down, I don't know, what's the minimum nowadays? You know, 50 bucks or something. Let me, 50 bucks, 25 bucks, 25 bucks. And then you're okay, I'm really feeling it, or I'm banking my wins. I'm gonna roll with this one. You know, 500 bucks, 1,000 bucks, 2,000, something like that, right? So I think those small kind of feeler positions are warranted. You know, sometimes, you know. Just make sure, obviously, as a trader, as a speculator, make sure that your risk is in check. You're going to have, you know, if you're like myself, you're going to have a lot of bets that are very, very small. And these are the feeler bets. The deviation of your P&L from these bets are so small. And that's exactly how you want to keep it, right? So essentially, I'm just explaining this in real time for anybody wondering. New York Jets saying, yeah, I bet on horses. You know, my friend won, I think, 32K on dogs in Singapore. He bet on virtual dogs in Singapore, and he hit, and he won 32K.
Good on him.
And yeah, it was so funny, man. When he won, we were going nuts. He's just let's go, I knew it. I was bro, you don't know anything. These are virtual dogs.
Do you gamble?
Are
you do you bet on sports?
I'm not a huge
Never
gambler.
have been, to be honest with you.
I don't I don't, sometimes I just feel I don't have an edge. I feel I don't have an edge, and things are wild, man. But I stick to you know, market-related bets, market-related trades, and stuff like that. I just kind of expend my energy in the market, and then when I'm done this, I'll play poker with friends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I play poker, and my friends play large.
You any good?
No. If I was good, I would be. I have friends who are really good at poker.
You know, relative, obviously. Good is relative.
Yeah, I know how to play. Yeah. I know how to, no limit hold'em, I know how to play.
Okay.
But I'm not like I'm not like a crazy great player. Like I'm not gonna like read you and then be like, oh yeah, I could tell here, therefore I'm gonna smash you all in and make you feel uncomfortable. Like I know when to do it, I just feel uncomfortable doing it and whatever. But like I have friends who play like you know like
Professionally?
like not I wouldn't say professionally, but like play for money. Man, they do very, very well. And when I do play with my friends, like it's just a wild game, man. The poker games I play in are insane.
I play with family, so we always play for like either nominal amounts, or we play like we just do the chips, and then I guess obviously it's like paper trading. There's not that same kind of pressure when there's no money on the line.
Like
I mean it's a little different.
I drink beers, tell stories, you know, smoke a couple cigars, whatever.
You're just trying to chill.
Then if I win, if I like run up a stack, I'm okay to just spray and whatever.
Okay.
But if it's my own money, I don't want to, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. But anyways, going to Tesla now very quickly because I know somebody was asking update on Tesla. So essentially, this is what I was mentioning. I said, notice how it made the low at 188.70, right? And this is like. This example is like a very, very like micro, like middle of the day, like robot action trade. Like, yeah, it could still go to 186. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, at this point now, I want to see 188.50 really flush through because this is my cover zone. My cover zone is essentially 188.50 to 187. So it's like a very wide range, but I want to try to figure out, do I cover at the top of this range that I want to cover? Or do I cover at the middle of the range? Or do I cover at the low of the range? So I'm trying to figure out like in this range, where do I want to cover? So let me just draw the line for that quick example. So it's like this is the range where I want to cover. Now, if this made my life easy, it would have hit this area, broken the low, and it would have flushed. If it did that, then I wouldn't have covered here because I would have been waiting. It would have gave me a candle like this right over here. It would have flushed into 188, and maybe I could have gotten like 81s or like 87, 61s, like the middle of the range, right? But because it kind of got there, you saw buying on the book, it kind of stalled there just for a little bit. All things considered, I said, okay, look, if it was gonna be good, making a low, when Tesla's down on the day, now below VWAP, breaking this low, I just feel like it would have went lower and I would have gotten maybe an extra 50 cents, maybe $1, right? But because it didn't, because it stopped, I covered and I just live with the result. In this case, it was the right move because we're now back up. We could go back down, but I wasn't even willing to hold again. Like I was willing to hold through this, but if we did this, I don't know, man. This could have went back to VWAP. It could have triggered 90.50, and then you get another little short squeeze to the upside. Like look at the violence in this candle, like going into the 50 period, right? So. Or the velocity, not the violence, I should say. I mean, I'm digital warfare, so I'm like, look at this violence that took place. No, it's the velocity, obviously. And so great cover. At this point now, I would not be trading VWAP. So the slam that took place was good, right? So I wanted to add it the first time because I still wanted the position. Now I don't even want the position, so I'm not adding it back right now. I'm actually going to be very, very patient with Tesla, and I'm going to watch to see how does the 90.50 level. So first area is the 90.50 into 91. If we get over there, my next level is like 93 into 94. So yeah, I'm not going to take longs or go short just yet. I'm going to watch the tape there and see what happens. But our counterparts across the water are closed now. So we're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for the European close.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the day as far as European markets are concerned. I was just reading a note on positive retail stocks today throughout the European landscape. Here's a few of the final numbers just coming through here, up 0.5% for the stock 600. You'll see on the board here in a second. The DAX in Germany just getting back to positive territory, 0.1%. The FTSE 100 in the UK also in positive territory. So just 0.5 on this board, 0.96. That's the stock 600 at the bottom there. 0.96 there for the Swiss market. Sweden basically flat on the day. But nice look overall. We hold on to positive territory to end the day for Thursday over in Europe, guys.
Nice little end to the Thursday over there, Bundo. They all ended up in positive territory. Luca, maybe we'll end up in positive territory. We're still down 0.25% on the day on the ES.
Yeah, guys. So keep in mind, it's obviously 11:40. We were talking about this yesterday, how Europe closed and then the market starts to move. Somebody in the chat was mentioning that, and I think look at 11:30. It's like it dips down, right? And so I stuck to my plan. I said I'm covering ahead of VWAP. I got that cover at like 393.65 or whatever, something like that. but basically covering in front of VWAP. So yeah, that was a nice little win. That lines up with, okay, I thought it was going to be 10, or maybe I got in at 52s. Where did I get in? Yeah, maybe 52s, and then I covered essentially 44s. So it was like 8 points. So I was like, yeah, close to 10 points, not too bad. We popped, we tested VWAP again here on the SPY, but I guess the SPY VWAP is going to be different on our chart because I'm including different data set versus like the full data set on the ES. But I guess it is based on volume, so it's going to be a little bit different anyways. But yeah, not to just go, I'm not going to dive into that too much. It's just like it's not really too important. But essentially, I got the cover where I wanted to, so I'm pretty happy with that one. And at this point now, yeah, if market starts to break down, you know, maybe wants to go into that 39.40 area on the ES. So I think, for the most part, to summarize what I'm saying with the market here, 39.50 failed, I think. We probably test VWAP. Do we sell off into the lows? Maybe. We'll have to see. But European close, did our market move based off that? Not too much. Not like last time. So I almost want to say that, like, if you're in an area, like if we were like down at the lows, like if this went all the way down here and then we're at the lows, then maybe you get like the velocity of the move. But I guess because we were at like VWAP, like our market didn't move. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to like understand it too in real time as well. But yeah, didn't do anything today. So, you know, sometimes it does it, then you don't even like look the next 2 times, then it does it again, and then you say, oh, this does it all the time, but it doesn't do it all the time. You want to make sure, if you are tracking, you want to make sure that you do it, you track all the time. So that's super important to do. Guys, Amazon is now at 90-50-ish area, and we did sort of dip below, so I'm gonna yeah, add a little bit more right here, and now I'm gonna start to kind of work this general area for then the move back up if we get that move. So I want to watch that. It sort of lines up with the overall market where that is. You know, in case we pop here and like go back up, then Amazon will start working. But I feel like if we fail this area, like I have my out and I know where it is. So yeah, I'm gonna work this general area, and then if we get a pop, I'm gonna sell that pop. Yeah, John, I know Amazon is a tough long, my guy. I know. But it's all good because I'm sized accordingly, and I'm waiting for my very specific level. And then if it doesn't do what I want to see right away, if we kind of go a little bit lower, I'm just going to opt the position, and it'll be a paper cut loss. So I'm kind of structuring it very, very good, and I'm very kind of happy with what I have now. So we'll see where that one wants to go.
RKDA halted to the downside, 14.79. The tap's at 14.50 now. So we're slated to open to the south side. 16 doesn't hold. It holds temporarily. And then, you know, the eventual flush, I don't want to say eventual, because some of these ones have been going like 200-300%. But yeah, ultimate flush comes in, and we're now halted at 14.79. Now tap 13.90. So I hope nobody is long this stock at the moment, because it does not look like it's going to open up well. The levels that we talked about, though, and that's why it's important to draw out these levels before you punch in onto crazy stocks like this. 14.11, you want to say 14-ish is an interesting area of support. That is the halt level to the downside. The first of the
Mike.
My mic's on, guys. Okay, I'll talk about that again. All right. So
spin it back, baby.
yeah,
Let's go.
Spin it back. Let's go. All right. So what I was talking about with this one is the halt levels. We talked about 16 being an important halt level. It got taken. Eventually, it closes below. Now we have to look, okay, where are we going to open at? Looks like we're slated to open at 13.87. The tap is 13.87. We're closed. We halted to the downside at 14.79, so about $1 lower than where we closed. But there is an interesting area of support as a result of the first halt level to the downside at 14.11. I want to say 14-ish area. So look for a possible hold of 14, even though the top right now is slated to open below that, right? And now, again, it's not a hard science, guys. These halt levels, you know, they may act as areas of support and resistance, and they may not, especially the ones that are, you know, not current. So the 16 one was current, and that's why it held for a little bit, and then we had the eventual flush. This 14 is 2 halts ago. So, you know, make of that what you will. The whole point here is try to find like key areas of price action that we can get in on. So having a look there. DHC is also moving. So let's look at some DHC as well while RKD is halted. DHC, look at me getting into all the small caps, even though I said I wouldn't. Yeah, once you like the small caps, you like the small caps, man. I mean, that's what it is, right? All right, this is quite ugly, especially on the 3-minute chart. But it been okay. So I want to say something. First of all, this is a topping tail candle. That is a reversal candle. It's basically, you know, a one-off indication that things are reversing, where we have a big wick up and a very tiny body closer to the low of the wick than the higher, and then you have subsequent red candles. So where do we retrace to? Well, the first area of support that I'm looking at is this area here, which is the former peak at 150. You want to see the $0.5 hold. If not, we've got another area below it around VWAP here at 145. But you know, this is not where I would punch long. I would definitely want to see the first 3 or 5, depending on what you're using, 3 or 5 minute chart candle to make a new high. I don't want to guess where the bottom is. You know, these areas may act as support and they may not, right? The sellers may overwhelm the buyers in those areas, in which case it means bupkis, that there was price action there before. So that's what I'm looking for, DHC. Let's look at the 1-minute chart on this bad boy here so we can get a more micro view. It was a good macro view there to look with the 3-minute, kind of spot the topping tail a lot easier on the 3-minute than you can on the 1. This looks like, look at this reversal candle here. It has a bigger body than the one on the 3-minute. So I think it's very interesting here to have more, yeah, like the ability to look at the same stock on multiple charts very quickly. Like on my setup here, on my home setup, I have always the 1-minute chart, the 3-minute chart, or the 5, depending, and the daily. So immediately when I look at the stock, I'm like, oh, okay, so it's done this on the micro, the intermediate, and the long. I know immediately what it is. So the DHC, we'll see what this one does, holding the $0.5 for now, but I'm not going to jump into anything here. Actually, let's look quickly at the daily on a DHC. Yeah, not really a former runner, just a really ugly downtrending of a stock. Wow. It's been going down for years and years. Definitely the long-term trend is to the south side, and we're getting a big trend reversal here. We're taking out a lot of levels with this move that we had today. We're almost at $1.75. The high is 174. We took out this level over here. We took out this level over here at 140. So the next obvious level you're going to say is at $2, and it's backed up by this ascent, this peak over here at that $2 area. So let's see what this one does. Obviously, if we're running, we're looking for $2 into this one. If you think this is going to run, my objective would be that $2 area, but we'll see.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. What's going on, Luis? Hopefully everything's well on your side. And I'll get to CDIO in a second because I have it on my watch list from the past few days. And I looked at it and I was like, 6. What? 6? Okay. But very quickly, Oxy, guys, that up and down level that I mapped from the other day, this is now, you know, obviously this was like kind of earnings day. This was earnings day, but essentially, yeah, this 60.50 is still kind of on my radar, and I'm watching it right now struggle to get over 60.20. Now, not really crazy amounts of volume, less than 5 million shares traded, so if I do take this trade, it'll be like a little bit lighter on the size, but I kind of want to short this into that 60.50 if I can, and then play off the high of that level, and then give it just a little bit of room to breathe. I think there's a chance that we could get to like, you know, 60, at random number here, 60.33, and then go back down. So that would be kind of my my idea for that trade. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, to go quickly back to Amazon here, guys, this is what I was referring to when I wanted to take the long, recycle it, wait, add a little bit more, add a lot, then kind of get it out. Like for this, I thought we were going to go back. I thought, because usually when we make a bottom, and I don't want to speak in certainties. This is just because I'm kind of multitasking here. But essentially, it flushes down, it bottoms out at 90.41. So that was kind of my general area where I really, really liked it, to play off a specific area just below. And essentially, it gets there. I take the long, it pops back up, so it shows me what I wanted to see. I take it off. I thought we would dip again. So I was sitting there again to get the fill and then recycle this area very, very cleanly. But this is when, at least for myself, this is how I know something's going to be good, is when it flushes down, pops up, and then it doesn't come back below. So it didn't come back below the 90.46, and the low is like 90.41. So yeah, maybe we go lower. But for anybody that's watching Amazon, I think this is a great example of You're watching the tape, you're waiting for your area. It's just very lackluster, drifting into the abyss, going lower. And then as soon as it breaks 90.50, pops back above, right here, which is 11.47, if you recorded that, go back to it, 11.47 to 11.48, and look at the change in the velocity of the tape around there. So it pops down into that area, pops back up, goes a little bit sideways, starts to go up, and the velocity of the tape really picks up, and then this thing runs up, and I don't know if it actually hit 75. I guess not, because I was actually sitting there. But it just kind of popped up to this like 65-ish area. So now, for myself, I'm in the long, I'm holding this. I have a good average, like, basically flat right now. And I'm waiting to see, can we now go back to the upside? Can we go to first stop being 80s, take some over there, and then final target for myself will be 91. Again, still down on the day, so I don't want to get too excited. If the long was going to be good and we were going to go back to the highs right away, this long would have worked and we would have been already to the upside. So this is kind of like a different trade. I kind of put them both together, but sizing in the area that I like, and then playing off of this level. There's still a chance the trade doesn't work and we just continue to go lower. If we do that, then I'll just be stopped out of the rest of the position. But risk management is key here, and I'm really happy with how I'm trading this.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Yes, like the
Word
video.
on the street was Fahad was displeased with us yesterday because we weren't playing his animation as much. But that wasn't true, Fahad, because we were. You just weren't here. Yeah, so the evidence is obviously on the video. Guys, 14 held a little bit with RKDA, and then it didn't, right? So how many times have we heard that? No, it's still holding. I mean, for all intents and purposes, yeah, we're like 5 pennies below it. The general vicinity, guys, is what we're looking for on this RKDA, but 14 showing itself to be an area of support on this bad boy. So, I didn't take the long. I'm not going to take the long on this today. I'm risk averse today. I'm just too tired to be able to concentrate with this bad boy here. But RKDA 14, very interesting level. And if you're looking for upside resistance, I'm going to say definitely the area where we halted the last time around, which is that 14 3/4, 15 area. I know that's not where the halt area is on the way up. That's not where 10%, but again, these halt areas are important areas of support and resistance. Make sure you're marking them out as they develop because, they are recyclable and they seem to be important, right? I mean, just looking at the chart action already, we saw a hold of 16. We're seeing another hold of 14 here. And, I told you these levels. I mean, I'm not taking the trades, obviously, but hey, there it is. Now, back to PSNY. This one popped up into 535, but what I'm seeing on my more longer term chart here on the side, and by longer term I mean the 3-minute, is that we're getting a series of higher lows and higher highs, and we're holding view up. So all the right signals for this kind of slow trade. Because I added here at the $0.25, I'm going to look to take some out if it makes its way back into 41, which is where my last out was. I'm going to leave my profit taker at 49s, just as it is at the moment, but looking to take another piece off should we come back to the more recent highs, which I would say is that 542. So that's why I'll say that 541s, right? Someone's saying MM is moving. Let me have a look real quick. I haven't looked at MM today, nor have I said MM in a while. I enjoy saying MM in case you guys can't tell. MM is moving. It is now up 15.62% on the day. It got off the schneid at that $5.50 area. Let's bring it in. Let's duplicate this bad boy chart over here. Shout out to Michael Noss for the setup, as always. Yes, 3-minute chart on MM. 550 is the breakout area. We're looking at test 7. I don't know if there's any new news on MM. Let's look at the blot over here real quick. I'm not seeing anything come in on MM. Breast cancer, that was what? That was March 1st? Okay, that was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
There we go. So, yeah,
Okay,
this one actually had a catalyst from yesterday. So, it had a cancer headline with positive results. So, let's see what the aftermarket move on this guy was. Wow, this MM has just been absolute rocket. We got to show you this as the daily. Wow, man. These cancer... I hate to, trivialize obviously something as important as cancer, but these cancer-related trades, these catalysts are money. Look at this daily chart for a swing. I mean, this goes back
to what day was this? How come I can't see the day? There we go. This goes back to September. No, what am I saying? It goes back to early December. December 9th is that big day. You had a bit of a, a cooling effect all the way up until, I want to say, the end of February. And then the end of February, we're just popping to the high side here, man. The obvious recent high is that 740. That was back on February 23rd. So we're looking to test that level again today, possibly. What a swing trade this is. I don't know too much. I'm not a science guy, so I don't know, how to look into the deets of what makes or breaks some of these studies. But what the price action is absolutely beautiful on MM. Yeah, look for that. Look for that $7. Obviously, that's the main level, Luca.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's always funny how I'm like, okay, yeah, no, never mind. Anyways, Amazon.
When you're typing, I won't throw it to you when you're typing.
You know what it is? I'm like complaining about CRM. And I'm just like, guys, I'm never trading CRM ever again. So I'll just say it here. If you see it on my blotter in the future, please remind me. But yeah, taking the long, wrong, taking the L there. It's at the bottom of my list. And then I'm like, you know what? It is at that like bottom area. Maybe I go long again. I go long. It instantly breaks the lows instantly. Like I go long. So look at this, guys. Long, instantly wrong, like instantly, and then long, instantly wrong again. And I'm like, I'm not gonna give this like any room because it should hold if it's gonna bounce. So yeah, safe to say I'm wrong on CRM, and I'm never trading them again. But that's what I was just basically like. Yeah, I was just a little frustrated. I was like, yeah, I might as well tell all of YouTube as well. And Amazon though, Amazon is looking okay. I added again. So again. Getting the trade, taking some off, waiting to see if it can fill me in and around the 50 period, missing the fill the first time, not a problem. Coming back down, adding again because the level's holding. Then the velocity of the tape changes, boom, we fly back above 90.50. Now at this point, like for myself, I'm chilling with the position, and I think we're going to get a test of the 50 period, which is right at 76. Keep in mind that there was some size at 90.75. And so essentially that size at 90.70, this is how I think, and then maybe I'm wrong to think this way. I don't let it influence my trading too much, but essentially because there was the size on the bid at 90.75 and we went below, when we come back above, it lines up with the 50 period. That bid, maybe it wants to get out at break even at 90.75. And if we get there, maybe it'll be a short-lived kind of move up to that level. So with all these things, thinking about this in real time, it's like I cover because it's the top of the range. I cover because that's like the size in the 50 period. And then I cover 91 because I think if we actually get here, from 90 into 91 is going to be like the area of like it was support and then it turns to resistance. So I do think we could get to 91, but my honest opinion is the 91 will be short-lived. So like sometimes I'll go for, let's say like 90.99. But, or 90, like 95, 94. But in this case, I might even go for like 89s. And it's just because it's based on an area, so I'm using essentially like an area, and then I'm saying where in this area is like the better, like the better area that I can cover. Can I get the additional 10 cents? Is it actually gonna print 91, or is it not? So in this particular case, I just feel like Amazon down in the day, you're gonna get that resistance coming through. Yeah, maybe I'll go for like in front of 91 as opposed to, or even as opposed to like 91.10, like closer to VWAP. So these are the things that I consider in real time. I just like to kind of speak them out. I think it's a good learning lesson. Maybe other people think the same way. But yeah, all good there. Let's see if this thing can continue to pop and give me my next fill closer to that 50 period. Going to wait for that one. Market is moving back to the upside. So holding that general area. Somebody before was saying, yeah, I love when Luca trades the SPY because I trade the SPY all the time. I'm like, okay, well, say less, man. I'll trade the SPY every single day then. I don't know how happy Greg will be about that, but I'll trade the SPY every single day, man. And, nice win on it. 100% win rate, baby. Where are we going now? I don't know, but I think my next trade might have a good chance of winning too. So, yeah, we'll stick to that one and see and go from there. Guys, let me know what you're trading in the chat as well. I know some people saying TRKA stock. I think Sharif was talking about that one from before. CRM, best of luck to anybody trading it. I'm done with that. I'm done with it. I'm done. Not trading CRM ever again. Best of luck to the CRM traders there. Let's pull back NEO. This thing has not drifted back below VWAP. It's in a very, very tight range. I just kind of, maybe I'll have an order to get long closer to like the low over there. So yeah, let's see. If this gets there, it gets there, but I feel like this is not going to get there. But I know, Renata, in the chat, you were mentioning that you were in NEO long at 840. Like, that's a banger, and I think you see the dip, you see it pop back, and I don't know what your trade was, but I almost want to believe that like this was your trade. You let it go down, you let it pop back up, and then you got long here, and then risking off the lows. Like that's a great trade. That is a great trade, great risk to return, and then I mean it kind of moved to the. Hopefully you sold at like 879. Hopefully that was your full exit on that one. Wow, Sharif coming through, doing the most, guys. Like show the big screen over here. Let me just show. This is basically my breakfast because I didn't eat anything this morning. Nice protein bar, peanut butter. Yes, sir, with coffee. Let's go. And yeah, guys, I went home yesterday and I slept for 15 hours, so I feel a little better. I went home. I was like, yeah, let me take a little nap at like 6 o'clock, and I woke up this morning at 7. And I was like, that was a little longer than I wanted to, but yeah, all good, man, all good. And yeah, Sprobras, thank you so much for this one. I will wait to eat it in just a second here. I know somebody was talking Meta before, so let me pull up Meta just to see this one. To see
Renata Haddad was asking about Meta earlier.
Yeah, okay, so it was you, Renata. So what was the level from yesterday? Or no, it was a VWAP trade yesterday. Okay, yeah, so that's like out of the picture here. It popped and then okay, 170. It's too far away. I don't think I'm going to trade Meta today. But I like 170. Like on the daily, like it looks really, really good, but it's like super far, so it's not going to come in. It's not really going to come into play there. Maybe like a 175, but then that's like way too high as well. I would say like if you're like dying to trade this, you kind of map the range of it. So like 174.50, 171.50 probably like stays in that range. I would not be taking anything in the middle. It would be like a long risking off like the low, maybe like that low in the pre-market. It's always interesting when a pre-market level holds, because it's like in the pre-market there's less volume, right? So nothing's really happening, and yet, it holds that level. So for me, that's like, interesting. So again, in the pre-market, nothing really happening, and then all of a sudden something's happening. But I'll tell you what else is happening, or wait a second, let's go to Big B at the big desk to see what's happening right now.
See what he did there? I like that. It's all about interest rates and the dollar right now, guys, as we head into the lunch hour. Here is the 10-year, basically at day highs, also at multi-month highs. Got to go all the way back to November to find the last time we were above 4.5, 4.08 right now for the 10-year. The 2-year also taking out this high today as well. So yields back to the upside in a big way. The dollar trying to get back to the top end of the range. So a strong session so far as interest rates and the dollar is concerned. We are seeing negative reaction here for stocks as a result. 0.17 for the S&P, the Dow, the only one hanging on to positive territory, 0.33, same as we saw over the past couple of days. The Russell, 0.5% downside, NASDAQ struggling as well. The 100, though, the big one's trying to bounce a little bit, 0.4 only to the downside. Still among the most active here. There's been a steady stream of crypto-related firms coming through saying they're not going to deal with Silvergate after they raised going concerns to deal with them, meaning no deposits, no withdrawals going into or out of Silvergate. Paxos was the last one I saw coming through. Tesla, NIO also on watch today. Negativity for both. SI, yeah, wow. Just kind of chopping around here. 740, 750 remaining support right now, but not good for Silvergate, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Still keeping my eye here on RKDA. Still holding that $14 level. I mean, it's below it. 1380, 1390-ish area, then it'll pop above, go up to like 1425. But, for the most part, it's holding that $14 level. What it does from here on in, I'm more inclined to think it halts to the downside. I think, we're below VWAP at this point, so it's sellable to me. Now, these are not hard and fast rules, but, it's not somewhere I take long. And, looking at, we've talked about this before, but looking at some of these stocks, ex post facto, after the fact, and looking, they halted a lot, but they stayed above VWAP. It was always a buy above VWAP. Then you'll see the move below VWAP, and then it'll be an obvious sell. So going with that observation, anecdotal as it may be, I'm looking for a possible, halt to down, a move to the downside here. Now, I haven't even looked to see what locates cost on RKDA. I'm assuming, they're probably a little bit higher-ish. I'll have a look when I send it back to Luca, but This is interesting here, consolidating at 14, making maybe a flat bottom break. I would have some profit takers if you're going to take the short, definitely sitting at the $0.5 area. But, you know, wait for a definite range breakout. I would say, I don't know if this is like the one that you want to average into, like say on a pop up to 14.50, take a short. I mean, you could do that and kind of build the position in anticipation of that decided break below 14. Right, like just right now, look at that. It popped all the way up to 14.40 and then khwadunk, all the way back down into 13.80 there.
What was this?
Khwadunk.
Khwadunk.
Yeah. Random noises to describe like the noise stocks make when they just, you know what, the bed. But anyway, the whole point is, what's up?
No, sorry. I don't want to cut you off
No,
there,
it's
but I
okay,
want to
of
say
course.
everybody's got a thing.
Yeah.
So for example, like you guys see me when I'm like, yeah, the stock's like doing this, and then like it goes up and then down, and then I always like do it like that. Some people are like, guys, can't you see like it gets here and it starts to go like this?
And then it's
Here's
like
this khwadunk.
khwadunk
Somebody
down.
was like, yeah, I like want to cross the other side.
yeah. So this is the thing, guys. Hanging around 14, below VWAP, on already a down halt. I'm looking for a possible continuation to the south side, especially because I haven't been able to find what this is all about. I'm just seeing like alerts for circuit breakers. Did Brendo message anything in this chart? Okay, well, Brendo messaged something about Ford, about the plan to restart the F-150 Lightning production by March 13th. Just wanted to mention that real quick. But here we go. On RKD now, kind of making a lower low there. Do we get that continuation through the $0.5 to the south side, up 61%? So you know, let's not write it out as a long, write it off. Excuse me, as a long right now. All right, the other trade that I've had that I've been nursing is my PSNY trade, still continuing to make higher lows. And higher highs, but now we want to see that continuation through 535. That's kind of been the more local top there. Some renewed selling around that area, and the tape, the book clearly reflects that as the size shows up here at that level. I'm sitting at 41s and 49s waiting to get printed. This started way back here, guys, at 08. When we got that dip trade off yesterday's close, a key level of support. Luca.
So just to quickly address Panu saying, Peter Brand said online prop firms are a scam. I would like to know your opinion. You just need to know what to look for if you're going to get involved. So some of them trade against you. They use CFDs. They don't tell you because the broker is then offshore and yada, yada, yada. Just understand where they can rinse you and just do your due diligence, man. And then you kind of figure it out and go from there. It's like anything else. It's like, it doesn't matter what industry you're in. You could be in the industry of trading. You could be in the industry of construction. You can be this, that, and everything else. Everybody, it's just, that's business, man. You gotta know what to look for, and for myself at least, it's very obvious.
Can I say something about that too?
Yep.
I get the feeling that they want to make money off the enrollment fee, knowing full well that the majority of traders, or the people who enroll, will not continue, will not become successful traders. We've all heard that stat. 90-something% of day traders fail. I'm assuming that translates somewhat into their business model, where they know if you pay the enrollment fee, what do they call it? Like 300. It depends on the firm, of course, right?
Yeah, like there's
Some will
all.
take. Sorry, just finish my thought.
Yeah.
Some will take like, oh yeah, well, $300 buys you $10,000 of buying power. Your shutdowns, whatever. Your drawdowns, whatever, and you end up paying the $300, and that's it. I mean, you don't pass, and they take your enrollment fee.
Yeah, so like there's all types of, so for example, I think if they're like, oh, we have a vested interest in you doing well and being a great trader, because then we'll split the profits with you or whatever, like something like that, then really they shouldn't be saying, oh, we're going to charge you like $2,000 for this training course because we went through it and it's rigorous and we're going to teach you all types of things. Like, look, first of all, if you're a day trader, the way that you learn the most information is by actually just going and day trading, getting punched in the face over and over again, kind of stakes learning, right? So there's that. At the same time, if they're saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna, like take our course for $2K, so they're trying to cover themselves, right? Then they'll say, oh, if you lost $2K, you basically lost the $2K that you gave them. They're trying to always be flat. Then you trade, they trade against you to hedge, and they make the assumption that all day traders, 90% of day traders will not make it, therefore they will lose. And then if they lose, they'll just rather trade against your account, right? And they do it in like these abstract ways. like very, very gray areas like overall. So I would say like if the fees are very high, if they're charging you like, to take their course and then it's like a basic course or whatever, it's pretty fishy, man, pretty fishy. But, know what to look for. And then if everything kind of makes sense, then then it's not a scam. It's like any other business. They have a vested interest in you succeeding. Trading, there's ample opportunity to make money, but again, it is very, very hard to trade, right? Very, very hard to trade. It's going to take a long time. You're going to have to pay your dues. But yeah, I just wanted to address that comment because it's like anything else, man. Every other industry, very, very similar. I don't want to talk about other industries specifically, but essentially, it's not just in this industry, man. It's in all types of industries. You need to know what to look for. You need to do your due diligence. Don't get scammed. Don't get scammed. Do the work. Do the work. Anyways, going back to this Amazon trade, it's going down. Okay, so it's going back down. I was offering at 74s in front of the 75s, which was around the 50 period. This thing ticked 72 and reversed. So because I wanted 74s and it didn't fill me 74s, now I'm not selling it now. I'm still holding because I still want to see what happens next. But essentially, if we get back to 74s, I am no longer going to sell 74s because now it's just like, okay, if it gets back there, it's actually going to go probably to like 84s, 90s. Like that's like my next target. So it's just a product of I wanted it then, I didn't get it. I'm not going to sell it down here. I'm going to wait to see if the level that I've identified holds. And then if we actually go back up, I'm just going to group those shares with the other shares at the top there because it'll be a break of the 50 period. And if that break of the 50 period does happen, then I think that was like my next target. So that's how I changed my idea in real time. I already sold the portion at top of the range. So selling here the next portion is kind of like, in my opinion, wrong because I want to see if I can even get a little more because this is the level. So somebody was talking about, key levels like, talk about key levels. Well, for myself, 90-40 Amazon key level, give or take, playing off that 90 level for the bounce back. Let's see if it gives it. But again, that's how I'm changing my idea. So I'm no longer waiting there, waiting for a little bit higher if we get there, or if we break the low, I'll probably just be out of that trade altogether. Mashworth saying, Luca, so let's see this. Overall, how are you and Luca doing today with all trades? Pretty positive day. Yeah, I'm having a great day. I'm positive on the day. Tesla is atop my list. And CRM is at the bottom and everything else in between. Definitely a good day. Can't complain. Just kind of sticking to the plan and going from there.
I just want to talk quickly about this PSNY trade because it did break through that 535 that we're talking about. Now we're at 539, knocking on the door of 540. The last time around, I think we just barely broke that 542. I want to say we got up to 542 and a half. So if we can get up to this area here and make a new local high, we still have the day high to contend with. And that is, I'll tell you in a second, 562. But that was made in the fury of those first few minutes after the bell there. So, on unusual amounts of volume, but still a level that we need to keep in mind. 539, though, a lot of size showing up at 539 here on the book. Not relatively speaking for a $5 stock, but the fact of the matter is it's holding it up there. So sellers winning the battle at this level so far, but it's an uptrend, guys. I have confidence that this one will continue, and it's already moving up in a more illiquid part of day. So I'm looking for this one to continue definitely through power hour. I'm taking every opportunity on the descents to add, and I'm scalping through the top. I just took up another piece out there at 539. I'm looking for that next piece here at 548. So got in that last little ad that we had at 20, where did we get it? 27s, yeah. Originally, obviously, getting in at that original 508 area, and then, it's just add and scalp on this area. There's a good reason why I'm doing that is because I knew that I didn't know, but I predicted that there was going to be, that consolidation around VWAP where we would kind of hold the general area, and that would give me opportunities kind of to add at those levels every time it kind of got to the lower end of that range. And that's what I did in and around 526, 527 area. So PSNY, a slowy but a goodie, to be honest with you. Presenting you with, a less momentum type trade, like a more of a slower but predictable type In case you're just joining us, this one is moving on news. It had an earnings play yesterday, and for the most part, it was quite positive. Anyway, coming back here to what I'm seeing on the book, looks like more size is coming in at that 539, so seller is definitely stepping in. This is going to be an interesting level from which to break out. I'm seeing more size stepping in, not getting taken out, to be honest with you, especially on that EdgeX gateway. That size it's accumulating. It was like in the 140s and now in the 170s back into the 160s. So some decent size showing up at 39. We'll see what 40 brings, but right now not seeing much at the 40 level. You'd think that 40 would be the better level here. What's the chat up to? Asif Patel saying NVAX long. Question mark. Not saying he's making it a statement. Sure, let's have a look at NVAX. We'll bring in the trusty side chart over here. We'll take our friend Stressla because we haven't been trading that. NVAX, you'll recall that was an earnings play from the day prior. They had kind of like, not so good news, and, the stock made them pay. Look at that daily chart. We go from 940 all the way down to that 625. A little bit of reprieve today as we see a green candle start to form here on the daily. We have a nice move, I want to say, off the bell. Did not notice this one at all. Was not on my radar. We get all the way up from 665 to 730. Decent move. I mean, it's a $6 stock. And then we're now below VWAP, though, and finding VWAP as a key level of resistance. So unless we reclaim this, close above it, and do the dance around there, this is an interesting short off VWAP here. But a tight range. And this area where it just happens to keep bouncing off, guess what? That's yesterday's close. So a very clear range. I mean, I wonder if some people actually just trade these ranges, because what a predictable range this is. You have yesterday's close, the exact same level I'm using on PSNY, and you have VWAP here. And look at this. You buy on the level on yesterday's close, and you literally sell at VWAP. And that rinsed and repeat, I don't know how many times. Look at that range, guys. So interesting, some of these boring trades, which are not really meant for YouTube broadcasting, can actually be interesting and quite profitable. So I just want to kind of build on Arun's case there.
Yeah, guys, just very quickly. So if you want, follow me on Instagram. This is my Instagram right here. The Italian Trader, 1258 followers. There are scammers out there that are trying to imitate me, but they can imitate away. I am the one with less followers. Very easy to find. Just a product of, trying to start something slow and steady, baby, slow and steady. Anyways, I wanted to share a picture that somebody said something and it reminded me, and I was like, oh yeah, I got to show this. So I did post it on my story. So feel free to. This is gonna be too small to actually show it here. I think this is funny, man. So
I love that. I saw that picture.
Yeah, listen, everybody wants to be a trader, but sometimes you just gotta go to work. And this was my first job back in the day. Look at me, man. I was doing pavement, trying to iron out the driveway, make it look real nice. I was probably maybe 4 years old, 5 years old. Oh yeah, somebody's Luca dresses like he's always on a rig or something. So I'm like, oh yeah, and then look at this. So I was,
it goes back.
It's yeah. If you guys could only, the face is too small, but if you could see my face, the stress in my face, and I'll show you later, the stress in my face when I was on this thing. Yeah. I was really trying hard. I thought, I was like, my job is on the line here. I gotta make this work here. So yeah, it was a lot of fun back in the day. Big throwback for myself. Posted on my story. Feel free, guys, to follow me, check it out. And yeah, lots of fun, man. Lots of fun, lots of stress. So just with this Amazon position, we popped above the 50. Buying came in at the 60. I said, let me add a little bit more here in case we do curl back up. I still do like it, playing off the low of the day. Just watching this general area. I think if the market falls off, this is probably going to stop me out, which is fine for the last portion of it. But if we rip to the upside, yeah, man, things will be good on that one. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Currently only long Amazon, so basically long Amazon and chilling here, waiting to see what happens next with it. Yeah, exactly. Always rise. Lots of fun, lots of stress. It's just both, right? I say it all, man. I say it all. And yeah, what other questions do we have here? Luca, you should be in an SNL character skit. Oh yeah, maybe one day. SNL, yeah, if the price is right, man, reach out to me. Feel
I like
free.
that newscast that they have where they say obviously racist stuff and they always make the white guy say the black jokes. And he's just like, oh, I don't want to say this, right? Right? I love that. I think it's hilarious, and it just pushes the boundary of people's comfort nowadays, which I like.
Yeah, I feel I don't know how much I can actually say in terms of the current life that we live, but don't be soft. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. Smile. Choose to smile. Choose to laugh.
Absolutely.
Don't be soft. And that's all I'm going to say there. Anyways, let's go to CDIO very quickly and check this out. This is the trade that everybody remembers. It started going. It was like below 3. And you know, we were talking about this on the gap up on this day. Yeah, here we go. So this thing was below $1, ran up, and doing its thing. It's a 4 million float. It had the volume. Let me just pull up the daily to make sure everybody kind of, because in case. Yeah, so we were down over here at like $1.20. Then had the run up, and this was the day that it really started to get going. The thing is if the short was going to be good, and now it's hindsight talking, but if the short was going to be good, it would have failed here and probably just like died for the rest of the day. It didn't though, right? It actually held and kind of gave you like a very, very, you know, semi-clean area to work with. I think 4 was the top of this move, and that was a very clean level that if we break 4, it could potentially jailbreak to the upside, test 5, and then if it gets over 520, you're now in a new range. It's like, you know, blue skies break to the upside, give or take, whatever. And so just to kind of show that example, now that it's actually come to fruition, it broke 4, and it never really traded below VWAP on that day for the rest of the day. And so if you're like, you know, for myself too, like if I'm swing trading this and I take like a 4 break, and this thing doesn't even break back below 380, that's like, it didn't go 20 cents against you. And look at this thing. It just rode the 50 period the whole way up. Velocity picked up, runs into 5, breaks the 5 level, never trades back through 5. And so like, you know, add 4, add 5, watch it, doesn't break the 50, continues to go up, gaps up. Now when you see it like this, so it's now in a new range, it's above 7, it's very, very sideways. And when you see this over under action where it explodes to the upside over 8, does a lot of volume, the most volume that it ever did in a kind of like 1-2 minute interval, and then flushes back down, right? Can't break VWAP, does it again, and then quickly reverses. Look at that volume spike. So this looks like an exit to me. Now, I'm speculating, saying that a fund was long this thing because it should have failed initially, and it didn't. It ran all the way up. It's now new highs. 520 was like that, you know, like over, you know, make a new high. And now look at it, it's just literally like dying off. So now this thing probably reverts back, and I would say 3 is the like the ultimate target of the range. So if 8 is the high and 3 is the low, if you get like a 50% retracement on something like that, that's awesome. Use the prior levels that it's kind of showed you from before, but I would almost say that like 5 into 550 is like that kind of mean reversion area. Maybe it finds some support. You know, 520 was like the high. So like this general area, I would define as support, and I would say like, you know, bag holders central all the way up here. So yeah, if it does get back to VWAP, I wouldn't expect it to make another high through 8. But again, I'm not going to trade this, just kind of calling it based on the technicals. I thought this day would happen, you know, yesterday. It didn't. We broke, we continued, but eventually, you know, these things will give you first red day setups that are pretty clean. And just to kind of show the daily, it's like green, green, and then this is, you know, your first red day setup. Is this thing going to close at 5? Maybe. Maybe this thing goes back to 5. So yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. But I know Sharif's got something going here.
Polestar, we're absolutely printing. We've been ringing the register on this one. Here we go, back up into 46s. Now, guys, we were in this at 08, a slowy, but a goodie. Now, we're like right at the door of 47s, and if we get 48s, I'll get printed there. Took some out at 38, some out at 42. Now I'm sitting at 48, very close to getting printed. Guys, what a nice, slow, predictable trade this has been. This kind of gives me really like motivation to trade these more often. Lower stress, predictable levels, slower movers, so you don't get, you know, that anxiety that typically happens when things go against you. And then, you know, obviously retrace back in. You're like, oh my God, I paid for enter the trade. Anyway, so this one, someone was asking me about it. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. It's Andy Yuck. Andy UK. It's Andy UK. That's it. Polestar thoughts, he said. So those are my thoughts on that. And here's the chart where we got in, and this was obviously the low. I talked about this already, that 504 area. We front run that a little bit because, you know, it never quite makes it down to the low, or if it does, it's, you know, there shortly, and then it bounces back up. So we front run it by a couple of pennies, get in at 10 and 08, and then build, build, build. We add to the position on the way up, something I typically don't do. So, and this one we were adding at VWAP as well. That's what these ads are. And now look at this, man. This move up, we're going to test high of days. If We keep going this way. 562, we're at 546, 547 now on the ask. Some size showing up here at 47 is getting eaten up. Got taken out pretty quick now. It's about halved in size here on 47. So if the buyers keep stepping up, not right now. Looks like we're back down to 46, but 47 showing up and not much size was there. I don't know if someone put that there and then took it off, but it got taken off pretty quickly there. I'm sitting at 48. So let's see what this one does. Let's stop looking at it and look at something else here. Okay, RKDA. This is the one we talked about, 14 being the level. There's that flat bottom break that I just didn't have the guts to take through 14. We go all the way down to about 12.5. Now we're finding an interesting level of support at 12.5. Kind of a random level, not one that I identified earlier as an obvious level here. My levels are 13.25, 14, and 16. That was my levels. I don't have anything about 12.5, but obviously 12.5, a very important level here as I think it rejected off it exactly at 12.5, didn't print even lower. Now up to 13 and 3/4 almost, so nice little bounce back up. Now up 15% on the day, but we're at another inflection point. Former support becomes resistance now. That 14 level that we held and then broke down below, now we're retracing to. So is this another short area? Possibly on RKDA at 14. We are below VWAP, so if I'm interested in this, I'm interested for a short. So very interesting questions coming up here. Some good stuff to trade today. You know, not super momentum-y, but some good stuff. DHC, I want to mention this one because we are getting a VWAP bounce here. You know, you have that ugly topping tail candle. We talked about that, and then, you know, you have, look at that. That bamboozled, that's a bull trap if I've ever seen one. You get a consolidation area above VWAP and a move up and then a quadunk flush all the way down, right? And then a consolidation area into here. But now it's bouncing. Now we consolidated at VWAP. I want to say VWAP was 146, 147. So we hang around in that general vicinity and now we're finding some strength. But this one, as interesting as RKDA, for a flat bottom break. But wait until it goes below VWAP, breaks decisively to the sell side, below VWAP, consolidates, and then take that range short. That's what I would say. I'm going to look for some shorts on this bad boy here, find out how much they're going to cost me. While we continue to wait for that print at 48s on PSNY, not coming quite yet. Knocking on the door, though, we're at 47s, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I think Amazon's going to start working now. Market's going back to 39.50. Looking pretty good. Quadunk. I like that one, man. Quadunk. Keep quadunking to whatever you need to be. And yeah, Igor, I see you. Luca, trade more SPY, please. I will when I want, when I think I could, right? I don't want to just randomly jump in and out because I feel like that's a perfect way to get rinsed. So yeah, no thank you with that one. But yeah, I will bring them in more often when I do see setups, but for the time being, the same short that I had initially is not the way that I feel about it right now. It's like I did that because it kind of showed me the wick off tops over here and then failed, but now going back up, it's like, does it go back up and rip to the upside and then make a high, then go down? So I would watch, yeah, the 39.50, 39.55. Again, I don't want to really bring my like scalping mindset to futures, because I think that's not like, maybe that's not like a good idea. Like, give it the range and give it the breathing area that it needs. But at the same time, for myself, yeah, I will just use SPY as a proxy and sometimes scalp it and see where it wants to go. What was another question here in the chat that I wanted to talk about? Somebody was like mentioning, but I'm not sure if I missed it here. Lots of people play 0 DTE options, but today is a horrible day, the premiums. Yeah, you know, it's 0 DTE, it's like fool's gold essentially, so it's showing you that there's ultimate returns, but they will do their best to rinse you along the way. So make sure when you do play them, you're playing them when you think that the range is actually there. And so essentially for myself, to give a quick example of that, going back to the 39.55 area of support, if that broke intraday, so if this move, which happened in the early AM or overnight session, you should say, if this move happened like intraday and we were breaking 39.50 and really selling off, for myself at least, I'd be like, okay, like smash puts, because like we're breaking a huge support zone, and then maybe we go to like 3,900, maybe we even break 3,900 that day, and yeah, somebody was like 37 or 38.77. It's like 38.77 for an intraday move would be like a huge move. But it's like if you're breaking like a support zone and you think there's a potential and you're going to capture something like that, like that's when I would be trading the 0 DTEs. On a day like today, unless you're you've made money on it and you say to yourself, I'm very confident with this, I would not be, just because the range is very tight. So even going into this day, the fact that we were lower than going into 39.50, and then it kind of gives you like the short, but only gives you really like 10 points, give or take. It's not, it's tough, man. It's tough. Like if I'm playing them, I want like a move. I don't want like a chop central, because that's how you just kind of throw money away there. So yeah, good luck on that one. Just be very patient in all avenues of trading if you are trading. And for the time being, we're going to go to Brendo to see what is moving with volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, halfway through the lunch hour here. Let's get you up to date on what's doing the most volume this afternoon. A lot of people talking about the one at the top of the list. And wow, what a day for Zila. 515 million shares traded on this thing so far today. Just an absolute monster as far as volume is concerned. 171 million then for that TRKA, a big mover on the day. There's Tesla, 111 million shares going into the event. Yesterday, we saw it up around the 100 million mark as well. TQs, SQs, both on here as they normally are. Mullen, RADI, FNIO, and SOXL. This board, if you're seeing it for the first time, showing you 10,548 U.S. listings, of which, yeah, we're downside right now, 6,026 negative, 3,500 and change to the upside, 223 new lows currently versus 126 higher on the day. RKDA, as the guys have been telling you about, leading the way as far as gainers are concerned. Only about 4 million on the day traded, though, for Arcadia. But wow, 500 million shares on Zila so far today, guys. Back over to you.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
I don't know, man. I'm not pleased with the lighting in that video. I feel like shooting that again. Talk about. All right, guys, we're gonna drop the money on this one, man. Polestar is absolutely printing to the high side. We get that 48 out, and now I'm holding a smaller position. So build, 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 scalp, scalp, scalp. I'm very pleased with this position. Now we're at that inflection point where are we going to make it through that $0.50? You got to assume that we're going to find a level of resistance around here, that $0.50 area, and then it's from $0.50 to 62 because that's where the high of day is. So stair stepping up, showing decent amount of volume, not the greatest, to kind of support the move. And yeah, couldn't be happier with this trade. Well executed, and yeah, let me take this out here. Well executed, and very pleased with it. So happy with that. Let that one run. The other trade that I wanted to talk about was this market now blowing up to the high side. We haven't looked at the ES at all today. I know Luca just went over that, so I don't want to repeat everything he just said, but let me just move quick here. There we go. Let's zoom out. All right, so guys, yesterday's close, important area of resistance, that's going to be at 39.56. We're currently at 51s, so an area of support, an area of resistance we have to be cognizant of is that definitely that 39.56, I want to say, and a half area. But we will talk about that when we get there. Currently, the day's high, I want to say, after the bell high, is 39.54. So for all intents and purposes, those are 2 points apart, and therefore, virtually the same level. We're basically former area of support yesterday is acting as a current area of resistance. I love when technical analysis works like that. It makes it look like it's so easy, and all I have to do is follow this play, and yeah, obviously we know that that is not the case. But someone's saying Macy's is ripping. Sure, I haven't had a look at Macy's in a while. Let's bring in the trade ideas chart. Let's go with our friend M there. I don't know if it's ripping. I mean, it's bouncing off. Looks like what to be a bottom there. Let's bring in this. This is the 3-minute chart. I mean, definitely the move was at that 9:30 time slot. The move obviously was yesterday when we had, this morning. Nice little move this morning when they reported, but obviously on much lighter volume, so always a little bit scary getting into that, especially when the spreads are like 30, 40 pennies on a $20 stock. It makes you a little nervous, but definitely a nice move off that 9:30 bell, up all the way till we get above 23.17. But then sadly we retraced to kind of, I don't know, random levels. I don't know what this 22 and a quarter is. I mean, it's not reflected here on any of the price action unless it's something previous that I can't see it. But 22 and a quarter, we find a bit of support. We're retracing now. We've reclaimed VWAP. We had broken below it prior to that. So we'll see. If we stay above VWAP, we could test those highs. Definitely that 23 is a level. Even though we got above 23, we barely closed below it. The wick is to 17 or 19 or whatever. So 23, definitely the level there. It's up 10.5% on the day. It was higher than that. So Macy's, not a bad look, but definitely not my number one. Chill Vibes asking about MQ. Let's have a look at MQ. What is MQ, by the way? Marquetta. Okay, so let's have a look. Free floating window. Here is what we're doing on Marquetta today. So yeah, look, you got a nice, decent move here at the bell, 9:30. Looks like it was a red to green move, and you pop right back up, reclaim that 200 period moving average. It's not enough of an intraday notional move for me to get excited. We have a 432 bottom and we have a 460 top. So yes, absolutely you can size into these positions. I don't know how many shares it's done on the day. Doesn't show me on this chart, but essentially this is just not my kind of trade, and I would be remiss if I was to comment on it and give you bad advice. So not my sort of thing, not enough of an intraday notional move, so can't help you with that. All right, guys, we have the inaugural trade of the week by the scalp demon himself. Hit it.
All right, guys, let's go trade of the week. First time doing this. AMC, trade of the week. This thing, the squeeze has not squoze on this particular day. As we see, starting the day, not really doing anything, not doing much, pretty lackluster. We mapped the 7 level from before, waiting for that level. Coming very, very slow, doing its thing, and then boom, out of nowhere, volume spike going into 7, taking the 7 long, scalping my way out of that trade. You know, I have to scalp, have to take some off as a scalper, then letting it go all the way up with the last piece, holding for the dream. Now, guys, AMC, you know, you see that I covered right at the end of the day there. I did not cover at the top. I put this little hand there to remind myself, this is where I wanted to cover. Maybe this is the top. But, you know, tried to hold on. It's AMC. Anything can happen. Was it going to go to 30? It didn't this time. Maybe next time. But that's my trade of the week. Tried to hold out for it. Pretty proud how I traded it. Definitely profitable on it. So, yeah, that's trade of the week for myself.
Awesome trade on AMC. I think I had a very similar one to that, but that definitely looked better than mine, especially that little piece that he left for at the end there. I had mine out before that. All right, guys, same stuff. Back on PSNY, keeping my eye on that, but I'm also looking for a market breakout. We talked about that 39.95, 39.55, 39.60-ish area for a breakout of yesterday's range. I'm interested here on Google. Google is an interesting look at the moment. I'm seeing a bit of a double top for him here on Google at 90.50. And that level was very clear. Do we have the exact same level on that? 90.48 on that candle and 90.48 on that candle. So 90.48, the high of day, rejected twice here on Google. I mean, we were obviously higher in the pre-market. We got up to, I want to say, 91.15, but subsequent to the bell, we have not. So interesting, if the market doesn't hold here, I wonder if a short on Google would be in order. If I was to get in here, though, I'd be jumping it, and that's not what I want, right? I mean, yes, we have a possible double top brewing, not confirmed in any way. The confirmation comes through the break of, like, you know, the M, the bottom part of the M, which in this case is that 90 level, which also happens to be, you know, that VWAP area, as VWAP's at 90.04. So same difference. So I'm looking for a possible weakness here on Google. It's actually flat on the day. It's down 0.01%, so absolutely flat as it hangs around yesterday's close, which is at 90.35. So Google doing nothing. Any market weakness, though, I might be interested in this one as a short here. What else is going on? I mean, I don't have much in large cap world today. It hasn't been my trade today. I've been kind of focused on Polestar. Let's see what some of these small cappers are doing. I have secured, as a result of the man to my right, thank you, Sean. He has secured DHC shorts for me. There we go. So should this one break VWAP, which is currently at 146, break decisively, consolidate. I will be taking the break of that consolidation south on DHC. I'm going to do that. I like this type of setup where you have that big, huge, high day make right there at $1.75, and then boom, flush. Yeah, and then you have another test to go up, and it flushes again. So let's see. Let's not jump this one. Let's get a decisive break of VWAP to the south side. I'm talking, that 140-ish area, right? And then a consolidation sideways. I will be punching short on this one, up 60% on the day. I want to look, though, Luca, quickly before I send it back to you, with respect to the deets on DHC. DHC, let's talk about the float. Let's bring in the trade idea scanner here. Shout out to Michael Noss, as always, for setting up this bad boy for me when he visited a couple weeks ago. DHC, guys, we have a float. Luca, you ready for this one? 831 million.
Ooh. Dude, oh, it's an energy company, though.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one here. DHC. That's
DHC.
incorrect. Yeah, 238 million. So very big float.
Oh, yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, it's very big, and the short float is only 3%. So it's done almost 500 million shares, guys. That's what it's saying. No, it's done 26 million shares. That's incorrect. Am I reading that wrong? Volume today.
Love doing things in real time.
I know, right? Of course. It's fantastic. But quickly, I got that one right. 26 million shares is done on 90,000 in the last 5 minutes. So not exactly the biggest mover, but the setup is right. I'm looking for flat bottom break below VWAP. Get ready for this one, guys.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up on my my Amazon trade. Just a heads up on Amazon trade. So I noticed that I got the fill up here. This is going to be purple because I had a stop order in as I kind of ran over to do the trade of the week. And thank you guys so much for saying, well done. That was the first time kind of doing something like that. So I think the first time you do something will be the worst time that you do it. So I can only get better, right? I can only get better at that kind of thing. So yeah, it was a lot of fun there doing that. But seeing Amazon go back to the downside as I come back here is not fun. I know the position board's not really loading here, but essentially I am still long Amazon, and I am in at 90.55. And so it's right now, it's at my break even. It popped to the upside. So I had this position on board. I added, it popped, and I scaled my orders into 91, but it only filled the, 79. So I guess I had 79, probably 89, and 99. Yeah, so it didn't fill those top ones. And now we're back down. So again, level is, when we go down, and let me just kind of like summarize this. So initially what I saw when I came on the show is that 91 was holding. And so I was like, okay, let me try like a 91 long to see if it wants to work. But if it actually dips, I'm looking at the daily, I'm pulling it up, and I'm saying to myself, okay, look, this is the daily of Amazon. Why did I say 90.40? It's because the start of the run, and it did start to drift up, but this was a very big explosive candle, which then kind of started the run for this to go over 100 and above and beyond. And the opening print of that was like 90.27. So for whatever reason, my gut was like, okay, 90.27 is like the start of the run on that day. So I want to go long in front of 90.27. That might not make sense to a lot of people. Doesn't really make sense to me, but it did make me dollars. So I'm just pretty happy with that one. And essentially going off that, but so building the long on 91, it doesn't work. Getting long, recycling, letting it go all the way to the level, getting the long, scalping it out, adding to it. And I thought I was to be honest, I thought I would be fully out of this position. I really thought we would curl and print 91s, but then I did say this is the area. You have to watch the area of interest. If it gets there, do you take out at the front of the area? Do you take out in the middle of the area? You kind of look at that and make the decisions in real time. So I got the first fill, but I didn't get the next ones. And I'm okay with it. As long as it doesn't break down, I would say through 90.40. Then long is still in play, and there's actually a chance that we still go back up here and I can get those fills. So I'm going to stick to the fills there. I'm not going to cover it now. I'm going to have my stop in place. If it stops me out, so be it. I'm not sure where I'll end on the position, but essentially holding out because I feel like this is the general level that's holding. And even though it goes back down, it's not justification to get out of the trade. It just, and maybe it's not justification to add to it. So I'm not going to add to it anymore. I'm going to let it play itself out. And then maybe we do get back up to the 91s, get those prints, and make the money. So, yeah, pretty good with that one. Yeah, thanks, Camel Crush, for printing that onto YouTube software to be there forever now. Yeah, buddy, let's go. Anyways, guys, the market made a move to almost the high-ish area, and that was like 39.54-ish, give or take. Kind of made its way up there, and then rejecting very quickly back down. So yeah, this is the area I would say 39.50 into 39.55. And Arun's not there, so I could say whatever I want here. 39.50 to 39.55 is like the range for now. That looks like overhead resistance. If we clear that, the Amazon long will be a banger. If we don't, there's still a chance that Amazon does drift up, but it'll take maybe a little bit longer on that one. I know people were talking about Tesla as well. So Tesla, another good example here. I essentially covered here. It went all the way back to VWAP, and if you still were in this short, I think it didn't break the 90.50, and I don't know what levels you were using, but that was kind of my level. Like if this gets above 90.50, then maybe like it's going to go back to the upside. So for myself, initially I moved my stop down to like a 90.50, 90.60-ish type thing, and it just rejected VWAP the first time. I said I didn't want it the second time. I didn't take it. I'm okay with it, but it did fail and go back down, make another low, and actually it did print, or it bounced right off the 188s. So my, I covered here. I could have gotten the, let's say, 188.20s, right? So I could have gotten 30 more cents, 30, 40 more cents maybe. But the thing is 30 cents for all this pain, mental capital matters too. Your health matters too. Health over wealth. And I don't know what I was trying to do there, but essentially health over wealth. I'm very happy that I did that, and I don't actually care. And the fact that it then barcoded right where I covered shows me at least that 188.50 is now that like little level. So 188.50, and again, Tesla always needs a wider range. I'm sure people are like wondering my opinion. That's why I'm talking about this right now. 187 to 188.50 is like the bigger range in my opinion. But then the fact that it bounced off 188, I would put the line there. So this is like the short-term demand zone, if you want to call it. I would say, I don't know if there is demand there, but it's showing that it's bouncing off there. And then if we dip down into this region, you have a wide kind of move back to the 187. But yeah, key levels to the downside are essentially low of day, 187, 188, 188.50. That's like a, this is an area. This is like a wider area, but like key levels being the even dollars. And then essentially to the upside, I would say still 190.50 is like that level to the upside. If it gets above that and gets above 91, then it probably like wants to make a way back to 93. So these are now my levels for the rest of the day on Tesla, and it's in the middle. If it's in this middle-ish area, I'm not taking a trade on it. If it dips down to 188, I'm still not taking a trade, no long, no short. But if we actually get to like 187, 186, like I'll think about like a long bounce play for like a move then back up in and around this area. If we get up here, I'm really gonna wait because this is not, I don't wanna really short it here. I think this was the opportunity to short it. If shorts are good, it's actually gonna go down now, right? So if you wanna like take a step back and look at this thing, essentially this is like, higher low, lower high, yeah, sorry about that. Lower high, lower high, lower high, breaking that, but on the wider time frame, lower high, maybe a lower high, and then lower. So yeah, that's what I'm watching on Tesla. I'm just gonna be very, very patient with that one. Health is wealth, man, for sure. Health is wealth, but health over wealth. And have a little bit of love in your life too, man. It's important to, health, wealth, and love is happiness. So get that in check and things will be good.
Do you know who this individual is?
Yeah, I know, man.
Okay.
I know. I know.
Someone in the chat just called you that. That's why.
They always, at least once a day.
Braxi, of course.
Yeah, at least once a day.
He sleeps with the fishes.
Hopefully
but,
not
Luca,
me.
Yeah. No, Luca's not sleeping with the fishes. He wants to trade.
I just want to sleep in my bed, man.
Yeah.
I love sleep. Come on.
Oh, man. This actually might spur a movie marathon for me. It's been a while since I actually watched The Godfather. Can I tell you, every single time, with no exception, I rewatch one of those movies, I'm seeing a newer detail, something that I didn't pick up on before. This connects to that, okay. And then my dad gets really into it. I'll FaceTime with my dad, and then he'll start telling me about all the videos he was watching, and he's like, oh, there was an explanation video, and did you know this, and did you know that? I'm like, Dad, okay. I have like other.
Yeah, it's a great series. If you guys haven't watched it, watch it. But at the same time, like Sharif is saying, you learn new things about it over and over. So you could spend your whole life watching that, and even
Look at the question: Godfather or Scarface? To me, it's not even a question. No, The Godfather for me, I really love Scarface, and I think it tells a very interesting story. But the better, I don't want to say it's the better story, but it's better told. Because there's more movies.
You can't compare.
There's 3 movies. It's like 6 hours.
I know. Okay,
more.
but wait a
What is it,
second. But if
9
you had
hours
to
almost.
pick,
I would. I'd pick
had
The
to
Godfather
pick.
in a heartbeat. I don't even need to think about it. I love Scarface, but The Godfather for me will always do it. Maybe because like I have emotional connections to it. I always watch it with my dad.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
something
yeah.
him and I always do. Like maybe that's what it is. But
I feel like it's tough to compare. It's tough to compare, and I know
They're completely different.
exactly. It's like, and then with The Godfather, The Godfather is obviously like it's got 3 movies, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
9
it's like
hours
you
of
can't.
story.
Yeah, 9 hours of
Yeah,
story
yeah.
versus Scarface is like 2 hours.
it's like
or something,
almost
right?
3 hours.
Almost
but it's
3?
one.
Yeah, but it's one. It's tough, but I would almost say, okay, Casino or Goodfellas, that's a good one.
Oh, Casino. I have a lot more of a
Casino?
connection to Casino. So watch it a lot when I was
pick,
young.
man. I love these all equally.
Sam 8th Rothstein. Oh my God. Yeah. I know. I love that movie. I love it a lot. And it's a real story. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's an absolutely real story. Like the Bull. What's his name? His name was the Bull or something like that. The part played by Joe Pesci. I love Casino. I think Sharon Stone was an absolute amazing actress in her day, man. Sharon Stone could, anyway. You guys know what's up. I love mobster movies. I have like a real affinity for them. Watch them growing up with my pops.
Let's get a poll in the chat here.
Yeah,
that's good. Get a poll in the
absolutely.
chat. Good. I think, do we leave Godfather out of this?
I think The Godfather is the gold standard. That's just my opinion.
Okay, 'cause
so
it's got
that it
3.
always wins. So if you want to have a competitive
Who do I message
thing,
this
then
to
you
that's
then
gonna
you
do a
put
poll right
leave
now?
Godfather at it. Because I think Godfather is the gold standard, to be honest with you.
All right, I'll
Renata
get that
Haddad
going.
saying she's never seen The Godfather. Renata, it's never too late.
Never
Go.
too late.
I don't know what kind of platform you need to watch The Godfather. I don't know where. I think it might be available on Netflix. So I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah. Go ahead and watch it. It's definitely going to take up a lot of your time, but make
Hayes
sure.
Records, read that super chat.
Let's go. I'm not even reading that out loud. But yes, thank you for that super chat. The Hayes Records always keeping it controversial and keeping it interesting in the chat. A good friend of the shows and a longtime viewer. Thank you very much for that. But jokes nonetheless. Quickly here, guys. RKDA halted. That is what? Now, is that the second halt? Yes. We've had 2 up halts now in a row.
Bronx Tail too.
1481 goes back down to 13 something, back up into this 14 area, so we're halted again. The tap on this bad boy is 1465. So almost exactly where we stopped off at. We stopped off at 1463. That's where the close was. So the tap 1464.
Who do I tell for a poll here?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
I
we'll
can't make
add
a
in a
poll.
poll. Proudly, do your face. Do your.
Can you
do
make
your
a poll?
face. He can.
So better movie for them. Goodfellas, Casino, Godfather. Let's do Bronx Tale.
The Bronx Tale. A lot of people talking about that.
Yeah, four is good. 4 is good. I see them, and obviously Once Upon a Time in America. That's a great one too. That's a classic. That's a long one.
I haven't seen that one.
You've never seen it?
No.
That one's a great one too. But
What's it called? Once Upon a Time in America?
Yeah, it's a great one too.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I'll
Talking
message
about
you right
mobster
now.
movies. Michael Mulvey saying Rocky. I have to definitely agree
Can
with
we?
that.
How many can we put in a poll here?
I don't know. But
Okay, I'm gonna just
Rocky
list a few.
is definitely one of my favorites as well. Definitely a lot of nostalgia watching that as a kid. Oh my goodness, when he lost to Clubber Lang and Mickey died, bro. I probably cried a lot. Like when I watched that when I was young.
I want this poll too.
It definitely
Carlito's
got to
Way,
me.
like that one. I feel like less people know.
What? Which
Carlito's
one?
Way. Have you watched that?
Oh, I haven't watched it, but I know about it.
It's
But I know about
okay. So I know
Carlito's
that's
Way.
like the undercover. So yeah, let's go with Goodfellas, Casino, Godfather, Bronx Tale, and Scarface. Throw that in a poll. Put it up. You can only do 4. Okay, fine. Leave out the Godfather, just
The
because
Godfather is a gold standard.
it's 3 movies.
Yeah.
It's great. It's got a great story. If you haven't watched it, watch it. And it's definitely the one, as we were mentioning, that when you do watch this, you're going to watch it over and over again and learn new things. And
Oh,
you're
yeah,
going to
yeah,
have
yeah.
different interpretations.
No question.
You're going to say, oh, I like number 1. And then like 10 years is going to go by. You're going to be like, you know what? Number 3.
Yeah.
Then you're going to be like, okay, no. Number 2, like number 2. You get just new appreciation for myself going to Italy, then coming back, watching
yeah.
it. New appreciation
Are
and
you,
stuff like that. So
I don't know if you're comfortable saying online. What kind of descent Italian are you?
I am. It's a mix.
Yeah. Okay,
It's a mix
okay, yeah.
from a few places.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll give. I mentioned it before, but I'm
Okay.
not going to say. Maybe you guys in the chat can guess.
Ah.
But I am from the part of Italy that makes the best food.
Uh-oh.
So I don't want to spark any tensions with any other Italians here.
I'm sure that's not going to rub
you
anyone the wrong way.
I don't want to say it, so I'm not going to say it. But yeah, we have the best food. It's that's when people are like, oh, I love Italian food. They're talking about from where I'm from. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah, and the way that it's made, and the way that it's like kind of like anything.
love
okay,
it.
poll
I like
is up
learning.
now. Let's get these votes going, and then we'll revisit them in the next hour before we get off
Everyone's
the
got an
show.
opinion here in the
yeah,
chat.
I gotta
Everyone's got an
really
opinion.
think about this
Wow,
one.
Look at
This
this
is
up.
yeah, so I see
Toscana.
yeah, look, people are guessing here and there's a lot of correct guesses there. So maybe you guys remember me, or maybe you're just like, no, I know that's where the best food is from. So yeah, we're going back there. But anyways, enough about myself. Vote on the poll. Let me know what your thoughts is. We'll get back to this in the next hour and see where we stand. I'm gonna take the next like 1 or 2 minutes to really think about this before I throw my vote in there. Sharif, I don't know if you got a trade going.
I'm still holding PSNY, guys. I'm looking for that $0.5 break. Obviously, like predicted, we're finding an area of resistance at the $0.5 to be expected on its hopeful ascent to 562. That's a high of day, maybe even higher. Now, here's the thing. I've scalped out the majority, not all, the majority of my position here. So I'm well in the money. Now, what's the move? If we were to make it down back into VWAP, and VWAP on my chart here, the critical level for me is going to be that 530, 532, 533. I want to give myself like a few penny room there to get along. I'm going to be adding to my position for a hold of VWAP and a continued move north. Ideally, I'd like to see it hold the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. Currently, the 50 period on the 3-minute chart is 536. If it does that, then I'll add on its curl back up. I won't actually wait to kind of get bottom wick. But I'm looking for bottom wick. If it breaks the 50 period and retraces to VWAP, I'll be buying that just like I did here and there on its move down and then selling into strength. This one has been absolutely dynamite trade for me. Slow, not exciting, not something that really gets the serotonin and the norepinephrine levels, flooded there and, hitting the spin the money and the adrenaline level going a craze. But, it's definitely helping the system and the profits on the day. So pumped about this one, looking to add or, scalp more. I don't want to call it scalping because it's definitely not scalping, but take more on the way up to that 562 high if we should make it up there. Google, absolutely pumping to the high side here. We're at high of day, Luca. 90.60s at high of day. We're currently at that level right now on Google. So Google moving up. I'm not sure if it's on news. Let's have a look here real quick. Google, anything coming in Google's way? Not that I'm seeing at the moment. Has nothing to do with Google. No. So nothing. Maybe just relative strength for the moment, as maybe some buying program or some hedge fund or some sovereign wealth funds adding a position. It's at high days. The market is also nearer to high of days, definitely than low of days. Low of day 39.25. We are much closer to high of day at 39.54-ish area. Joseph Favila. I don't know what DKK is. Is that Denmark kroner? Question for Luca. Parmigiano or prosciutto?
Please elaborate. Write it in the chat. Do you mean, so Parmigiano, like and prosciutto, those are like not pound for pound, I would say.
Yeah, prosciutto is like the meat, and Parmigiano is the cheese.
But like, how can this is not an apples to apples
I'm
comparison.
agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I like both.
wait a second.
I'll have them both together.
Because it's not about individually.
Okay.
It's about like what do they go on that really makes them. Okay, you know what? I can't go. No, Parmigiano for sure.
Oh,
It's
really?
Just, like how am I gonna?
I'm
I
a
eat so
meat
much,
eater, man. I'll go prosciutto any day on that.
You know why though? Because I eat so much pasta, and I have to have the cheese on it.
You have to have it on it.
Like I have to, and Parmigiano is obviously my cheese of choice. Like
Okay.
for all like homemade pasta, go to my nonna's Parmigiano. Yeah, like prosciutto, obviously amazing, but I'm thinking like all the things that it goes with. Like I think I'll just really miss it on the pizza.
I respect that.
And then like the homemade, it's that's
that.
but yeah, no, I can't go without cheese. Like obviously, like I mean, if you guys follow me on Instagram, you'll see like at least once a week I have pasta and I'm eating and I just kind of load it.
Easily.
I load it with cheese, man.
Yeah.
I load it. So Yeah, that's for me. Yeah, my family is huge on cheese. They, love all different types. I personally stick to the basics, I guess you could say.
Okay.
But all cheese is good, man. All cheese is good, but it could be quite expensive.
Oh, I bet.
It could be quite expensive. So if it was me buying it for myself, I would be like, oh, damn. But I go, yeah, Dad, buy all the cheese you want. And I'll just like enjoy it and stuff like that. So yeah, like carbonara pasta. Like, I mean, you could put bacon in there, right? So you don't need prosciutto or pancetta or whatever.
I think we have...
yeah, anyway, somebody's like, are we trading or not? Yeah, we're going to go to Brendo.
Yeah, he's
real
got
quick for
volume leaders, guys.
energy update, I think.
Oh, energy update. Okay. Yeah.
Quick look, guys, at what's happening in the land of oil so far today. It's been a pretty volatile week. Back again, we are right now, anyways, to the upside, but overall, pretty choppy day. A lot of talk again about interest rates and the fact that higher interest rates could lead to further demand decreases as far as people getting out using their cars, burning oil. European rate hike fears coming in, and Chinese demand hopes dwindling this move. Overall, so far today, you can see this chart here in the middle of this actually is showing energy across a few different contracts in comparison to not only other metals, but equities as well. You can see all of these. I've never seen this so tight, basically doing exactly the same thing. Bit of a wait and see. So we did come down to some key levels from yesterday and bounce there 77.75, 77.50 on crude oil. But a bit of a bounce, as I mentioned, underway, 0.35 right now. Look at this daily chart. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for oil, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, talk about a trading range there, Brendo. Oil, really making it hard for investors. All right, we are getting real close to high days, guys. We're like a couple of points away, I want to say, if that. Let's update you, though, on RKDA, because this one is absolutely moving. Before I do that, though, Trader died. $2 super chat. Luca, I think that's directed to you.
Yeah, let me just quickly see if I know what you're referring to when you say this. So for anybody that doesn't know, I quickly Googled it because I've never seen that word before. I know pecorino is a type of cheese, but pancetta, so it's, I'm just Googling this, and it's like, what's the difference between, and I don't know how to pronounce that.
Neither
That's
do
like
I.
my own
It looks
fault,
like
but I know that it says pancetta is a time where pancha, pork belly, was the other hand comes from, which means cheese pork. Oh, okay, so cheese pork. So I Googled this, and let me show this. In case you guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys are at the computer, so you can Google yourself, but I'm basically Googling this as well. Because I don't know, right? But I'm going to assume this tastes similar to pancetta, and correct me if I'm wrong. And if that's the case, pecorino, like easy pecorino. I love pecorino. Somebody else was mentioning
either of those.
Yeah, somebody else was mentioning Parmigiano or pecorino. I think Parmigiano is the one that I put it on like pasta and stuff like that. Whereas pecorino, I would just like eat that. So I'm gonna say Parmigiano, even though I love pecorino pound for pound. Parmigiano just because it goes with the pasta, and yeah, I go from there. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. But anyways, guys, back to trading here. So I'm still in this Amazon long, not sure where our position board is, but this thing ran up to 90.82, so the same general high, and then is now reversing again. I held it through this move because I think we are going to eventually go back into the 91s. So I'm going to be very patient, but I think we'll get another chance to actually break above that and go into around 91s. I'm going to watch this for the next little while. So if in the next 10, 20 minutes it makes its way to 91, as I was mentioning, it's more of like a range, and that range is going to change in real time based on where it's actually struggling to get to. So I initially said 90-90, but to 91. But now I feel like it's like 90-80 into like 90, like 95 almost. So this is like the new ranged area. So I'm basically waiting for this. I want to see, can it get through the 80s? If we get through right now and pop, we probably could easily get to like the 90s. So yeah, I'm going to watch this, maybe try to get some offers out just to make sure that I get them and don't miss them. But yeah, my best out will probably be like a 91. If it goes to 91 and goes 91.01, like just know that I'm out of that position in full. Brandon saying, can you look at NVIDIA? Yeah, sure, we'll look at NVIDIA here very quickly. I did not trade NVIDIA today just because it broke down through the range of the 230. Yesterday, that 225 was pretty clean. I assume you want the kind of thoughts on it for today. I want to pull up yesterday, though, because I think the previous days and the channels are important. So 225, it double bottomed, then moved off the top. And then this morning, it actually was below there. But then it like ripped right through and sort of held 225, give or take. then made its way up. But look where it's struggling. It's struggling at 228. And yesterday it was VWAP, but it was also struggling with 228 in the latter half of the day, or even right off the morning there. So thing is okay, let me just, yeah, I'm going to take some of Amazon right there before it like rips against me. I'll just take, I'm taking like 85s or 86s, whatever that filled there. Anyways, going back to this, it's struggling at 228, give or take. And my guess, if I had to guess, but my guess is that everybody who was a buyer of this thing after earnings using 230, because that was the daily level, right? So daily level is right here, 230. It could not really break above 230. Then it drifted lower. Then earnings came through. It popped up, it held 230, right? So all these people that are saying, okay, let me long this like in front of 230 because that's the level. For myself, that real stop out would have been like 228. And so we traded above 230, it held, it held, it held. We broke down, right? We broke down. We then rejected 228. So now this is like, okay, 228 into 230 is going to be resistance. Obviously, it's NVIDIA, so you need to give it the wider range. And so I would say this is like the resistance area that it's in now. So 228 is like the beginning of the resistance. 230, give or take, I would say would be like the end of the resistance. If it gets back above there, then there's a chance it actually wants to go to like 238, 240, and then above and beyond, and maybe goes to like 255, or sorry, 250, give or take. But again, 225 was interesting yesterday. Didn't really spend much time there. Was there in the pre-market, but instantly reclaimed it. So I would say 225 key level of support. Right now, VWAP is holding. If it gets back to VWAP, maybe there's a chance that it actually holds VWAP again and goes. But yeah, 228 into 230 is that kind of resistance zone. So to summarize, key levels would be VWAP, 225, 228 into 230 resistance zone. So yeah, best of luck if you are trading it. I am not trading NVIDIA today, staying away from it. If this thing gets back above 230, probably not today, but if it gets back above 230, you know, tomorrow and the market's ripping to the upside and NASDAQ looks good, then I'll be considering the NVIDIA longs. But for the time being, putting them on ice and basically chilling and waiting. I want to revisit this poll. We got 500 votes, so I'll revisit it again at the end, or if we get to 1,000. Okay, and let me just drag this onto the screen for everybody to see here. Scarface in the lead, 38%, but up there is Goodfellas with 37 and counting, guys. Vote on this. This was 12 minutes ago. We got 500 votes so far. See, I knew it. I knew it. Bronx Tale is like, I know Bronx Tale.
It's a good one.
You know, I know a lot of you guys know Bronx Tale, but essentially this is the undercover. That's why I didn't want to put Carlito's Way, because now we're getting into the, you know, there was somebody else who's like, I like the more realistic ones, but they're not like the, you know, these are more, I would say, the classics that a lot of people know. And then Bronx Tale, I feel like people just haven't watched it.
Yeah,
but then,
exactly.
But even myself, trying to rate these, I'm like, I can't pick Bronx Tale. Like, there's no way I could pick it. So I'm actually, like, it's nice to see 5%. So some people are like, and I was like, I considered it, but for me, it was either Casino or Goodfellas. Like, I was like, oh man, this is tough. And then Scarface is like right below. Yeah. But I chose Goodfellas. I went with Goodfellas. That was my pick.
I hit Casino.
And I'm surprised to see Casino below Scarface. But you know what? It's maybe I've been a little biased in terms of you know, why that's why you know. But yeah, man, keep those votes coming. And if you guys haven't watched any of the movies on the list, you know, that's your homework tonight. Go watch these movies.
Yeah, you guys will not be disappointed.
Yeah, you'll not be disappointed. These are legends. Like,
all right, let's talk a little bit about a couple of ones that I've been keeping my eye on here. DHC got shorts for this one. Now the point is to wait for this one to decisively close a decent amount away. I don't have an exact percentage or quantum, but from VWAP to the south side. That's what I'm looking for there, and then a period of consolidation, and then I'll take the higher end. I will build a position in the higher end range of that consolidation area for a continued move south. It's now broken below VWAP, but by like a penny. So to me, this is not a break. We got to get a much more sustained move to the downside. I want to say at least $1.40, maybe $1.38, consolidate sideways, and then we'll see. We'll set something up there. So looking for that one to set up. It hasn't set up yet, and I'm not going to front run it. Couple other notable moves here. Google at day's high, well, just made day's high 90.71 on Google, and Meta just reclaimed yesterday's close. So that 173.44-ish area
42-ish area. That's yesterday's close. We're back at that now. An obvious level of resistance. If we look at that here, we bounced off it initially. We're kind of consolidating below it now, not really breaking through it. But look for continuation. If the market continues to make newer highs and wants to test, maybe that 39.70-ish area, we've seen be an interesting area of price action around there. But look for that continuation north on Meta should we get that continuation on the future. So that's what I'm looking for there. I'm looking for that. And then same thing with PSNY. Nothing new to report on there. Bring that one up. Looks like it's holding the 50 period here. If we get a nice renewed curl back up, maybe through 42s, I'm going to add on this one again. Okay, for continuation through that $0.50. So holding a smaller position now, scalped out most of it. But on key levels, I will be adding. It's a high conviction trade. It's doing well. Higher highs, higher lows, above VWAP, up on the day. Major news. The list goes on. All the boxes are getting ticked there for to risk up a little bit. I guess I want to say on PSNY. Very pleased with this trade today. What else is popping off here? Looks like Amazon's curling in to VWAP. Amazon showed some relative weakness, I want to say, today. Yeah, it's down 1.33%. Was down a lot more near the lows there at 90.39. That's a low. Since then, though, 90.93. We're curling in. We're looking to test that 91 level, 91.06-ish, which is where VWAP is at. So that's an interesting area. There's obviously a lot of price action around that 91 area. Have a look from prior to the breakdown. We were bouncing off that area continuously. 91 bounce, 91 bounce, 91 bounce, and then an eventual break. Does 91 become now a resistance zone? Former area of support. Now next up, resistance. Let's see. It might be an interesting trade to take that short off Amazon at 91 or at VWAP, whatever, in and around that area. Should the market, make a big move up and then turn, whatever it is. Let's keep an eye on those ones. RKDA. Did that one halt again? No, it avoids a halt, but it big boy flushes. A little bit below 1650, all the way down to a little bit above 1350, moving $3 in 2 1-minute candles. Yikes. On that one, what a move down. It's still up 62% on the day. It is now below VWAP, but really not respecting the level, zigzagging, sometimes above, sometimes below. The level, though, the real good level is that 13, a decisive break of that 13, and then we could have a big flush down. Quickly, before I send it back to Luca, DHC, remember we talked about this one? Oh, it broke VWAP, it's setting up. Not yet, it's not. Retracing back into that 150 area. Let's see a decisive break below it. Let's not front run this. And wow, yeah, Sean saying in the chat, SI, I was looking at that. SI is absolutely flush city. I don't know if how the trade went down there. Sean, did you take a long or a short? Click on that link. Oh, click the link. Let's click the link, baby. And that's going to load it up. There we go. Are we going to get the picture? Yes, we get the picture. So he gets that bottom right at that 620 level there. Punch, punch, punch. Scalp, scalp, scalp. Up into the 660s. Nice trade, Sean. And look at that earlier one. That earlier one is the killer one. Did you really get bottom wick there, dude? All the way up into that 840. So nice trade by Sean on that one. Says, thank you, SI, for a few quick trade. Patience here at key here again. Yeah, and that's definitely, I feel like having a rune around, I can channel my inner patience a little bit. It's like I feel like he's judging me. You know what I mean? He's like, look at him, that weak-handed person taking it out quickly. So I'm like, no, I have to hold.
I must
right?
hold.
I must hold.
Yeah, I must hold. Yeah, guys, Neo was at 9, so I short this. But I got the fill way too fast, like way too fast. Like I offered, and it like gave it to me like I crossed, and I go, what? And I go, no, let me do it one more time. I do it again, I instantly get it. I go, no, I've seen this before. This is going higher, at least for the time being. So it did. It topped out at like 901. Now I don't know if this is the reversal. I don't even love this trade. I was like, yeah, let me try the short because 9 was like a good short level yesterday. Had the trade. Where are the fills? I guess they don't come up the next day. Anyways, yeah, 9.
I complained about
it's like
that.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I think they load. Maybe we'll see them pop up. But anyways, the short through 9 was amazing. but it didn't like fade. And then today it opened lower, so it opened at where my target is. Obviously, day trader, I'm not holding for this move overnight. But it gets back there. I'm like, hey, let me short this. Now, maybe it does go back down, but I was like, why did I get the fill like so fast? So again, as a day trader, your most primary form of information is fills. And for myself, that was too quickly. And therefore, I said to myself, no, I'm not doing that one. I'm getting out right away. So I'm taking the loss, like instantly half-penny loss, and moving on with my life. Guys, I'm out of Amazon. I don't know where the position board is, but essentially, just to update, Amazon is it's at 91. So as you can see, I took the first, maybe this was premature, but I was in the middle of an explanation. And I just was like, okay, no, you know what, give me 85s. I think I was waiting for like 88s, 89s to see how it would do it, but I was like, hey, whatever, what's the difference? I'm taking the win, I'm banking it. It's in my general area. And then the last cover, I just did, I think 90. Oh, that was 90? I thought it was 95s. Oh yeah, maybe no. But anyways, basically taking the full position off. I'm now out of that trade. But it did go, which is I'm surprised, but it actually did go to like 99s. So yeah, I could have been a little more patient and got a better fill. But essentially, when you're in at 40s, 50s, and it gives you a 50-cent win, and you're using an area, you have to like make this decision in real time, and you got to say to yourself like, look, 80s, it kind of topped out here twice. So I was like, I don't know if we fail again. If we do, I don't even want the long anymore. Like the first time, no problem. The second time, like worries me because maybe we're actually gonna go back down. So I'm using like this general area, and like 90 was my like first level before the 80 set up. So that's why I think that's probably what I was thinking over there. But I thought I was like a little higher. But anyways, doesn't matter. We're now here, looking like it's coming back down just a little bit. But yeah, this was a volume spike, and I didn't even see that actually. But yeah, volume spike into the range, and basically sticking to my plan, taking it off over there. Now it's kind of pulling back right off the 91s. This thing, I don't know where it goes. Maybe it goes back down to the 80s and then pops again. I don't see a trade on it anymore. I'm not going to be long this name or short this name. If it goes to infinity and beyond, it's going without me. But again, guys, just make sure that you are watching the 91 into, let's say, like 90 into VWAP, which is like 91.06. And the reason I say that is because it was support, then it might turn to resistance, and then you have the VWAP overhead as well, and it is down 1.3% on the day. I don't think the market's going to explode to the upside, so all things considered, maybe Amazon is actually a short now. But I'm not going to short it. I'm going to chill and let it do its thing. Maybe it actually wants to test VWAP. Then maybe I find a trade on it after. But yeah, for right now, that was a good long. Congratulations to the longs who held from the bottom. And yeah, best of luck if you do continue to trade it going into the rest of the day. I want to pull up CDIO very quickly. This thing's doing a little bit of a volume spike.
Oh, it's moving?
I mapped from before the 7 into the high, but then more specifically this level because that was the high of this tick. And then it kind of did do a lot of volume here. So I would say like 7.
VWAP retracement.
I would use 50-cent increments, honestly. So yeah, 50-cent increments. So my level is like where it is now, and probably get lots of overhead resistance into these levels. This thing, I mean, how many times do we see small caps dip on the day that they're dead, and then they give a pop, and then they just kind of reverse the whole move? So yeah, if I was in this trade, I don't even know what I would be doing with it. Probably would not be holding for the lows, but essentially running into resistance, or what feels like could be resistance, does it resist and then go back down? Time will tell. Time answers all.
All right,
and
so
best of luck.
time for some Premier League talk now, baby. Let's have a look at the table, because it's a pretty sight when you see Arsenal is clear of the second place team. That's what we'll call them. We won't call them the defending champions. We'll call them the second place team. Man City, 5 points clear, 60 points for Arsenal, 55 for City. Arsenal getting a big boy dub off Everton, the team that beat them earlier on in a 1-0 victory away at Goodison. Arsenal has now avenged 2 of their 3 losses this year in the Prem. The first was to United. We beat United back at home. The second was to Everton. We beat Everton back at home. And the third, shall I say it, will be City. We will avenge that loss at City. Mark my words. Yeah, that's a big call right there, because beating City at home is already is a tough in itself. Arsenal guys, we're looking well, and we're going to play Bournemouth, I believe, coming up this weekend. So I don't want to say it's an easy
fixture, but it's definitely an easier fixture, and we're playing at home. That's this Saturday at 10 a.m. And then we go to the Europa League, where Arsenal got a first-round bye as a result of winning their group. We're playing Sporting in Lisbon away, and then we play away at Fulham again. I think these are all really good fixtures for Arsenal coming up here. You got Fulham in the Prem. You got Palace. We already beat Palace at their grounds. Leeds, we got at home. Liverpool away, that'll be a tough one. Liverpool's playing a bit better. I think they got a 3 or 4 game winning streak here. West Ham away is also a toughie. Southampton absolutely defecating the bed this year. They're at the bottom of the Prem right now, so that's an easier fixture. And this is the one, the big boy one, April 26th, 3 p.m. Mark your calendars now, ladies and gentlemen. Man City versus Arsenal. Is this a title decider here? Is this a title decider? We shall see. And then, we go all the way down to May 28th, a little bit of a later finish for the Prem this year as a result of the World Cup break. But also an interesting little headline here. Looks like Messi's being strong-armed in Argentina. Looks like gunmen shot up a store, I guess a bodega or something like that, owned by some of his family, trying to send him a message. It looks like something drug-related for the great one there. So shout out to Macy, of course. He's a big viewer of Trader TV Live. Kidding, of course.
Well, you don't know that. Maybe he watches. Maybe
busy.
Once a day, Macy tunes in and goes, you know what? I'm looking for the next best star.
There you go.
Do we got any soccer players?
Or maybe he wants stock advice. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe tuning in for some advice here. Maybe he was long Amazon. You know, maybe he was over there long Amazon.
You never know.
Yeah, maybe not. But yeah. Guys, market. Let's check out where the market is right now. It is chilling in that area. Do I want to short this again? Kind of. I kind of want to short this again with Amazon at VWAP. Maybe that's a good short. Let's see where Apple is. And I put too many A's there.
All right.
Sometimes it'd be like that. I'm just reading. I'm reading the chat here, guys. Let me know if you guys see anything moving, doing volume. If you're interested in asking any questions, feel free, ask away. Look at Apple, man. This thing is literally like barcode central today. I feel like this is like, it's like, yeah, short me. That's what it's saying to me right now. It's like, short me right now if we pop up into this area. But I also feel that it's because it's low volume. As soon as I do that, I'm going to get, bamboozled by these bots, and they're going to take it a little bit higher because nothing's really happening here. So, yeah, maybe I'll stay away from that. But if anybody is looking at that, best of luck to trading this thing. It's kind of wicking off the top here. It's not breaking 145. I just think it's not really doing much. It's not really giving a wide range either. And it doesn't really spend any time below VWAP. It's like VWAP is where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Like, how many times do we see, this is kind of rare, honestly.
It is.
But
A lot
like,
of
look at
action.
Apple. It's literally just like at VWAP.
It's like the line of best fit.
Yeah, this is literally robot central. Like, robots are like, we know that it needs to be at VWAP. My worry is that, like, so this is like, my take on this is like, because it's doing nothing, the moment I get in this trade, it's just going to rinse my order specifically, and then it's going to go back to VWAP without me. So I'm not going to trade it, but I just feel like, let me like not trade it and say that if it goes here, I would potentially be shorting it and then covering it potentially at VWAP. But I'm not doing that. I'm not sending this. I'm not sending it. Chill vibes. I know you were saying, you told me something. You said watch The Last of Us. I will try to watch it. Not a huge TV guy. I don't really watch a lot of TV. But if I do decide to watch TV, I'll try to watch that. And you're saying now, remember Lucas said Chinese bots. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man, on Neo, because Neo is obviously a Chinese ADR. So it's, I feel like, the, what is the CCP over there has their own bots doing their own thing. And yeah, man, it just feels like the ADR robots are different. So that's what I meant by the Chinese bots. Like, it's just like ADR, because obviously it's trading. Trading. Yeah, and Evan saying, Luca, slap those robots. Sometimes I slap them, they feel nothing. Sometimes they slap me, I feel it. So it's like a lose-lose regardless, trying to battle these bots.
These bots are going to get emotions soon, man. Did you hear about the alternate personality of ChatGPT?
Yeah, man.
Did you hear about this, man? It was mad. Apparently, like, it's moody, and it takes offense to stuff, and it has an alternate personality, and there's all sorts of stuff that kind of gets my, raises the hair on my neck a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't even want to have these conversations.
Yeah, I know
'Cause
they're
eventually-
listening.
Eventually, AI will be so good.
Yeah.
And
They'll go back and listen to all the historical conversations.
Yeah, they'll watch everything
Yeah,
online.
exactly.
They'll take in all that information.
They'll know everything about
and then
you.
they'll know everything. So if you say one
We
time,
already have stuff like that. You know that
Yeah.
there's like these apps and sites that HR companies use that like they basically fish and not fish. What's the crawl? They crawl all the social media websites for comments and
like
posts.
scrape it, yeah.
So that anything you said politically, anything like that,
Yep.
if it was done in like an open group that wasn't behind a privacy wall, that's
Yeah.
it. They're gonna know what you're saying. Imagine when the AI comes into that, it'll be like this.
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. So it could be like a movie, right? So that's why I'm sitting here saying like all love, man. I love everybody and everything equally.
boy.
Everything from aliens to humans
Everybody.
to robots.
I like 'em all.
Much love across the board. Thank you very much for watching me.
Luca,
And-
CDIO made a move. I don't know if you want to look at that.
Yeah, let's check it out.
It broke through VWAP there. We were talking about the VWAP reclaim. Now it's a VWAP break on CDIO. Let's go here, CDIO. What do you see on there? Do you have it?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
So my levels, I went through it before. I don't want to like repeat the same thing, but
There's a
essentially my levels is like 7 into the high.
Okay.
Like that is like the wide range. But it is 4 million float. You look at the float, it's like, you know, if you guys, this is why I say, guys, record your screen. Why am I doing New York here? This is why I say, guys, record your screen, because what you can do in this case is you could like look at CDIO today, right? Look at it when it was at $3 and just kind of gauge like the look of the tape. So today it looks a lot more razor thin versus it when it was at 3. So before the run, it would have looked different than it looked at $3, and now it looks different than it did look at $3. So I just feel like the tape is just very, very thin, and you can't really look at like, I mean, you could do whatever, but like, I don't look at like the ones and say like, oh yeah, like there's actually one sitting there. Like no, like
Tape
robots.
is super thin.
Yeah,
I
like
hate
robots
that.
will sit there. So it's like if you look at 9, like really, like there's like 720, there's like a buyer here, right? But if this buyer gets filled, then there's nothing, right?
Can I
And then
tell
all
you
of a sudden
something,
offer
though?
pops up, then it gets removed. The real spread of this thing is probably like this, right? So the real spread, because these robots just pull their orders if you try to hit them sometimes. So the real spread is like 10 cents, 20 cents, making it difficult to manage risk.
I think just building on your point there, I think that the level 2 on some of these small cap crappers I don't know if it's made to bamboozle you or what it is, but I feel like it never reflects the accurate current state of affairs, where you know the true intentions of the buyers is not really shown on the level 2, because all of a sudden you can see like a thin tape, like Luca was just showing you. You have like a whole bunch of 1s and 2s on the size, and then boom, all of a sudden you're flushing down because some huge algo or whatever trader that's heavily leveraged or you know whatever punches in to the high side or the low side. So I feel like, you know, whereas on some of these bigger stocks, you know, the level 2 is a lot more, you know, it shows a lot more. It's more indicative.
Yeah, just to add to that, obviously, you know, level 2 is basically, it's showing you like the book, right? Buyers and sellers coming together. But don't always look at the book and be like, oh, there's a bidder, therefore there's buyers, therefore it's going to go up. Like that's essentially, I think, what you want to say. It can be very distracting if you get too kind of influenced by it. A lot of the times, if I was a robot, I love saying that, if I was a robot, I would be showing a large offer to make you think like we're going to,
It'll come back.
it's going to go down.
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
It'll come back.
I would show a large offer to manipulate and then to get fills, right? So it's
Right.
obviously illegal to do that, but then again, do they work outside of the rules because
course
they're
they
providing
do.
liquidity to market? So I don't really know what happens. I'm not calling shots at anybody, but I've seen things after trading for quite a while, and just makes you go, makes you think, yeah, chill vibes. Luca 2.0, like enter the matrix. Russ in the chat saying, you clowns are missing HLBZ. No, man, this thing's not doing anything. It went from 15 cents to 16 cents. It's up like 10%, but it's a 15-cent stock. I'm looking at this like 33 million shares traded, not really doing too much. Like this had its day, man. This is the daily on this thing. It started at 12 cents. It had the run up. It failed back down. Call this, I think it's a dead cat bounce. It's not really doing crazy amounts of volume. Maybe it goes up, maybe it goes down. I have no idea. But yeah, man, I don't trade these like 15-cent stocks, and I just think like it's not really doing like nothing too crazy. Didn't even get over the high here. Not really doing just like random volume spikes to the upside. I'll say this though, best of luck to the longs. And if it goes up and then shorts get involved, best of luck to the shorts. But yeah, I'm not trading it. Yeah, I don't want to comment anymore on this topic, but it just made me laugh. We do talk about names that come to us, right? We always ask, what are you guys looking at? We'll look at it, but again, no need to call me a clown, man. I'll be a clown, no problem. But yeah, man, don't watch yourself over there, buddy.
Where is this?
Yeah, CDIO
well, that
going back to the
person's
upside.
obviously
Let's look at this
getting
again. Pushing 730. I would say when you're looking at a stock like this, you want to use like 50-cent increments. So use 50-cent increment. Okay, now we're getting the flush there. Use 50-cent increments and use like the very short-term areas that it's showing you, and then watch out for like the high move and then the flush back down. And the reason I say that is because it's like it's stair-stepping up, stair-stepping up. It kind of creates this little bit of a range. Then what it does is it punches like a high, and then it quickly reverses back. And I think it does that because it's like the short is good. Like, this is my opinion, but like the short is good, right? And so if it's looking for exit or liquidity, or if somebody wants to really come in with size and like take it short in the area of resistance, they're gonna wait, because they can't just like I mean, look at the tape on this thing. You can't just offer 200 lots. Like, it's not gonna fill. You'll sit there, you'll send the stock like flying to the downside. So if I really was convicted in this trade and I was gonna send like, I don't know, 200 lots or whatever, like just arbitrary number here, I'm just using based on like what is here. There's nothing showing 200 lots. So let's use that number as like an arbitrary number. If I was gonna do that, I would not be like sitting on the offer waiting, because I only get that fill if I'm about to get smoked to the upside. So I'd be chilling, waiting, then it goes up, then I use that volume to like get my fill, right? So that's kind of like a product of this. Maybe longs are waiting, they're trying to exit. Maybe shorts are trying to get in, so they then slam it down. So this is something, it's like, this is like a little kind of phenomena, if you will, that you look for in the resistance zones. So it's like it's going into resistance for myself. I don't just randomly short it. I wait, I watch the tape, it goes up, it goes back down. Like, I want to be a part of that slam. I want to be in this volume kind of spike to the downside, so I'm not just susceptible to getting manipulated. You know, like, participate in the action that is taking place. If there's no action, it has to be a key level. And I just think that 740, 730 is specifically not a key level for this thing. The key level is like closer to like 8 and high a day. So like, yeah, maybe I'd be sitting at like 8 or like 820, like just passively sitting. Do I get the fills there? But again, as a day trader, especially as a scalper for myself, I like to like wait and then like get involved like very quickly, because I feel like when I show my hand, then I'm like susceptible to like getting like manipulated by like these robots, because they see, oh, this guy's in. Do they have a pattern I mean, how advanced is AI, right? How advanced is AI? But yeah, man. Somebody's saying Tesla moving again. Let's look back at Tesla, see if this thing is getting anywhere. Oh yeah, making a little high. I still think this area is valid, but it's super choppy. I don't know if this was real to the downside, but it's like super choppy right now at VWAP. And the thing why, at least I don't diddle with VWAP, is because in the middle of the day, if it gets to VWAP, it's probably where it needs to be, give or take. So it's very tough to play the robotic game of like short above VWAP, cover at it, buy below, cover at it. You have to have like a 90% win rate, because the one time that it goes against you, you might like continue to add and then you get smoked. So I don't really love that strategy, but I feel like sticking to the levels that I was kind of mentioning, that 190.50 to 191 is like the resistance zone. It tested and rejected, and it's not really testing, and then it kind of spiked with that volume spike into it, but it can't even break 191. So yeah, watch the overall market. The market's kind of below that, 39.50. Maybe the Tesla short could be good, but then at the same time, you see how I traded this. Like, I was in the morning trying to short this the whole way up, then finally caught the short and made the money. Best cover being like 188.50. Now it's like do I want to like, not really, honestly. But if we get higher, then I'll find a trade on it, or if we get lower, I'll find a trade. For now, I just want to like chill and be very patient. I do feel like we could probably run 191s and then go a little bit higher. But yeah, 193 is like the more like interesting level. But look at the market, man. The market is literally like barcoding.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is like the 5 minutes. So like, let's look at the one just to see if this looks any different.
We need some like
it's not doing
positive
anything.
or negative economic numbers that are decided in one way or another to really get this market out of the funk, the zone that it's been in. Like 4,000 was the level, Luca, where we weren't like closing below that, then that broke. Now 4,000 is like the level we can't break above.
Today, it's that 39.56. That's the close from yesterday. That's been, it hasn't been the high today. The high is 39.65, but that was done in earlier trading. The better level, though, is that level that Luca talked about, that 39.55. Whoa, we just pumped up there. What's going on here? We're about to test that level. What time is it? 1:35. I don't know if there's a Fed speaker today. There is a Fed speaker. I don't know what time they're coming on. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to check real quick on my, no, it's not that. Okay, so he's like, this is nothing. Arun, this comes from Arun, guys. What? This is, okay. So what time is the Fed speaker anyway? Fed Waller talks at 4. 1600, Fed Waller speaks. So, and then we also have Kashkari speaking today at 6. So maybe some interesting aftermarket trades to be had on the futures as a result of Waller and Kashkari going on the mic today later. Recall that we're getting non-farm payrolls tomorrow, guys. So that should be an interesting market mover. I think we're getting it. What time are we getting? We're getting it at 10, I believe. 10? Labor productivity, yeah, 10 o'clock, I believe, coming out tomorrow. So a nice move on the market here, pushes things up. Looks like we're broke that 39.56. We're pumping to the high side, 39.60. It's next week. Okay, guys, sorry. Non-farm payrolls is next week. Thanks for that, Brendo. Appreciate you for that, Brendo. Dropping the hot lines in my ear. Look at this. We got lines of communication now, baby. So we were talking about that 39.65. Come to my chart prod. Being the level, the high of day, came real close to that 39.63. A big boy move on Microsoft, Apple, and Google. I don't know if you got involved in there. What is CDIO doing? Jeez, I missed that completely.
Oh,
on your is that the CDIO?
No, this is SPY. This is SPY.
Yeah, because I saw CDIO on the left there. I was like, what?
So somebody's saying Bostic favors raising rates 25 beeps in March, but watching data. So 25 beeps
like
would
every
be,
other Fed president?
Well, some of them are
pumping,
saying,
bro.
you know
We're
what, they're
pumping
like
here,
doing their
Arun.
thing. Interest rate
like
probability for guys watching
pleased.
this right now.
To 4,000.
Stop, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But if that's true, so next rate decision, guys, is in 20 days. And just to give a quick idea, so basically you come here, it's a band, right? It's not like 4.75% like they do it in a band, like kind of loaning, taking loans, whatever. Anyways, so look at one of them. So 475, and then you look here and you say 525. So that is so the market thinks or thought before this move, I guess, I don't know.
32?
But 32, wow. It's a 32% chance
That was
50.
23 2 days ago.
Was it?
Yes, I was up there with Brendo. It was 23
okay, so
something.
The market really thinks the next meeting there's going to be a 25 basis point hike. So 68% that there's going to be a 25 basis point hike, but this will matter more getting closer to the day. Obviously, this is, yields, like yields have a play in this in terms of it's just where do investors think, rates are going to be, and this is basically probably gathering the data from I'm not sure how the data is derived here, but I would imagine something is based on bonds and then based on maybe what they say and what the dot plot says and stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, it's not a 50-50, but it's not a 100-0.
No.
So it's people are thinking 25 beeps. If they do 50, that would be not so much bearish, but that would be just more kind of hawkish monetary policy than what the market expects. Therefore, I'd anticipate that the market goes down. But then again, you have to kind of look at that in sequence with inflation, where inflation stands. Is it actually a good thing? Does the market want that? Because if they want that, then the market's going to go down, but then back up. But the market's really going to do whatever it wants to do, and I feel like it just wants to stop everybody out, which is essentially what this looks like. I mean, this was super clean, man, with the high being 39.55, and I'm talking about the ES, 39.55. Like, it breaks that level and just super violent stop out, right? If everybody's short because they think we're actually going to go down to the lows and then break 3,900 and below, that is quite a stop out there. So that's kind of crazy.
Here. I don't know.
I want to short. Yeah. I want to short it, but at the same time,
short might be coming into play here, Luca.
I don't know. Like, I got to really be patient with this, because this is me saying I want to do this, but it's like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But I feel like the high is now set. I'm going to do this in real time, and again, I'm not super confident on this, but the high is now set.
Which one here?
Right. So if we pop back halfway, I wonder if I try a short like in front of this first line and then scale into it and then risk off the highs. I feel like that would be like
I see a lot of topping tail candles here, candles of reversals on literally all of the big six that I follow. You got a topping tail candle on Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. Not as much on Google because you have another green print right beside that, and then on TSLA as well, doing a little bit of a topping tail candle. But to be honest with you, I'm going to take the weakest of the names for the short. And which one is that? That's got to be Amazon. I just had a VWAP reclaim. It's I'm looking at Microsoft, and I'm looking that Microsoft is up 0.8%. So I'm kind of at odds as to which one to short here. What did NVIDIA do? I want to look at NVIDIA real quick here. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, to be honest with you. Dan Emmons saying 11,960 was hit. Okay, that's interesting area. So, I don't follow the NQ. Dan, I do the ES. So these levels, I need to do the NQ as well. I know it's as important, but this is where I am at the moment. Guys, it looks like the short, at least for the moment, I'm going to hold off on that.
I'm short.
Because we are, okay, so Luca's short.
Yeah, let's see how it
we're
goes.
finding a little bit of continuity. We haven't made higher highs on any of them on the candle subsequent except Google. Google is the only one that's made a subsequent candle higher high after that spike. So Google clearly, to me, is the strongest of the bunch at the moment. And the weakest, I'm going to have to say, looks to be TSLA and Amazon at the moment. So I don't know if I'm going to punch into any of this, but I'm looking for something here. I'm not really sure what to make of all this, and yeah, we'll short. Yeah, okay, we'll see. All right. The other trade that I'm looking at as well is this DHC. It's pulling back into VWAP as well and looking to. I'm waiting for a decisive break of VWAP in a consolidation. I keep saying that, but that's the play I'm looking for here. And I'm not going to get in unless I see it. Don't care. I'm not going to FOMO into this one, but it's setting up deliciously. What's up, Luca?
Slammed. Yeah, guys. So I short. I don't know why the position board is not updating, but that's why I tried to update. So my plan was a scalp short this level. So I'm not going for a short back all the way to the lows. But I am going for I kind of mapped it. I was like, okay, let's short. But this is talk about having low conviction, guys. This is a perfect example of low conviction. I was like, should I do it? I go, nah, I'm not gonna do it. I go, I did it. Okay, let's go. Let's see where it goes. So it goes down, but it stops. And I was trying to I would have been out at 395. That was my target. But we kind of stopped at the 20s, and I was like, okay, just take it. So it's not something to drive home about. It's really nothing. But essentially, 20-cent win, give or take on that. I mean, whatever. I'll just take it. If we slam lower and go all the way back to the lows, I wouldn't have even held it. I was going for this was the move. So I would have went for and I'm kind of late to the party, but this is confirmation. This is 100% of that move. So in my eyes, I would be going for 50%. So it'd be in and around 95, but also discretionary, low conviction. So I just say whatever and go from there. I feel like drive home about is what you say when it's I don't want to be look at this, look what I just did. No, this is just nothing. I'm just kind of updating my logic on the position. But it's just whatever. Just talk about it once and then on to the next. AMD 7650 is still a good level. It went down there in the morning. 7650 held. It went 7665 and then bounced. We didn't actually get down there. I was watching AMD for the rest of the day to see if we could get down there. We did not. But again, I love that 7650-ish area for a little bit of a long bounce play. But it would have happened. If it happened today, it would have been if I was in the trade today, today was the day to have it. And clearly it showed that we went here and we went all the way back up. So it gave you a nice dollar and it was just very quick. I didn't have it because I can't trade everything, and I was focusing on Tesla. And Tesla requires 110% of your attention sometimes. So I was I'm looking at Tesla. I have 4 level 2s on my screen, and all 4 of them were dedicated to Tesla. That's kind of how I traded that one. Chill Vibe saying, Luca, would you have shorted NVIDIA? Well, no, I said that I'm not going to short it. But it's a good look, guys. So if you have your levels and then the market starts moving, go back to the stocks that you had levels, right? So again, that's this is the range. It goes into the top end of the range. I said I don't even though I say that this is the resistance, even into here maybe, it doesn't mean that I want to even get involved. Sometimes I'm just my mental capital is drained. I've taken a bunch of trades today, most of them Tesla. So I just know that if I do get involved, I'm more susceptible to making a mistake. I can still comfortably sit here and call the levels and look at them and be this is the range. But the thing with the NVIDIA range is it like really exploded to the upside. I guess you could have risked 50 cents if you got like the top, but it's like a wide like dollar range. Like I'm like, I don't like want to really focus too much right now. Maybe it doesn't go back down. I don't know. But again, this is the resistance zone. It popped into the resistance zone. If it dips back through, maybe it eventually wants to go back down to VWAP and then test the 227s. Best of luck. This is kind of like me on the technicals looking at this. I just say to myself like, okay, this is the resistance zone, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm gonna like take a trade on it or anything. It still could be good, but yeah. Or KD Flip saying, okay, write home about. So I'm saying drive home about.
Because I always say that. It's nothing to write home about.
Right home,
like,
no, but that's maybe the term. You know, somebody's like, I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Some people say I could care less.
But
I'm like,
could care less is wrong.
Yeah.
It's like grammatically wrong.
Yeah, like for me,
because
I'm like,
if you could care less, then you would care less.
Then you would care less. Yeah. And yeah, man. So don't judge me by my words. Don't judge me at all, please.
All right, guys.
Don't judge me.
Let's do some workout of the day stuff today, guys.
Look at that. Eh?
Yeah. So Proudly, come to my screen for a second if you're able to. No, he says. This guy. All right, guys. We're gonna talk about some overhead squats and some lunges. I didn't do this exact workout yesterday. I ended up doing the lunges, but this is what I want to do on the weekend. So these are overhead squats, guys. And I learned this stuff in CrossFit. Thankful to CrossFit for that. So essentially what you do, you clean it above your head, and then you get it behind, you lift it up, and then the idea here, it makes it so much harder to lift this weight because you're completely off your center of gravity. Your center of gravity has completely changed here. And so the feeling that you have when you squat with this is absolutely different. This is about 185 or so. So this, I do about four or five of these, 4 or 5 sets. We'll get in a few reps. And it's amazing for your entire body. Everything is working. This is one of my absolute favorites as well. This you're gonna need a walkway for though. So these are front lunges. Absolutely, yeah. So this one, absolutely, this is basically for the quads and the glutes, but a lot of core activation. So I always superset these with abdominal workouts because you're gonna need a lot of core activation when you front rack. This is not quite 225 because the bar is not 45, the bar is 25. So this is about 200 pounds, right? This was one of the better ones I've done, to be honest with you. And the issue with this one is if you guys are gonna do this, it compresses your chest a lot, so it's hard to breathe. So make sure you're like taking huge deep breaths on those, by the way. So this is the workout that I want to do today. I want to get in another leg sesh. I feel like I didn't really feel it as much last time around, so I want to get in a couple of these ones. So I'll do these ones every now and again. We'll have workout ideas, and if people in the chat contribute. If you guys have good ideas as well, yeah, exactly. No pain, no gain, and the rent is due every day, Luca.
Every day, and then follow it up with, yeah, buddy.
I love this. Sharif, a.k.a. Zangief. Do you remember Zangief from Street Fighter?
Oh, Zangief.
Yeah.
No, man, I got to Google this right now.
No way. He's the Soviet guy. The monster Soviet guy. Is absolutely
this guy.
I love playing that guy. His music is amazing. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sharif's knees, Dr. Crusher said. No way. Key thing, guys, when you're doing squats, keep your weight on your heels. When you're doing lunges, keep the weight in the middle of your foot. That's the key thing here, guys. Squats, heels, lunges, middle of your foot. Always weight distribution will always help your knees on there. So
somebody's like, I just put my pizza down. I'm getting vegetables instead. No, you got to get that protein, baby.
There you
get
go.
That protein in.
It doesn't matter where it comes from.
1 gram of protein per pound of body weight that you are if you're hitting the gym actively and lifting weights. So if you weigh 200 pounds, you got to get 200 grams of protein.
Yes.
And all I'm going to say to that is best of luck, man. Because,
it's tough.
Yeah, you know,
it's tough.
Remember I was telling you my buddy, he's at 260, 270.
Oh, wow, 260
and he's
grams.
training heavily, so he's going for 270 grams. Go try to get 270 grams of protein in a day without exceeding carbs. That's like, 5 chicken breasts
and that
in one
takes
day.
A problem. It's an issue for your digestive system as well because you need the fiber to kind of, I don't want to get graphic here, but yeah, you need fiber. You guys get it. Hell, I'm 58. I just try to keep my balance. KND flips. I'm sure you can do a lot more than that. But nice humble vibe there. Chill vibes. Sharif, have you ever seen Family Guy and Peter show how Peter shows how to lift. No, I haven't, but I love Family Guy, so maybe I'll Google that one later, Luca. We got 10 minutes left on the show, so let's have a look at what the stock market is doing here. Now, we're holding above that 39.55 that Luca pointed out earlier. We got all the way up to 39.67 on that spike. And, you know, the chat was yelling bloody murder, fake out, manipulation, let's go short. Well, it hasn't materialized quite yet, guys, right? We haven't really seen the shorts come into play yet. That doesn't mean they won't come in. It doesn't have to materialize right away. But if they do materialize, wow, actually Tesla and Amazon very much materialized. We were saying that. Why was I talking and not taking the short on Amazon? You must be printing on that short. Didn't you take the Amazon
I
short?
talked about it, but I didn't take it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, you would have been good for you on that. But AMZN, let's load up that bad boy. It's been weaker on the day. It's down 1.35%. Stressla goes without saying, down 6.5 percentage points. So if you were to take something short off, you know, what you perceive to be a manipulation pump, to me, take the weaker names. Meta's green, Microsoft's green, Google's green, and you know, Apple almost green. 145.30 is where Apple goes green. It's at 145.06, so nearing it. Definitely Amazon and Stressla, the weakest of the bunch. Abhishek saying AMD to the sky. I haven't had a look at activist investor. So Dan Lowe, Sean saying activist investor causing the spike here. Dan Lowe, third point, takes passive stake in AMD. We know them as being, you know, activist investors. And, you know, they like to shake up things on the board. They might have their own individual that they may want to get on there. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Brendo and I were talking about activist investors today in Salesforce, in CRM. There's got to be like 5 of them. We talked about Elliott and a few others this morning. So yeah, they're doing their thing. They're looking for, they're looking to keep the companies honest, keep them, you know, cost efficient, not overspending on things. We saw CRM today closed down its board with respect to M&A, mergers and acquisitions. They won't be doing that. It looks like this year in favor of, you know, layoffs and efficiency and whatnot. So yeah, that's been the look. D-Lo saying, you use Strava to track your workouts. Not particularly great for weight training, more for mobile sports, but a cool way to connect with like-minded athletes. Very interesting. Thank you for that. Because I've always felt that the Apple Watch would benefit more from like an activity or your workout app that you use on your watch, and then you have the corresponding one on your phone. It would benefit from some sort of community feel, you know, where you could. I know you can share it with friends, but it'd be better if there was like more groups that I could just actively join based on like-minded interests, as opposed to, you know, just being friends and whatever. So I always felt that one was a little lacking. So that might be something I'll look into.
AMD is going wild here.
Yeah, go for it,
AMD
Luca.
is AMD is going, man. So obviously the market moved.
Pump it.
And the market's going back up, but AMD like move is like stronger here. This was like from it already moved $1 to the upside. It's pretty interesting. I don't see a level yet. I would watch guys, again, in and around 79 is like the 200 period on the daily. I say this at least once a show. I feel like that's the level that wants to just like print. And so when I say 76.50 is like my like demand zone sort of support area bottom, I think like it eventually prints 79 again. And so look at this, man. It's just down here, not really selling off. Obviously related to the market as well. But yeah, probably going to 79 at this point and going to print. That is quite a bit of volume on this thing. This thing is going crazy. I don't know if there's any like news related. AMD news is moving NVIDIA more than AMD. Yeah, man, I don't know if it feels like there's like there's news on AMD. I don't know if like we have like an update on AMD. Like
I told you, activist investor.
Oh, did you just say?
Yeah.
Oh
You were
my God,
concentrating on something
yeah,
else.
sorry, I was like so focused.
Yeah, it's okay. Well,
Okay, so there you go. Yeah,
good concentration skills.
Yeah, I'm like super concentrated in whatever I'm doing there.
Activist investor.
Okay, yeah, so this is.
Download.
I should get long.
Well, it looks good. I mean, it's
long.
pumping long
Well,
here. We're up 0.8% now, 3/4%, Luca. So it's not bad.
If you guys are long, congratulations. You're doing better than I am over here. NVIDIA, yeah, now
Moving on
above
sympathy.
230, moving maybe in tandem with AMD over there. But yeah, I would watch AMD, watch the 79 level. It just kind of tapped that and now going back.
Pump it.
If I do get long this name, I'm like buying a dip for sure. Let's see if it creates some sort of like setup here in the next little while to like sort of trade this thing. So maybe it like wants to go back down, then it wants to pop, then it goes up, or then it goes down. So if it gets back down to here, it kind of bounced there the first time. So 78.20 into like 78.40, I'm watching for a potential bounce there. Maybe I'll trade it if it gets there now. We do have 5 minutes left. We have 5 minutes left. So first and foremost, yeah, to just reiterate, congratulations to the AMD longs. That is a banger move to the upside. Let's watch that 80 level into 80.50 going into today and tomorrow to see, do we break back out to the upside, break through 80, whatever the high was, let's say 80.50, and then go back to 85, you know, making like a more of like a longer term move to the upside. Will be interesting to see if that comes through there. And yeah, I want to say thank you guys so much for the likes coming through. 4,500 people watching. 1.9K.
Woo!
Hit that like button. Get it to 2,000. That will make my day.
I feel like we haven't been
Thank
asking
you
for likes as much as we used to. So in exchange, we'll do this.
If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe. And subscribe, baby.
Killing it
And
over
subscribe. The other thing I want to say is I want to revisit this poll again because we're now at 1,200 votes here. Goodfellas, 40%.
Wow, okay.
I think Scarface was up there for a little bit, and then everybody started to come through. Yeah, 40% Goodfellas, 33% Scarface, Casino at 21, and Bronx Tale. I know that's spelled incorrectly, but don't worry about that one. Don't look there, nothing to see there. Maybe that's why I didn't. That's why I didn't receive the votes.
See there. I love it.
Yeah, at 6%. So guys, Goodfellas, love to see the votes that come through. Yeah, hit the bank for these votes because I voted Goodfellas. That was my, you know, that was my opinion there. And oh yeah, chill vibes. Take Luka to the NBA. Yeah, give me like a 6-day contract. I'll show them what I'm made of.
There you go.
I'll just stand at that like the, you know, just like 4 steps back from the 3, just in front of half, and hit Dame Lillard shots all day, man, all day. But I feel like, you know, you could. Are they gonna guard me up there? Yeah, they're gonna guard me up there. They're gonna be 40 times.
You score a
faster
couple of
than I
those,
am.
they'll be all over you.
I'll score one, they'll be like, okay, we're not letting this guy get the ball anymore. Yeah, man. So thank you so much for voting the poll if you did. If you didn't, continue to vote and see where you stand. Goodfellas, yeah, for me, those Goodfellas, Scarface, Casino, top of the list, man. If Godfather was on there, if we could do 5 on a poll, I wonder where Godfather would be sitting and where the rest. I feel like it'd be up there at the top there. Yeah, Bitcoin trader. I know Carlito's Way is great as well. Lots of greats, man. Lots of greats. AMD still holding at 79. Still kind of inching up here. Akash, thank you again for another super chat, $2. He says, I like when Sharif says pump it in the background. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Well, Brankles is on vacation.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Somebody's got to be yelling pump it and dump it.
Oh, that's where he is. I was like wondering.
I think he took, I don't know where he is or whatever. But yeah, not in, because usually I look for like the dump it from the back, and then I just look back. I think he was on vacation. Or he took like a vacation or something. I don't know what he's doing. But Brankles, if you're watching this, you know, have one for me as well.
There you go.
Have one for me as well.
There you go.
And you know the drink of choice for sure. Somebody's saying any news from Fed. So it's from one of the guys, Bostic.
Yeah, someone was saying Bostic was speaking. I mean, I had a look at my phone. He wasn't scheduled to speak. Yeah. I mean, lately it hasn't really mattered as much, Luca, I want to say, about voting or non-voting. But yeah, that is a good point. I didn't see anything coming from Bostic. Let's see what Brendo in the chat here, anything with respect to that. No. You know, I have this hot news thing that I can look at that I can search Bostic in it if it comes up. But I'll have a look at that after. Did he did? 14 minutes ago, guys. So, yeah, I mean, when did we get the pump? We got the pump at 12:30. Sorry, 1:30. So, yeah, we'll see. It's still moving. I can't even talk. It's still moving now, though. 250 is the goal there on Microsoft. We went green on Apple. We're very green on Google now, up 1%. Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, not so much. Meta, yeah, Meta's green, up 1/3%. Yeah, it's not Amazon's day, but hey, you know, it's above VWAP now, retracing, and some. It's good vibes, it's good feels for the longs again on some of these charts. Yeah, AMD is absolutely pumping, breaking 79 now, 79.36 now, the high of day on EMD. This one's pumping to the high side. Where is the level on EMD? I'll have a look here, what the 30-minute shows. So yeah, we do. We have clear level here at 80. This is a rinse and repeat level. Look how many times we've actually rejected off that 80 level. So 80, keep that in mind. We did break above 80 back on February 23rd, but look at that. It's a big wick up and a big wick down. Closed barely above 80, closed at that 80.62 level. So I'm going to say for all, someone said in the chat, I said intensive purposes one time. So for all intensive purposes, I'm kidding, of course,
It's not intensive. That 80 is a level there, I think, on AMD, Luca.
I want to say one last thing before we do pass it off. You know, if you don't already, Trader Prad on Twitter, you guys got to follow Praddy Daddy with the banger calls, man. Look at this, CRM giving you the breakdown. This came through yesterday at 11:51, doing the most in the aftermarket. You know, coming at you hot and saying, you know, if we do break down, support should be keyword at 185. And let's have a look here, CRM. And again, guys, I butchered this. Maybe I should have, you know, spoke to Prad before I started trading Tesla and then got myself into the CRM. Look at that, man, 185.20. Or, yeah, 185.20 being the low there. So, banger call. If you had the long, you are now in the money and maybe waiting for 88s or VWAP. I'm not too sure.
Here we go, baby.
But, yeah, streaming, you know, check them out. Follow them if you don't already.
Yeah.
Absolute bangers there. And for sure, more to come.
Guys, we are over time. The midday show is over, but we're just getting started because the closing show is going to start. They're going to take you through Power Hour. The big kahunas to my right, Arun and Sean with Neil. And, Brendo is being joined at the big desk there with Randy. Sandy, handy Randy, guys. It's been real. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock. That means we have a couple hours left on pretty active afternoon here still as we head back to the upside following these comments from Bostic. If you remember, we were